Chapter 4473. Tan Xiaoting knew very well. Today, the three of them are caught up, and there is a high probability that it will be difficult to escape. Unless his young master, or Hu Fian, the deputy commander of Yantian army, is willing to take out the trump card given by the strongest, and force the group of people in front of him and then take him away. It's just that the cards given by the strongest are basically life-saving means. When these people are only targeting themselves, would his young master and Hu deputy military leader really want to use it for him? It's not that he feels that his young master and deputy army master who are not righteous, but even if he is standing in the position of two people, it is impossible to use such means to shelter a less important person. Tan Xiaoting still knows his own position in the eyes of the two around him. Moreover, he also felt that not long ago his young master was willing to protect him in such a situation. He had done his best to do his best. Even if he gave up on him this time, he could hardly complain. It seems that we have been tracked all the way to this point. Hu Fian narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed between his eyes. This Zhongyu, and that Ling Jing, I think that Miss Ling Hu is not easy to provoke, so I can't provoke it? Although Hu Fian has a good impression of Ling Hu Yundi, it does not mean that others can look down on Gao Ling Hu Yundi while at the same time, and she also feels that she is not inferior to Ling Hu Yundi. Although Ling Hu Yundi's strength is beyond her reach, her age is at least a few thousand years younger than Ling Hu Yundi. She didn't think that after thousands of years, she would still be inferior to Ling Hu Yundi now. Being a strong female is indispensable for comparison. Now, seeing Zhong Yu and Leng Jun making a comeback, Hu Fian was completely angry. As for Duan Lington, he had already stood up, his gaze toward the front became colder, and he was also muttering something. At this moment, only Duan Lingtian himself can know what he is whispering. While whispering, Duan Lingshan's eyes were sharply bright, as if the hunter had finally found his favorite prey after searching for many days. Young master, vice army chief Hu, if there is really no way, you, please hand me over. Tan Xiaoting sighed and said, presumably as long as you hand me over, they won't do anything to you again. At this moment, Tan Xiaoting was not trying to retreat, but really felt that there was no need to conflict with those in front of him, as long as he pushed himself out to solve the problem. Thinking about it, it is impossible for the other party to really tear his face with his young master and Hu Fian, the deputy commander of the Yantian army. However, neither Hu Fian nor Duan Lingtian ignored Tan Xiaoting. Since everyone is here, let's go out and meet them. Before Duan Lingtian spoke indifferently, Feng Su Yufeng had already walked out of the whole person, and in a blink of an eye he flew out of the Divine Weapon spaceship, came to the front of the Divine Weapon spacecraft, and confronted a dozen people blocking the road. And Hu Fian followed out afterwards. Tan Xiaoting, even though he was reluctant to come out in his heart, he knew that no matter if he couldn't come out, the ending would be the same, so he still followed. At this time, even though he was still alive, he believed in his heart that he was dead this time, desperate to the extreme, and his thoughts were ashamed. Zhongyu, what do you mean? Hu Fian and Duan Lingtian stood side by side, with beautiful eyes, but at this moment Dawson's cold light burst out. Before, didn't you leave happily? But Miss Ling Hu is not by your side, so you think him Hu Fian to deceive? Hu Fian was really angry at this time. This Zhong Yu obviously didn't put her in his eyes. Faced with Hu Fian, who was so angry like a tigress, Zhong Yu hadn't spoken yet, but Leng Jing on the side was the first to speak. Deputy Army Master Hu, you are the deputy commander of the Yantian Army, the Yantian Army military doctrine, who dares to deceive? We are here only to kill junior brother Zhong Yu. As for you and this friend by your side, we will never hurt you a bit. Leng Jing's tone was very gentle, revealing friendliness. Humph! Hu Fian snorted coldly. Today, as long as Hu Fian is here, don't you want to move him? When the words fell, Hu Fian's body, the power of the magical power, was already turbulent, and even the robes on his body were blown by the strong wind and hunted. At this moment, her pair of eyes burst into a strong fighting spirit. Zhongyu, how about today's matter? You and I will solve it in one battle? Hu Fian spoke again, his tone was soothing and ear-splitting. As long as you are within 100 moves, let me fall into the wind. People I will no longer shelter. If you can't do it, how about you take your people and retreat? As soon as Hu Fian spoke, he stated that he was going to fight Zhongyu, using her fight with Zhongyu to understand what was at hand. In fact, as early as when he saw Zhongyu and learned Zhongyu's identity, Hu Fian became wary and wanted to fight the opponent. However, because of Ling Hu Yundi's intervention, her wish could not be fulfilled. She still has a certain understanding of Zhongyu, thinking that she is definitely not weaker than the other party. Within 100 moves, the other party will never let her fall into the wrong place. Tan Xiaoding, who originally thought he was going to die, heard Hu Fian's words, and a ray of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes. At the same time, he looked at Hu Fian with a little more gratefulness. Although Hu Fian mentioned the gambling appointment, she may not be able to win. But at least there is hope. And Duan Lingtian, when he heard Hu Fian's words, still had a calm face and could not see any emotions. In fact, he did not have any emotions either. Tan Xiaoding, during the performance of the Sky Blood Oath, is his person and has nothing to do with Hu Fian. Hu Fian's willingness to protect Tan Xiaoding is a passion, but his unwillingness to keep it is his duty. He respects Hu Fian's choice and will not do this. Dissatisfied. Therefore, when Hu Fian said this, he didn't think there was anything wrong with it. He will protect his people. Laugh. Zhongyu, who had been preempted by Leng Jing to speak before, could not help but laugh after hearing what Hu Fian said. Hu Fian, give face to Hu's army master, call you Lieutenant Commander Hu. You are really real. I thought, this is Yantian army, Hu Fian's sight? The current situation, but I am strong and you are weak. Why do I promise you such a self-assertive condition? When the voice fell, Zhongyu raised his hand and waved forward. Leng Jingyu and the elder Zhong Ming and the three of them stopped them, and the black magic guards dispersed and disturbed the surrounding space and prevented them from teleporting. I personally sent this guy who killed my junior brother on the road. At the same time as the words fell, Zhongyu's eyes full of killing intent also instantly shifted to Tan Xiaoding, who was standing behind Duan Lingtian and Hu Fian. Chapter 4474. Zhongyu opened his mouth, bluntly and ordered, as if he had already figured out how to deal with the three of Duan Lingtian. He chose to contain Hu Fian. Because Hu Fian has a good background, I really want to push Hu Fian. Hu Fian can take out her adoptive father, as the most powerful Yantian army leader who does not return to the life-saving means. Then, he will not be able to save Hu Fian. There is a high probability that you will also use the life-saving means given by your ancestors. He wouldn't do something that is not worth the loss. Moreover, he also concluded, as long as Hu Fian is not attacked, it is impossible for Hu Fian to use the life-saving means given by her adoptive father for the sake of a subordinate. As for the young man next to Hu Fian, who was also the one who killed his junior and chased after him, so that Hu Fian could treat each other like that, there is a high probability that he was also a distinguished person with a good background. This kind of person has a high probability of having life-saving means given by the strongest. Plus, Hu Fian might protect him. Therefore, he does not intend to move this young man. As for the person who killed his junior and his younger brother, he doesn't care. Even if you have a good background, there are strong people behind you. But these I have Zhongyu too. It's normal for your servant to kill my junior and kill someone for his life, right? If you want me to persuade me, it's not impossible. As long as the strongest behind you is stronger than the one behind me, I will swallow that breath and dare not raise revenge anymore. If it is not stronger than the one behind me, then you can only surrender his life. As the young patriarch of the Zhong clan in Taidi, Zhongyu also has his own pride and cannot easily bow his head. Earlier, Ling Hu Yundi threatened to protect others. He was not as strong as Ling Hu Yundi, and his background was not as strong as Ling Hu Yundi's background, so he gave in front of Ling Hu Yundi. Hu Fian is not enough to make him give in. As for the youth around Hu Fian, he still doesn't know the origin, and his background may not be stronger than his. Why did he give in? If you want me to back down, just show your background over my Taidi Zhong clan. Do it. Following Zhongyu's cold cry, Leng Jing beside him, as well as the three powerful members of the Zhong clan behind him who were close to the invincible upper gods, set out one after another to kill Duan Lingtian and Hu Fian. The other 10 black dark guards, in the mouth of Zhongyu, who were slightly weaker, spread out and crossed each other, making all their moves, disturbing the surrounding space. Obviously, Zhongyu knew that Hu Fian was good at the laws of space. He didn't want Hu Fian to take people away. After practicing the law of space to the realm of small perfection, it is enough to take people to teleport. Although only one person can be taken away, he is worried that the other person is taking away the person he wants to kill. In addition, the young man whose temperament is obviously insufficient, and whose background is most likely not under Hu Fian, he may not be able to kill, nor may he dare to kill. Enter my space artifact. Seeing the 4 powerhouses coming together, Zhongyu's eyes locked on Tan Xiaoting. When Tan Xiateng's face was desperate and all his thoughts were grayed out, a sound like a natural sound came into his ears again. Master! Tan Xiateng's heart was shocked, and he never thought that at this time, this young master actually planned to protect him. You know, the current situation is not optimistic. The opponent's strength obviously has to surpass his own side. It's okay if oneself can have the upper hand, but if it can't, in the end, you can only use the means given by the strongest, and even call out the projection of the strongest deity. However, his own side has this method. As the young patriarch Zhongyu of the Tailing Zhong clan in the Pingxiong realm, will he? Moreover, besides Zhongyu, there was a Lingjing from the Frozen clan. Calm, although not the young patriarch of the Lung clan, he is also a peerless genius of the Lung clan, the strongest of the Lung clan, and he definitely has the means to save his life, including the projection of the deity. At the end, if both sides call out the projection of the Xion's deity, then it is a confrontation at the Xion's level. At that time, it's up to the Xion who has the harder fist. Even if the 2 sides are evenly matched, Tan Xiaoting will die out of 10. If you don't want to die, you can only hope that the Xion on your side will be stronger. Hurry up! Duan Lingtian said impatiently, urging Tan Xiaoting to enter the space artifact he took out. Once the battle started, he would not be able to take care of Tan Xiaoting. Hu Fian on the side was also a little surprised to see Duan Lingtian doing this. Obviously, he didn't expect him to make such a choice. In this case, we must protect Tan Xiaoting. Could it be that he is so confident about the strong man behind him? In Hu Fian's eyes, the situation in front of him was just like what Tan Xiaoting saw. In the end, it must be a confrontation between the strongest. Hu Fian didn't think that he and this young man named Li Feng could contend with the existence of 5 high-ranking gods, including Zhongyu and Lingjing, who were close to invincible in strength. Even with Zhongyu alone, she was not completely sure to gain the upper hand. Good, very good. And Zhongyu obviously did not expect the young people around Hu Fian to do this. I want to see who is the strongest behind you. Regardless of whether it is a place outside the world or the world, the strongest people are not unknown generations, because the rise of a strong person requires many opportunities. And many opportunities need to be contended. The same is true for the strongest. The Xions are superior in their eyes, and they are even more mysterious and unpredictable in the eyes of most people, but in fact, the Xions are essentially no different from them. The strongest are also pursuing continuous improvement. The strongest people are all the existences that rely on their own strength to break out of the siege, such as the strongest of their Tailing Zhong clan, whose reputation is so great that they spread all over the world, even thousands of people. Boundary. And that day, the half-step world veteran of the Linghu family, don't have to say more. Half-step Jiezun is the most powerful existence under Jiezun strong. Jiezun cannot come out, half-step Jiezun is the respect. I hope you don't regret it. Zhongyu shouted angrily, and then set off, and Leng Jing joined forces to kill Duan Lingtian and Hu Fian. At the same time, he coldly shouted, Hu Fian, your friend is crazy. I persuade you, it is better to don't drip this muddy water. But Hu Fian smiled faintly in the face of the furious Zhongyu. Zhongyu, you also said, this is my friend. My friend, how can I, Hu Fian, stand by and watch? As the words fell, Hu Fian's divine power shook, and the power of the law of space surged, causing ripples in the surrounding space. Although the pressure in front of her was great, it was not enough to make her afraid. After all, her whole card is not limited to her own strength. Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. _WAP. Chapter 4475. Hufian is still very confident about the means of life-saving in his own hands. Don't say that you have not entered the 3 holy realms now. You have entered the 3 holy realms, unless the semi-holy level of the strongest wants to deal with her. Otherwise, it is basically impossible to really kill her. Half-holy, that is, half-step saint, is also another kind of name for the half-step jiazun from outside the world. Those who are strong in the world correspond to the saints. Half-step jiazun is a half-step saint, referred to as half-saint. As long as the half-holy can't come out, Hufian is confident that in a place outside the world, as long as she doesn't enter the secret realm that restricts her from using the life-saving means given by her adoptive father, no one should be able to threaten her life. It seems that he is very confident of the strongest behind him. Is he semi-sage? It can't be a saint, right? Hufian glanced at the young man not far away and secretly speculated in her heart. In her opinion, the other party had to protect Tan Xiaoding in this situation, indicating that he was not afraid of the strongest person he would face next. He must have confidence in the strongest behind him. You deal with that, Zhongyu, and the other 4 will leave it to me. And just as Hufian was thinking about it, Duan Lingshan's voice was already echoing in her ears, shocking her heart. What this guy means. He wants to deal with 1 enemy and 4. 4 of Leng Jing? Although she didn't know the 3 people brought by Zhongyu and Leng Jing, she also saw from the laws and strength that they showed when they left, that their strength was close to the existence of the invincible high-ranking gods. Perhaps she is slightly inferior to her, but it is difficult for any one person to fight alone. She wants to defeat. If the other 2 join forces, she can only barely contend. When the 3 of them join together, she will lose. Moreover, it was defeated in a short time. But now, this Li Feng, is he crazy? This is the only thought left in Hufian's mind at this moment, because in her opinion, with Li Feng's strength, facing Leng Jing and other 4 close to invincible high-ranking existences alone is tantamount to being a man with a man's arm. He really thought he was Linghu Yundi? If it was Linghu Yundi, who was known as the Invincible under the invincible upper of the Pingxiong realm, could deal with these 4 people, she would still believe. But at most there would be no fear of 4 people, and it would be almost impossible to defeat them. They are all beings close to the invincible high-ranking gods, even if Linghu Yundi's strength is top. In fact, it is also limited, and it is possible to defeat the 2 of Leng Jing and other 4 together. Wanting to beat the 3 of them together is no different from a delusion. As for the 4, it is even more so without even thinking about it. He really wants 1 person to fight 4 people? Just when Hufian felt that Duan Lingtian was crazy and a little stunned, she saw that Duan Lingtian had moved and directly slaughtered the 4 of Leng Jing and attacked. At this moment, the young man wearing a purple suit seemed to have turned into a sharp sword out of its sheath, blasting out in a whistling manner. He should be planning to face the 4 by 1 person, and at the same time call out the projection of the strongest person behind him. Hufian secretly said in his heart. However, thinking about it this way, Hufian did not express any opinions on Duan Lingshan's arrangements, and even rushed out when Duan Lingtian set out. In Hufian's hands, a compass-shaped weapon appeared, which was her most powerful artifact. This supreme artifact was specially made for her by her adoptive father. It is very suitable for her, and it is also very helpful for her to improve her strength. When this Xian artifact first arrived in her hand, she used it to drive it like an arm, and she didn't need to waste time to run in like other people's Xian artifacts. For example, the 7-orifice Linglong sword in Duan Lingshan's hand was also because he had followed him in the past, and it had long been run in. Therefore, even if it was transformed into a Xian artifact through multiple Xian artifact embryos, it was no stranger to Duan Lingtian. And ordinary people, given the Xian artifact by the Xian, it takes a long time to run in, and during the run-in period, they can't exert all the power of the Xian artifact. Zhongyu, I've heard of you. the young patriarch of the Zhong clan entailing, and let me see your methods today. After Hu Fian shouted arrogantly, he killed Zhongyu. And Zhongyu, in the face of the menacing Hu Fian, did not dare to be careless. After all, the name of the shadow man of the tree, Hu Fian, the deputy commander of the Yantian army, he had also heard of it. It was Hu Bu, the commander of the Yantian army. The returned love daughter, at a young age, already has the strength close to the invincible high-ranking god. Although there are few strong females, as long as they appear, they are usually amazing and brilliant. For example, Ling Hu Yundi from the Ling Hu family that day was one of the strongest. Previously, it was because Ling Hu Yundi was on Hu Fian's side, so even though he was full of anger and unwillingness, he still gave up and left until he separated from Ling Hu Yundi and then made a comeback. Of course, the fear of Ling Hu Yundi is not only because of Ling Hu Yundi's strength, but also because of Ling Hu Yundi's background, the Tianmen Ling Hu family. Hu Fian! Zhongyu screamed, his divine power bloomed, and the law unfolded, and then the whole person swelled and turned into a giant, surrounded by blood and energy, and rushed towards Hu Fian. Obviously, as soon as Zhongyu made a move, he used the power of his blood. The Tai Ling Zhong clan, the power of the direct bloodline, is the incarnation of Titan giants, and they collide. It is said that seeing the mountains push the mountains, the water collapses, and the power is unstoppable. Humph! Hu Fian snorted coldly. Seeing Zhongyu taking him so seriously, he also used his own blood. Originally, she still wanted to pay attention to Li Feng's side. If she asked her to help, she would also give a helping hand in time. But now it seems that she has no time to be distracted. Zhongyu, who went all out, made her also have to go all out. Moreover, she could almost conclude that Zhongyu was deliberate. Zhongyu just didn't want to let himself give Li Feng a helping hand. Hu Fian's guess is indeed correct. As soon as Zhongyu shot, he tried his best to provide Leng Jing and the four with an opportunity to quickly take down the young man at the first time, or to force the young man to call out the projection of the strongest person behind him. Only then will they be able to confirm whether the other party can provoke. And once the opponent summons the projection of the deity of the strongest, they will also summon it here, and then it will be a battle between the strongest. And if the Xian that the opponent summons is not as strong as the Xians behind their Zhong and Leng families, they may not need to waste the opportunity to call out the Xian's deity to be able to let the opponent hand over the person honestly. As the strong side, they can't take the initiative to call out the projection of the strongest deity. Because the projection of the deity of the Xian cannot be called out at any time, it is necessary to use the projection jade slip of the deity given by the corresponding strong one, and that jade slip, even the strong one, has to spend a lot of energy. Can be produced, not many. Call out. The colorful sword beams spread across the world. Duan Lingtian made a move, and the laws of space were integrated. At the same time, the light in his eyes became stronger and stronger. These people, it's a coincidence. As soon as I broke through the law of space, they all sent them to my door to practice hand skills. That's right. Duan Lingshan's space law, half a month ago, smoothly stepped into the realm of small perfection. At this point, Duan Lingtian finally has a rule, stepping into the realm of small perfection. You must know that the power of the law has stepped into the realm of small perfection, which is undoubtedly an exaggerated qualitative change for the power of the law and for those who master the law. Before the breakthrough of the law of space, Duan Lingtian had the strength close to the invincible high-ranking god. Now that the law of space has broken through, perhaps Duan Lingshan's current strength is not yet at the level of the invincible high-ranking god, but it is probably stronger than 99% of the existence close to the invincible high-ranking god. Even if it was the existence of the Ling Hu Yundi who was known as the first person under the invincible high ranking of the Pingxiong realm, Duan Lingtian now encountered her and dared to fight. And I don't feel that I am weaker than her. Chapter 4476. After the space law broke through to the realm of small perfection, Duan Lingtian could clearly feel the transformation of his own strength, and it was the transformation of qualitative change. At that moment, he even had a strong feeling. After the breakthrough, it is easy to defeat him before the breakthrough. Although, perhaps there is still some distance away from that invincible high-ranking god, it is undoubtedly much stronger than the existence of the general close to the invincible high-ranking god. After the breakthrough at that time, he felt his own strength. The first thing he thought of was the existence of Linghu Yundi, the first person under the invincible high ranking of the Pingxiong realm, who he had encountered not long ago. The daughter of the Tianmen Linghu family. On that day, although he didn't do anything with the opponent stood there, but it gave him a strong sense of oppression and made him feel the distance between him and the opponent. But now that he has broken through, he has the confidence and feels that he will never feel that way again when he meets the opponent again. Unexpectedly, before encountering Linghu Yundi, Zhongyu, the young patriarch of the Zhong clan of Tailing, brought people back, and the 5 close to invincible high-ranking gods all came out, wanting him and Hu Fian to hand over Tan Xiaoding. Obviously, the opponent is determined, and they will not easily use the life-saving means given by the strongest for Tan Xiaoding. In fact, even if Duan Lingtian wants to protect Tan Xiaoding, if he really wants him to use the life-saving means given by the strongest, he also needs to think about it. After all, the life-saving means given by the Xian should be used once less once. And in his hands, the life-saving means given by the strongest was only the spiritual essence and blood given by the heavenly sword Situ Lei. Apart from that, there was no other means that the strongest gave. Ask him to use up the spirit accumulation essence and blood given by Situ Lei for the sake of Tan Xiaoding, he asked himself, there is a high probability that he would not use it. To protect Tan Xiaoding, he must protect him, but he can do what he can at best. This time, I can only say that Tan Xiaoding is lucky. While Duan Lingtian secretly said, facing the menacing 4 of Leng Jing, his complexion was calm and calm. Leng Jing is a genius child of the Bingdi Leng clan. He is good at the laws of the ice system, comprehending the laws of the ice system to the realm of small perfection, and is not the kind of initial understanding, and has a deep knowledge of the laws of the ice system. As soon as he shot, the surrounding air was icy, giving people the feeling of falling into an ice cellar. The vision of the law spread out, and the shrouded place seemed to have turned into a world of ice and snow, with snow falling and air conditioning scattered, and Leng Jing was the creator of this ice and snow world. The strongest artifact in Leng Jing's hand is also a sword that looks crystal clear, like a sword forged from ice. The sword is sharp, with the air of icy coldness, and the void in the past, the space crack just appeared, it solidified in an instant, obviously frozen by the icy air bursting out of it. The other 3 who shot with Leng Jing, as the existence of the Tai Ling Zhong clan close to the invincible high-ranking gods, naturally also have the most powerful artifacts in their hands. In addition, the laws they are good at have also realized the realm of small perfection. After all, not everyone is a monster like Duan Lingtian. Without the power of the law to reach the level of perfection, with the amazing swordsmanship, he has the strength close to the invincible high-ranking god. In the past, Duan Lingshan's strength was comparable to that of any of the existence of these few invincible high-ranking gods. At that time, his laws of space had not yet entered the realm of small perfection. And now, with the breakthrough of the law of space, his strength has been further transformed, which can be called the transformation of qualitative change. Call out. Duan Lingtian swept out with a sword, and the colorful glow of the clouds completely robbed the limelight of the ice and snow world that had been affected by the power of Lingjing, making this world colorful. Moreover, Duan Lingshan's sword made the space constantly tremble, and a terrible storm of power swept through it. It was just a confrontation that resisted the joint efforts of the 4 Lengjing. Boom! Rumble! In a brief confrontation, Duan Lingshan's strength and the strength of Leng Jing's 4 collided. The terrible force collided, causing the void to burst, and a huge black hole in space appeared. Then the space vortex appeared, and it was easy to get away from the surroundings. The flowers and soil on the ground were all rolled in. In addition, the aftermath of power dispersed, turning a large area around it into ruins, devastated everywhere. How is this possible? Leng Jing's shocked voice suddenly resounded in the silence after the burst of power, his tone of panic, shock, and incredible in his voice. Invincible high-ranking god? Immediately afterwards, another trembling voice rang out in an exclamation, and it was one of the three old people who shot with calmly and screamed. At the same time, Zhong Yu and Hu Fian, who had been fighting each other evenly, were shocked by the collision of forces just now, and they did not continue to fight. When they looked at where the sound was coming from, saw the ruins and devastation in front of them, and the spatial vortex floating in the void for a long time, they also showed awe and incredible expressions. Immediately afterwards, they could see that Leng Jing's four had retreated far away. Judging from their current state, it could be seen that they all looked a little embarrassed. On the other side, Duan Lingtian didn't seem to be much better, but it was just like this that shocked them inexplicably. The law of space in the realm of small perfection? At the same time, Hu Fian, who is also good at space laws, watched Duan Lingtian suddenly exclaimed, Your space laws broke through? At this moment, Hu Fian's tone seemed to be filled with trembling and amazement. She knew Duan Lingshan's strength, because in the past she and Duan Lingtian had a battle, and the two were evenly matched. However, in that evenly matched competition, Duan Lingshan's space law was far behind her space law, and she had not yet stepped into the realm of small perfection. Duan Lingtian relied solely on the astonishing and terrifying kendo to draw a tie with her. This Li Feng broke through the law of space? Hu Fian's heart was also trembling violently at this time. With his attainments in kendo, the law of space has broken through to the realm of small perfection. His hands are probably not weaker than that of Linghu Yundi, right? At this moment, it was Hu Fian who couldn't help but think of Linghu Yundi. At the same time, looking at the scene where Duan Lingtian and Leng Jing were clearly evenly matched after the battle, she also further confirmed her guess. This Li Feng, if the sword is further advanced, I am afraid it can be compared with the invincible high-ranking god. The law of space reaches the state of small perfection. Even if it goes further, if it is not the state of great perfection, the improvement is limited, and it is not enough to produce qualitative change. Only with a big breakthrough in kendo can the opponent have the strength comparable to the invincible high-ranking before the law of space has broken through to the realm of Dzogchen. Hu Fian knew this very well, because her space law has already entered the realm of small perfection, and now the reason why her strength can reach the point of being close to the invincible high-ranking deity is entirely based on his control. It was Zhong Yu who had just fought with her. Although the law he was good at had also broken through to the realm of small perfection, what allowed him to possess the strength close to the invincible high-ranking gods was also one of the 4 ways of weapons he mastered. Chapter 4477. He is not an invincible high-ranking god. The other old man who shot with Leng Jing just now has sharp eyes, staring at Duan Lingtian like a goshawk staring at its prey. His eyes are full of fear. His space law is just the space law of the small perfect state. The reason why his strength can reach this level is entirely because of the swordsmanship he masters against the sky. His current strength. I am afraid it is not weaker than Miss Linghu Yundi from the Linghu family that day. The old man comes from the Zhong clan of Tai Ling, and is the elder of the Zhong clan of Tai Ling. This time he left the clan and rushed over after receiving Zhong Yu's information. He was to help his young patriarch and kill the young patriarch who wanted to kill him. People. On the way, he also heard from the young patriarch, why didn't he attack the opponent before? It's entirely because Linghu Yundi intervened. In this regard, he can also understand the feelings of the young patriarch of his own family. The eldest lady of the Tianmen Linghu family sheltered each other. Even if the young patriarch of his family and Leng Jing joined forces, he would not get any benefit, and would also offend him because of this. Hu Yundi. Offending Linghu Yundi is not much different from offending Linghu family. It was precisely because he had heard of Linghu Yundi before, at this moment, he would take out Linghu Yundi, who is recognized as the first person under the invincible upper deity in Pingxiong territory, to compare with the person in front of him. Not weaker than Linghu Yundi? Standing in the distance, Zhong Yu's expression was extremely ugly. At the same time, he stared at Duan Lingtian from a distance, and asked in a deep voice, Your Excellency, dare you to ask where are you from? Perhaps, the forces behind you have an old relationship with my Tai Ling Zhong clan. After Zhongyu said that, his tone was obviously more polite, but as long as he was a normal person, he could hear the unwillingness and anger behind his suppressed tone. However, facing Zhongyu's inquiry, Duan Lingtian just glanced at him lightly, then looked away, obviously not planning to respond to him. Seeing this, Zhongyu was immediately flushed with anger. Think of him as the young patriarch of the Zhong clan of Tai Ling. When has he been so ignored? If it weren't for the background behind the opponent, he would have exploded long ago. I don't believe his strength can be compared to Linghu Yundi. When Zhongyu was so angry that his expression was ugly, Leng Jing's indifferent words followed. 3. We just underestimated him and were careless. Next, the 4 of us will try our best, but I want to see if he can resist it. If it can be blocked, it means that his strength is indeed not weaker than Linghu Yundi. At the same time as Leng Jing's voice fell, the eyes of the 3 people around him did not count, and they all fell on Zhongyu. They are members of the Zhong clan of Tai Ling. This time they were also called by the young patriarch of their own family. What they should do next naturally depends on what the young patriarch meant. Although Leng Jing has a good relationship with their young patriarch, it is not enough to give orders to them. After seeing Zhongyu's gloomy nodding, the 3 of them immediately agreed to Zhongyu, and then they rushed out again with Zhongyu. 5 terrifying bloods swept up, shooting the world. Obviously, the 4 of them shot again, just as Leng Jing said, using their best and no more reservations. The 4 figures carry 4 terrifying powers, as if the sky and the earth are straddling the ages, and the overlapping powers permeated the void, causing the void to burst and collapse. The 4 people, like gods descending, are majestic and majestic. At this moment, they obscured the sky, as if incarnate into the sky, and wanted to suppress everything. Boom! Rumble! Wow! Wow! The terrible power was turbulent, and the surging heaven and earth visions spread out. If it weren't for a very distant place, the movement in front of it was enough to attract many people to come and watch. Of course, no one is inhabited, not really uninhabited. There must be people. Now, they must also have noticed the movement here, but because their strength is too weak, they dare not approach at all, for fear that they will be affected by Qiyu. Oh my god! What kind of powerhouse is fighting against? It's so earth-shattering. Thousands of miles away, a figure that was originally running paused, looking at the center of the burst of power. His eyes were full of horror. This movement. At least the upper gods, right? I'm afraid it's not an ordinary high-ranking god. In the other direction, 8,000 miles away, a sturdy figure stood on the top of the mountain, watching the distance from afar. His eyes were full of shock. Some time ago, I also stepped into the realm of a high-ranking god. But in front of this opponent, I'm afraid I can't stop even one move, right? Is the invincible high-ranking god? Even if it's not. I'm afraid it's a strong man close to the invincible high-ranking god. The center of the battlefield. Leng Jing did not believe that Duan Lingtian was not weaker than Linghu Yundi's strength, and once again joined forces with the 3 powers close to the invincible high-ranking gods to attack Duan Lingtian. This time, the 4 of them no longer kept their hands, and all took out the means of pressing the bottom of the box. Not far away, both Zhongyu and Hu Fian did not fight each other tacitly. One is because she has already tested out Zhongyu's strength, which is comparable to her. No one is better than anyone, and no one is weaker than anyone. Second, now she wants to see the real means after the breakthrough of Duan Lingshan's space law. This Li Feng also has the law clone. After the space law breaks through, his space law clone must be stronger. Hu Fian secretly said. She still knows some of Duan Lingshan's whole cards. At the same time, when faced with the 4 Leng Jing who were making a comeback again, Duan Lingtian not only flinched without the slightest fear, but even dazzled and greeted him with a flash of body shape. In the process of Duan Lingtian rushing out, while the power of the surrounding space storm swept across the void, another Duan Lingtian appeared. However, the gaze of this Duan Lingtian seemed a bit dull. However, although the person looked a little dull and sluggish, when he moved, he was not much slower than Duan Lingshan's deity, and even more concise and crisp. Law clone. Zhong Yu's pupils shrank slightly. Is this man from 10,000 realms? Although there are also law clones in the inheritance bloodline of powerful forces in the outside world, there are very few and more powerful people with law clones from the 10,000 realms outside the outside world. Wan Jie, to Zhong Yu, is both familiar and unfamiliar. The reason why he is said to be familiar is because he has heard from his elders since he was a child that the strong realms in the 10,000 realms are like clouds, especially the upper 3 realms. They have the strong realms comparable to the sages outside their realms. In addition, in their Tailing Zhong clan, there are also some offerings from the 10,000 realms. Therefore, he is somewhat familiar with 10,000 realms. Of course, while he is familiar with this aspect, because he has never been to the 10,000 worlds, all kinds of understanding of the 10,000 worlds are only heard, so in this respect he is very unfamiliar with the 10,000 worlds. He only knew the powers of the saints in the 3 realms of the 10,000 worlds, and the powers under the saints, he didn't know much. This person, if he really comes from 10,000 realms, then there is a high probability that he comes from a semi-sage force in 10,000 realms. Thinking of all the previous things, Zhong Yu quickly had an inference in his heart. At the same time that Zhong Yu's thoughts fell, the 6 figures in the field had already clashed together again. Duan Lingtian, 2 enemies 4. Of course, the law clone is not actually an outsider, so it is not an exaggeration to say that Duan Lingtian is 1 enemy 4. After all, while he has the law clone, he has no blood to rely on. As for the 4 people on the opposite side, the power of the bloodline exploded at this time, and they spared no effort, clearly wanting to join forces to suppress Duan Lingtian. Hu Fian. Zhong Yu looked at Hu Fian, and the voice transmission asked, "This one, from which realm of the 10,000 realms? Who told you that he is a man of 10,000 realms?" Although Hu Fian marveled at Zhong Yu's keenness in his heart, when he responded, he was imaginary. Okay. And Zhong Yu was also successfully misled by Hu Fian. If it weren't from the 10,000 realms, then it could only come from one of the dozen forces. In places outside the realm, the inherited bloodline does not contain the power of the bloodline, and there are only a few more than a dozen powers that are more than half holy who are clones of the law. And there is only one such saint power. Wrong. Suddenly, Zhong Yu seemed to think of something and shook his head. The Zhong clan behind me is a family, so I habitually think about family power. This person who owns the law clone does not mean that he does not belong to other powerful forces in the outside world, except for those who are not from the dozens of family forces in the outside world. Perhaps he came from a powerful sect outside the world. Or maybe he is a disciple of a semi-holy or above powerhouse. The reason why Duan Lingtian had a semi-sage behind it was completely because he felt that Duan Lingtian was not jealous of him, let alone fearful. And the Tai Ling Zhong clan behind him is, anyhow, a powerful force in the 2nd echelon in Pingxiong. Although there is no semi-sage power in control, there are also several strong in the clan. Among them, there is also an existence like Hu Bugue, the commander of the Yentian army, who is close to a half-sage. Such a force, the other party is not afraid, it is obviously bigger. Okay? And while Zhong Yu was still speculating, the loud roar from his ears and the terrifying aftermath of oncoming power made him have to rush to resist. All the distracted attention was also completely condensed at this moment and fell on the field. At this time, Duan Lingtian and Leng Jing's second confrontation finally had a result after a brief head-on confrontation. How's it going? Zhong Yu's heart moved. Hu Fian, who was not far away, was also staring at the field, the smoke and dust in the sky, from the beginning of the billowing to the present gradually falling, but it was a matter of instant effort. The smoke dissipated, and everything in the field clearly fell into the eyes of Hu Fian and Zhong Yu. But the next moment, the two of them were all together for a while, their eyes dull. This? Please remember the domain name of this book's first publication. _WAP. Chapter 4478. Under the eyes of Hu Fian and Zhong Yu, the 4 Leng Jing stood apart in the distance, panting, pale and bleeding from the corners of their mouths, obviously suffering serious injuries. On the other side, A young man dressed in purple stood there with a pale face. As for his law clone, at this time, he looked a little illusory, as if he might collapse at any time. If you don't enter the invincible high-ranking gods, you still can't completely crush these existences that are close to the invincible high-ranking gods. Duan Lingtian sighed secretly as he looked at the four people in the distance. Just now, he can say that he has shot with all his strength. Even if no other laws are used. Other laws, before reaching the realm of small perfection, in fact, the algorithm is cloned. Faced with such a battle, it is also cannon fodder, and it is of little use at all. Of course, in this battle, Duan Lingtian is proud that he did not use the power of the Tree of Life in the small world in his body, and the power of one of the 5 element gods, Jingshi Shinshui. If it is borrowed, Lung Jing's for will be further traumatized by him, and he himself will not be so embarrassed. Even though he is far from being embarrassed by the Lung Jing for now. As for the complete defeat, and even the killing of the 4 Lung Jing. Even with the help of the life tree and Jingshi Shinshui in the small world inside the body, Duan Lingtian couldn't do it. Unless the power of his law goes one step further and enters the realm of Dzogchen. Or maybe his kendo takes a big step forward. Both, once realized, Duan Lingtian will officially become the invincible high-ranking god, becoming a rare existence in this area of heaven and earth than the strongest. But the law of space, if you want to go further, it is extremely difficult, not only requires understanding but also requires a lot of luck, or chance. This time, my space law can smoothly enter the realm of small perfection. In addition to my past accumulation, more importantly, it is because I recently got recorded floating shadow beads shot by an invincible upper who is good at space law. In terms of kendo, I haven't improved in a long time. It feels, the further you go, the harder it is to improve. It's like my current state has come to an end. Perhaps, find some time, go back to the gods, find the master, and discuss with him. It should be a little enlightening. Duan Lingshan's kendo was enlightened by Feng Qingyang. Even if he walked out of his own way of space kendo behind, it was still born out of Feng Qingyang's own kendo. Perhaps Duan Lingshan's current overall strength is not weaker than Feng Qingyang, or even stronger. However, in terms of kendo, Duan Lingtian knows himself well, and there is still some distance from the gentle wind of the master. If my swordsmanship can reach the level of a master, I am afraid that after the breakthrough of the law of space, I will already be an invincible high-ranking god. Duan Lingtian secretly said. It is precisely because of this that he can further deeply realize how terrifying his master's accomplishments in swordsmanship are. Perhaps, even if it is a realm powerhouse, that is, Asage from outside the world, who is good at one of the 4 ways of heaven and earth, it is difficult to find a person who can match the master in the way of weapons, let alone find someone who surpasses the master. Duan Lingtian also had a further understanding of this point after coming to the outside world. The strongest, as long as they comprehend the law to the realm of great perfection, even if they don't perceive any of the 4 paths of heaven and earth, they have the strength close to semi-sage. Some of the powerful trees of life can directly have semi-sacred power. It is precisely because of this that after the invincible high-ranking gods become the strongest, the worst is the strength close to the semi-sage, the strong, and even can have the strength comparable to the semi-sage, or even the saint in one fell swoop. If it is those invincible high-ranking gods who have comprehended the laws to the realm of great perfection, and also comprehended one of the 4 paths of heaven and earth to extremely high attainments, after becoming the strongest, they will directly have the strength of saints. Such as Duan Lingtian now. If Duan Lingtian now comprehends the law of space to the realm of Dzogchen, and then becomes the strongest, with the swordsmanship he now masters, he can directly have the strength of a saint. At this moment, Duan Lingtian sighed secretly here, regretting that he felt that he couldn't completely crush the 4 people in front of him, which was a big shortcoming. On the other side, apart from Hu Fian and Zhong Yu being shocked by Duan Lingshan's hands, the 4 Leng Jing who had just experienced an unusual collision with Duan Lingtian at this time looked at Duan Lingtian with sincere eyes. Horrified and unbelievable. How can he be so strong? Obviously, it is not the invincible high-ranking god. His kendo is too strong. It feels. Even if Linghu Yundi is here, he may not be his opponent. Leng Jing's heart trembled. He didn't believe that the opponent was weaker than Linghu Yundi before, but after another confrontation just now, and it was a confrontation with his full shot, he had to believe. The opponent does have the strength not weaker than Linghu Yundi. This person, who is it? With such strength, let alone in our Pingxiong realm, even if we look at the 3 holy realms, or even places outside the realm, they are definitely not unknown people. Which power is he from? The other 3 from the Tai Ling Zhong clan were close to the invincible high-ranking gods. When they stared at Duan Lington, their hearts trembled constantly. As for Zhongyu, after some communication with Leng Jing, his heart was also weak. As far as the offline situation is concerned, they do not have any upper hand, and it can even be said to be a disadvantage. If they are really fighting for life and death, I am afraid they are still slightly inferior. Of course, it is almost impossible for the other party to kill any of them. However, the more serious injuries are definitely on their side. Zhong Yu flashed away, and he came to Leng Jing's side. At the same time, his eyes fell on Duan Lingtian again. He slightly arched his hands and said, "Your strength is admirable. My junior was killed by your servants, so let's give it up. What do you think?" Zhong Yu, after all, chose to make concessions. No concessions will not work. If you continue to do it, even if you don't get crushed by the opponent, you will still be crushed and beaten by the opponent, and it is only them who are aggrieved. In the end, they could only retreat in embarrassment. As for the use of the projection object given by the strongest to summon the strongest deity, if they use it here, wouldn't the other side not use it? Not to mention the powerful and mysterious young man in purple clothes, Hu Fian, who can easily summon the deity projection of Hu Bugui, the leader of the Naiyan heavenly army. Hu Bugui, the leader of the Yentian army, is an existence close to the semi-sage, not weaker than the strongest of their Tai Ling Zhong clan. If Hu is not alone, it is enough to easily protect the other party. Not to mention, behind this mysterious purple-clothed youth, there is most likely a semi-holy presence. If the half-holy deity is projected, if there is no half-holy on their side, the price must be paid in the end, even not a small price. At that time, it will be them who will suffer. And their Tai Ling Zhong clan does not have a semi-holy existence. Therefore, it is undoubtedly the wisest choice to end this conflict at this time, so as to minimize the loss. Humph! However, Duan Lingtian, who heard Zhong Yu's words, suddenly snorted, "Do you think I am the one you can provoke, and you can retreat if you want?" Ridiculous! Duan Lingshan's stern shout made Zhong Yu's complexion suddenly change, and the complexions of Leng Jing also became ugly in an instant. Obviously, the other party is unwilling to give up. And this also made Zhong Yu, and even Leng Jing and others, more and more sure that behind this mysterious purple-clothed youth, there must be a half-sage or above. Otherwise, where does the other party have such confidence? Zhong Yu. If the projection of the semi-saint deity is shown, even if we summon the deity projections of our 2 strongest ancestors at the same time, I am afraid we have to bow our heads and compromise. When Leng Jing transmitted the sound to Zhong Yu, his tone was a little trembling. Half-holy. Such a strong person, the cold clan of them, can't afford to provoke them. Chapter 4479. Half-Saint. The Bingdi Leng clan can't afford it. The Tai Ling Zhong clan can't afford it either. Zhong Yu understands this truth very well. It is precisely because of this that he will compromise. Otherwise, with the pride of him as the young patriarch of the Zhong clan of Tai Ling, how could he bow his head like just now? You know, for the first time in his life, he bowed his head like that. "Sir, what do you want?" After hearing Leng Jing's transmission, Zhong Yu took a deep breath, looked at Duan Lingtian, and asked sincerely. There was no longer the previous arrogance, only politeness and a hint of humility. There was a semi-holy thing behind the opponent, although it was all his guess. However, even if it was a guess, he did not dare to bet. Because the bet is lost, the price is too high. Moreover, he is 90% sure of his guess. Therefore, he did not dare to bet, nor could he bet. I'm not a kid anymore. If you do something wrong, you have to pay a price. Duan Lingtian glanced at Zhongyu indifferently and said, I heard that in tailing, your Zhong clan has mastered a Elysium Flower Valley. I'm not greedy, Elysium Flower King, just give me 9 plants. When the voice fell, he didn't care about Zhongyu, whose face changed suddenly, and then looked at Leng Jing. Iceland Leng clan, the captive Biming Hanyu, has long been like Lei Guan. On your side, I am also not greedy. Give me 3 northern underworld fish kings. Whether it is the king of bliss or the king of the North Sea fish, they are extremely rare treasures of heaven and earth, and they have a great effect on the cultivation of the monks under the upper gods. Even high-ranking gods can use them to refine their divine power, but few people are extravagant to do so. Even the Zhong clan and the Leng clan would not allow the upper gods in the clan to do such things, because this is an extremely extravagant and wasteful thing. As Duan Lingshan's voice fell, Leng Jing's face changed instantly. This is not greedy? The Leng clan, although they raise the northern underworld fish in captivity, the northern underworld fish is very difficult to raise, and it consumes a lot of valuable resources of the Leng clan. And the northern underworld fish emperor, among the northern underworld fish, is one of the only existence in a million. In the past 10,000 years, among the North Underworld cold fishes raised by their Leng clan, there have also been 2 North Underworld cold fish emperors. And now, when this mysterious young man opened his mouth, he actually asked for 3? If this can be called not greedy, what is greedy? You know, it is that their Leng clan can now produce at most 10 or 8 Northern Underworld cold fish emperors, and that is already where their Leng clan's deposits are. The situation on Zhongyu's side is similar. 9 trees of bliss cow? This is not greedy? Why don't you go to heaven? Although he felt that the person in front of him was greedy, Zhongyu didn't anger him because of the situation. He had no second choice other than active compensation. Zhongyu. Leng Jing sent a message to Zhongyu and complained, this time I am trying to help you. What he wants from me should be yours. Now, Leng Jing really regretted it, and he would have known it a long time ago. What happened to him this time? What happened to his frozen clan? However, Zhongyu smiled coldly after hearing Leng Jing's complaint. Leng Jing, from beginning to end, I didn't take the initiative to ask you for help. You are the one who is hot, you must follow me to join in the fun. Including the comeback now, although it is my plan before I tell the plan, are you encouraging? If there is nothing wrong, you are afraid that the world will not be chaotic. Now, something has happened, you want to separate the relationship? Is there such a good thing in this world? Zhongyu is also a little angry now. This Leng Jing, he really didn't expect him to be of much help, including the helpers who came now, who were all members of the Zhong clan he had called. And now, having caused trouble together, he actually wants to separate the relationship? Simply wishful thinking. Your mightiness. Taking a deep breath, Zhongyu looked at Duan Lingtian. He was irritated by Leng Jing Chuan Yin, and he was no longer in the mood to bargain with the other party. The king of bliss you want, our Zhong family can give it to you. But I don't have it. It needs to be fetched from the Hui clan. Okay, I'll be waiting for you here. Duan Lingtian nodded. He didn't expect the other party to bring so many king of bliss with him. As for bad debts? He is not worried. Judging from the current situation, Zhongyu is obviously very jealous of him. The high probability is that he feels that there is more than a half-sage behind him, and he does not dare to provoke him. Not only Zhongyu didn't dare to provoke, but the Zhong clan behind Zhongyu didn't dare to provoke a semi-sage power easily. I will come back as soon as possible. Zhongyu nodded to Duan Lingtian, and then he greeted his people to leave. When they came, they were majestic when they left. It's just that when the Tai Ling Zhong clan and his party left, they obviously lost their aggressive momentum, one by one, their heads down and their morale lost. When you come, imagine trying to push the other side and get what you want. When I left, the matter was unsuccessful, and he retreated in embarrassment. Zhongyu took people away like this, all of a sudden, except for Duan Lingtian and Hu Fian, there was only Leng Jing left on the scene. And Duan Lingshan's gaze fell on Leng Jing's body at this time. After Leng Jing noticed Duan Lingshan's gaze and Hu Fian's gaze following him, he felt a chill in his heart. Not to mention that the young man in front of him is far from being a rival, plus Hu Fian's words. If the two join hands, even if they really keep him here forever, it's not impossible. 3 northern underworld fish emperors, I will get them from the Hui clan. While Leng Jing secretly took a breath of air conditioning, he hurriedly expressed his stance to Duan Lingtian, as if he was afraid that he would be too late to express his stance, and Duan Lingtian would misunderstand that he was unwilling to pay compensation. When the voice fell, Leng Jing also ran away in a hurry. After Leng Jing left, Duan Lingtian looked at Hu Fian and said silently, "Didn't you say they would bargain? Why are they so happy?" "I asked to be lowered?" "I knew that, so we'll say more. Whether it is the King of Bliss with the Zhong clan of Tai Ling, or the King of North Sea Fish from the Bingdileng clan, it is Hu Fian's idea and Hu Fian's suggestion. According to Hu Fian's original words, these two things are very rare things, so you can quote a price and wait for the other party to pay. Such as the Northern Underworld Fish Emperor, it is already a pleasant surprise to get one. Bliss Cow, if you can get 3 or 5 plants, it's not bad." Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Hu Fian was actually a little speechless. The scene just now also surprised her. She never expected that Zhong Yu and Leng Jing would be so happy. Could it be that those two guys really thought there was a semi-sage power behind Li Feng? I'm afraid it is indeed the case. Otherwise, how could they cooperate like this? They are not bargaining. For a while, Hu Fian looked at Duan Lingtian with a bit more envy. 9 trees of Bliss Cow, 3 North Sea Fish Kings. Even for her, this is a great asset. Even, this is the treasure that can make the strongest fight. The other side. On the way to bring people back to the Zhong clan in Tailing, Zhong Yu's expression was so ugly and ugly. He never expected that this time he would lose so badly. Even if the strength is not as good as the opponent, even the background is far inferior to the opponent. "Senior brother, you have hurt me miserably, brother." Now, Zhong Yu has already regretted being up for his junior. For a dead deceased, the loss was so heavy. Zhong Yu could imagine that his father, the contemporary patriarch of the Zhong clan, would definitely scold him when he returned this time. Once the 9 trees of Bliss Cow go out, this news is impossible to hide. At that time, his father will also be under pressure from the clan elders in the clan. After all, Bliss Cow belongs to the family, not his father. And the matter was caused by him. No. Even if I hand over the things this time, I can't make him feel better. He is carrying a lot of treasure, enough to make some strong people desperate for it. Among them, it also includes the Xian. A flash of madness flashed in Zhong Yu's eyes. 9 trees of Bliss Cow. 3 Northern Underworld Fish Kings. Enough to make many Xians go crazy. However, even if we want to spread the news, we must be careful. We can't let him find the heads of our Zhong clan again. It's best to lead this disaster to the Leng clan. Thinking of this, the corner of Zhong Yu's mouth also gave a sneer at the right time. When Zhong Yu brought people back to the Zhong clan in Tailing, Leng Jing also returned to the Bingdileng clan alone. This time, the uncle must be under great pressure. I knew it, I want join in this excitement. When Ling Hu Yundi left, how good I was to go to the Hui clan. Why should I join Zhong Yu in the fun? Ling Jing now has regrets in his intestines. Whether it was the Zhong clan of Tai Ling or the Bingdileng clan, with the return of Zhong Yu and Leng Jing, great shocks occurred. After all, whether it is the 9 Flower Kings of Bliss or the 3 North Sea Fish Kings, they are too important and precious to the Zhong family and the Leng family. However, when he heard Zhong Yu and Leng Jing say that those who asked for these things, there was a semi-holy person behind them in 9 out of 10, although the senior leaders of the 2 clans were reluctant, but they were forced to take out things due to the situation. On Zhong Yu's side, because many people testified, the Zhong clan also directly gave him things and asked him to send them there. On Leng Jing's side, because he was alone and no one testified, there were several elders from the Leng clan who bluntly said that in order to prevent Leng Jing from being robbed of things on the way, they also followed this time. In fact, Leng Jing knew in his heart that these clan elders were not worried that they would be robbed, but worried that they would lie to the sky and deceive the 3 Baiming Hanyu emperors. Chapter 4480. 9 Bliss Cow. 3 Northern Netherfrost Jade Emperors. These 2 treasures are extremely precious to the tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdi Lung clan. Therefore, after Zhong Yu and Lung Jing left with their belongings, the senior leaders of the 2 clans also began to surround them. There was a heated discussion on how to punish Zhong Yu and Lung Jing. This time, even if there are people behind Zhong Yu and Lung Jing, it is impossible to protect them without thinking, and the people behind them also need to take care of others. After all, public anger is hard to come by. This time, because of the actions of the 2, the family suffered a huge loss, and it would be difficult to convince the public if they were not severely punished. And now Zhong Yu and Lung Jing are on their way to the place where Duan Lingtian is, and they don't know yet that the clan behind them has already decided on their punishment. Zhong Yu's side is okay. After all, he is the young patriarch of the Zhong family, and he is also a star of tomorrow that the Zhong family has entrusted with high hopes, so the punishment for him is somewhat restrained. On the other hand, Lung Jing was not so lucky. The punishment waiting for him was more than double the punishment that Zhong Yu was about to face. Your Excellency, this is the 9 bliss cow you want. When Zhong Yu left, he brought a dozen people with him, and when he returned to Duan Lingtian again, there were only 4 people, and only the 3 who were close to the invincible superior gods. Seeing Zhong Yu sending the things out, the 3 of them all showed pain in their faces. After all, the 9 Flower Kings of Bliss is also a treasure for their Zhong family, which may slow down the cultivation process of some outstanding descendants of their Zhong family. Okay. Duan Lingtian nodded lightly and took the things away. After accepting Na Jie as the master, he saw that there were 9 very strange-looking flower plants suspended in the air in the space inside. There is no force entangled in them, they are completely relying on their own aura, standing in the sky, giving people a feeling of vitality. The 9 Bliss Flower Kings seem to have life. When Duan Lingtian checked them through Neji, the originally huge flowers began to close, and finally closed completely, turning into flower buds. It's amazing! Seeing this scene, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but sigh and sigh. It was the first time in his life that he saw such a magical flower. It is indeed a rare existence in the world. Ordinary bliss flowers, the effect is average, only useful for cultivators under the gods. But the Bliss Flower King is aimed at the cultivators above the gods and under the gods. Even, the effect of Bliss Cow is far better than Shen Yunquan. According to Duan Lingshan's understanding through the pure world Shen Shui, one of the 5 elements of the small world in the body, the Bliss Flower is not comparable to the god Yunquan, but the god Yunquan is not comparable to the King of Bliss Flowers, the Bliss Flower King. Even in terms of assistance to cultivation, Cow Bliss is far superior to Shen Yunquan in any aspect. Whether it is the absorption speed, the degree of absorption, or even the effect, all-round bursts of the Shen Yunquan. The most important is, Shen Yunquan has requirements for the cultivation of the user, and those who are too weak cannot bear the medicinal power of Shen Yunquan. And Cow Bliss, even a mortal without any cultivation, can take it, and even after taking it, the medicinal power will be stored in his body and slowly released for him to absorb, cultivate, and digest. Previously, after learning this from Jingshi Shenshui's mouth, Duan Lingtian can be said to be extremely pleasantly surprised. This also means that his relatives with lower cultivation bases can also quickly improve their cultivation bases by taking Bliss Flower King, not only becoming gods, but even becoming kings, emperors, and even gods. You must know that in the past, for many of his close relatives, this was tantamount to a dream, because of the limitation of talent, let alone a king or above, it was a difficult thing to become a god. And now, the problem is solved. Of course, even if he can go to the back, he depends on how his relatives choose. After all, once he steps into the realm of the king, he will begin to face a 1,000-year calamity. At that point, it is not impossible to retreat without advancing. If you don't enter, you will perish under the 1,000-year calamity, and you will die. If you don't enter the realm of the King of Gods, you don't need to face the 1,000-year catastrophe, you can still live forever, and live with the heaven and the earth. Of course, if it is said to be eternal life, in fact, if there is not enough strength to protect oneself, there will be more cultivators in a place rich in spiritual energy, and naturally the cultivation progress will be slow. At this time, the strong will drive out the weak. If you want to truly achieve eternal life without desire, you can only go to places that are not suitable for cultivation. That is the place where mortals gather. But what's the point of being in that place? You can only watch your new mortal friends die from generation to generation, while you live forever alone. Maybe there are people around you, but how many people are there always by your side? After the trip to the 3 sacred realms, find an opportunity to return to the God-defying realm. Then, give the things to Huaner, Xiaofei'er, and their parents. Others Duan Lingtian does not know. However, Huaner, Xiaofei'er, and his father Duan Ruffing, as long as they have the opportunity, they will definitely choose to take the path of the King of Gods and pursue a higher level of cultivation. Not only to protect the people around him, but also to follow his footsteps closer. After the 9 Blissflower Kings arrived, Zhongyu deliberately calmed down, politely bid farewell to Duan Lingtian, and then turned around and left. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian continued to wait for the arrival of the Bingdi Leng clan, Leng Jing. The Blissflower King has arrived, but the Jade Emperor of Beiminghan has not arrived yet. Half a month later, Duan Lingtian finally waited for Leng Jing's arrival. Next to Leng Jing, there were 2 new faces, 2 old people who looked old. Although they were polite when they arrived, they still asked Duan Lingtian to learn from each other. As long as you beat them, not only 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings will be given away, but also 100 North Netherfrost Fish. Even the ordinary Beiminghanyu is more precious than the ordinary Blissflower, and it is not inferior to the Shen Yunquan. Moreover, the Beiminghan fish is different from the Blissflower. The Blissflower is a treasure that helps people improve their cultivation, while the Beiminghan fish is more inclined to help people wash the tendons and cut the marrow, reborn, and can explore a person's potential and talent. For people with extraordinary talent, no amount of Beiminghan Fish Emperor will be of any help, but for people whose talent has not reached the extreme limit, Beiminghan Jade Emperor is of great use. Ordinary Beiminghanyu also has a great effect on people with mediocre or even low talent. Hundreds of North Netherfrost fish? Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that the 2 old men from the Bingdi Leng clan obviously wanted to test their own strength to verify whether Leng Jing was working with him to win the Beiminghan Fish Emperor of the Leng clan. And for him, if he wants to successfully get the 3 Northern Netherfrost Fish Kings, this battle is inevitable. He is very clear about this. Therefore, he did not refuse. The result of the discussion came out very quickly. Within 30 moves, Duan Lingtian completely suppressed the 2 elders of the Leng clan and convinced them. The strength of the 2, although they are close to the invincible upper gods like Leng Jing, they are obviously much stronger than Leng Jing, and their rich combat experience is far from Leng Jing's. That's all. Duan Lingtian, in addition to getting 3 Beiminghan Fish Emperors from the Bingdi Leng clan, also got 100 Beiminghan fish, which can be said to be a great harvest. After that, the 2 elders of the Leng clan, in their polite words, also speculated that they wanted to inquire about Duan Lingshan's origin. However, Duan Lingtian ignored them. Because he knows that at this time, if he talks too much, he will lose, and if he stays arrogant, he can make the other party more vicious. Otherwise, if the other party knows that there is no semi-sacred existence behind him, why not directly summon the strongest of the Leng clan to come and destroy him? It really irritated the Leng clan, even if the Yantian army commander Hu Bugue, or even the Chengtian sword Situ Lei came in person, I am afraid that he may not be able to save his life. As a powerful clan in the Pingxiong realm, the Leng clan is not only powerful in itself, but also has an amazing network of connections. This is what Duan Lingtian heard from Hu Fian. If a half-sage leaves, what who does not return, what Situ Lei, even if the deity comes, it is useless. At that time, only the existence of the same semi-sage or above can save him. It's just, where did he go to find existences above the semi-sage to protect him? If he has achieved an invincible upper god, there may be a semi-sage, or even a saint, willing to take the initiative to protect him. But the problem is he hasn't come that far yet. Chapter 4481. The elders of the Bingdi Leng clan did not find out any useful information and could only watch Duan Lingtian, Hu Fian and Tan Xiaoding struttingly board the artifact spaceship and leave. Leng Jing, who was standing in place after the artifact spaceship disappeared behind his eyes, could feel the icy gaze falling on him. He felt a chill. He knew that the matter of sending the Birmingham Fish Emperor this time would not be so easy to end. As the party who dragged down the Leng clan to hand over such a treasure, he will definitely be severely punished. This time, it's a complete setback. I just hope that the punishment for me within the clan will not be too harsh. Leng Jing felt bitter in his heart, but now he, besides regretted following Zhongyu to join in the fun, and even helping Zhongyu to get ahead. That Zhongyu, that's too boring. What if he bears everything? He is the young patriarch of the Zhong family and the future leader of the Zhong family. Even if the Zhong family wants to punish him, how much can they punish? The current Leng Jing hated Zhongyu in his heart. From now on, he and I are no longer friends. The current Zhongyu did not know what Leng Jing was thinking. On the way back to the Zhong family in Tailing, he sent a message back to the clan and told his father, the contemporary patriarch of the Zhong family, about his plans. Father, I'm not reconciled with this matter. I think you, and even the family, must not be reconciled. Although I guess that there are more than half sages behind that person, but that's just speculation after all. It would be great if we could take this opportunity to confirm. If I can't, I'm always a little bit angry. This time, Zhongyu didn't make his own decisions as he wanted to avenge his junior brother earlier. This time, in order to deal with the young man beside Hu Fian, he asked his father to go into action. His father represented the Tailing Zhong family. It's easy to get in touch with some of the strongest. Even if you want to leak secrets without knowing it, it is not difficult for the strongest to stare at each other. I will arrange this matter, you don't need to follow up. And Zhongyu's father, the contemporary patriarch of the Zhong family in Tailing, also responded quickly. Zhong Hanin is the contemporary patriarch of the Zhong clan in Tailing. He is a tall and burly middle-aged man who looks rough, but his big eyes are shining with wisdom. As the patriarch of the Zhong family in Tailing, Zhong Hanin himself is also a supreme power. Of course, they are just ordinary superpowers, not to mention semi-sages, and even Hu Bugui, the commander of the Yantian army, can't compare to them. However, this did not affect his status in the Zhong family. Because the strongest contemporary member of the Zhong family is the ancestor of his lineage, and also his great-grandfather. That is an existence with a strength close to a half-holy. Looking at the vast territory of Pingxiong, there are very few people who can compete with his great-grandfather. 9 Bliss Cow, such a big appetite. At this moment, Zhong Hanyan's face is also extremely gloomy, a pair of wise gongs and big eyes flashing with a cold luster. The whole person seems to be transformed into a fierce beast at this moment, choosing people to devour. No matter who you are, whether or not there is a demigod behind you. Our Zhong family's things are not so easy to swallow. While muttering, Zhong Hanyan's body suddenly vibrated and began to blur. Then, it disappeared silently in place, as if it had disappeared out of thin air. At the same time, in a room in a spacious courtyard of the Zhong family, Zhong Hanyan's figure appeared, crossed his legs, and then a human-shaped light and shadow rose from him and then escaped into the void. 9 Bliss Flower Kings, 3 Birmingham Fish Kings. If you want to come, many people are interested. The void space is a magical space that only the strongest can enter. When the superpower enters here with consciousness, it will manifest a new identity, which has nothing to do with the original identity. And this, there is no need for the strongest to do it intentionally. No one can tell how long the void space has existed, because all the superpowers will have a certain sense of the void space after breaking through to become the powerhouse, as if something is calling them. And when they consciously sneak in, they will find that they appear in an independent space, and they will have a new identity in that space. Whether it's appearance or breath, it's all changed. Here, even if you say who you are by name, no one will believe it, because no one can confirm that some of the people here are the people you know. Unless, the other party can tell some secret things that only they know each other, so that they can recognize each other inside. However, in the void space, there are too many superpowers, Many superpowers like to retire here when they have nothing to do, and some superpowers who are chasing more power are here to talk to others. There are those who talk about the power of laws, there are also those who talk about the 4 realms of heaven and earth, there are also those who talk about the potential of the tree of life and so on. There are also some superpowers who occasionally appear here, not for anything else, just to inquire about some news about the land of return to the ruins. The land of return to the ruins is similar to the existence of the secret realm, but unlike the secret realm that is artificially generated, the land of return to the ruins is said to be formed automatically by the power of the rules of this world. Inside, there is even a chance for the strongest. Some opportunities, not only ordinary superpowers, but also semi-sages, and even the existence of saints or above, can also be of great help to them and even go further. In those places, there are many superpowers who cannot enter in person, and only those below the superpowers can enter. At this time, a small number of supreme powers who have the invincible upper gods under their hands also occupied a great advantage. Under the strongest, the invincible superior is the strongest, which is recognized. In the face of the invincible upper gods, all the existences that are not strong enough to be invincible are basically like paper, fragile and vulnerable to a single blow. Such as Duan Ling Tian. Now, with his strength, there are few rivals under the invincible superior god Venerable. However, in the face of the real invincible superior god Venerable, he is afraid that he will not be able to withstand even 3 moves. The invincible superior god Venerable is a kind of qualitative change, not only the qualitative change of his own strength, even if it is beyond the world, and even the rules of heaven and earth above the 10,000 worlds, it will give him great power, so that he can get a qualitative change in all aspects. You know, this has always been a treatment only after the achievement of the strongest. The baptism of the rules of heaven and earth, giving great power. Weili, short for great power. It stands to reason that the land of return to the ruins is extremely important, and the most powerful people, even if they know about it, will treasure it for themselves, and it is impossible to share news about the land of return to the ruins with others. However, if some places of return to the ruins are targeted by some powerful people, those weak and strong people who know the news, seeing that they can't get a share of the pie, will often enter the void space and spread the news. Its purpose is only to prevent those powerful supreme beings from swallowing up the land of ruins. Only in this way can they be a little happier. Although harming others is not good for themselves, for them, comfort is the most important thing. I can't get it and you don't want to get it so easily. And now, Zhong Hanin, the patriarch of the Zhong clan in Tailing, came to Taishu space to spread the news that the superior who has strength is only close to the invincible superior god, and he is carrying 9 blissful flower kings and 3 Beiminghen. The fish emperor, in a certain direction, is going somewhere news. Of course, this kind of news, the powerful Xian, will not pay attention. First of all, they didn't pay much attention to the 9 bliss flower kings and the 3 northern netherfrost fish kings. Second, they also felt that it would be a loss of identity to take action against such a weak existence. However, this is not attractive to the powerful Xians, but it does not mean that it is not attractive to those who are at the bottom of the Xians. Chapter 4482. Deputy Commander Hu, then we will leave here and there will be a future. When there was still some distance from the border between the Wind Holy Land and the Thunder Holy Land, Duan Lingtian sent Hu Fian out of the artifact spaceship, looked at Hu Fian, and said with a smile, "Li Feng, you must keep a low profile and bide your time along the way." The 2 big clans seem to be bowing their heads, but they are not sure what small moves will be made later. It is a very simple thing to borrow a knife to kill, especially if you are carrying treasure. Hu Fian said solemnly, "Although, you may have some trump cards in your hand, and you are not afraid of ordinary powerhouses. But, those methods are also one less. If you run out, unless there is a strong deity behind you to come to protect you, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be more fortunate." Speaking of later, Hu Fian's face became more and more early. "Many thanks to Deputy Commander Hu for reminding me, I will be careful." Duan Lingtian nodded, although there was still a faint smile on his face, but his gaze was a little more solemn. Farewell. Hu Fian nodded at Duan Lingtian, then took out an artifact spaceship and drove the spaceship to fly away. In the blink of an eye, it turned into a small black spot, and then completely disappeared in front of Duan Lingshan's eyes. She said what she had to say. She did what she had to do. What happens next depends on Li Feng's own creation. Of course, on her side, it also depends on her own good fortune. This time, it was Hu Fian who took the initiative to part ways with Duan Lingtian. According to Hu Fian, the reason why she decided to go with Duan Lingtian before was because she felt that Duan Lingshan's strength was comparable to his, and the two of them could help each other and promote each other. Even if there is any danger, the two go hand in hand. But now, Duan Lingshan's space law has further broken through, and he has the strength to surpass her in all directions in one fell swoop. If he walks with her in the future, it will not only be difficult for her to promote, but it may also make her feel slack, which is not conducive to cultivation and self-improvement. In fact, this was the most fundamental reason why Hu Fian planned to separate from Duan Lingtian. Seeing Hu Fian leaving, Duan Lingtian didn't go back to the artifact spaceship for the first time, but dodged and disappeared. Reappearing, it is already in the distance. Duan Lingshan's figure constantly shuttled back and forth around. Soon, his figure stopped, and as he stretched out his hand, a figure was also pulled out by his power. He was a sloppy middle-aged man. This sloppy middle-aged man, Duan Lingtian, is not oblivious. It is the person who brought Zhongyu and others to find them before, and it is the remnant of a bandit organization that Tan Xiuting killed earlier. And Zhongyu, because the leader of this person's organization is his junior brother, that's why this time he will come forward. Sir, spare your life. Your lord, spare your life. After being caught out by Duan Lingtian, the sloppy middle-aged complexion changed dramatically, and the thing he was most unwilling to face in his heart finally happened. In fact, when Zhongyu made a comeback when he found the person in front of him through him, he knew that if the person in front of him was safe, he would definitely think of being followed. If you continue to follow the other party, you will take great risks. After all, the other party is not an idiot. What a joke! An idiot can cultivate to such a level? However, although he was reluctant to follow, and even when Zhongyu gave instructions, he specifically stated his intentions, but Zhongyu threatened him with both toughness and softness. In the end, he even put a taboo poison on him that required regular antidote, and let him no choice but to follow Zhongyu's words again. Zhongyu made you stare at us? Duan Lingtian glanced at the middle-aged man indifferently and asked in a calm tone. Previously, 9 times out of 10, the person in front of him followed and provided Zhongyu with their whereabouts in time. Only then could Zhongyu lead the person to catch up with precision. As for the middle-aged, after hearing Duan Lingshan's words, he smiled wryly and shook his head. Before, it was Zhongyu who asked me to follow you. However, after they retreated, Zhongyu didn't contact me anymore. Instead it was the Bingdi Lung clan. Lung Jing contacted me and asked me to help follow you. He drugged me, so I had to do it. Sir, please spare my life. It's not what I want. The middle-aged begged. However, Duan Lingtian ignored the middle-aged man. He lifted his hand, and his palm suddenly formed a fist. In an instant, a powerful force of space converged and directly killed the middle-aged man. After killing the middle-aged man and confirming that no one else was watching, Duan Lingtian just returned to the artifact spaceship and at the same time greeted Tan Xiuting. On the next journey, change your appearance and become an old man. As soon as the voice fell, Duan Lingshan's body also turned with divine power, and the aura of space law permeated. His appearance, at this moment, has undergone earth-shaking changes. The originally softer face has now become a lot more arrogant and arrogant. The purple robe on his body has also changed into a slightly loose black robe at this moment. A pair of thick eyebrows and big eyes, combined with a pair of stern eyes, look sharp, pressing. On Tan Xiaoteng's side, he also turned into an old man in a light gray robe, then bowed to Duan Lingtian and said respectfully in a hoarse and old voice, "Master, we will go to the Wind Holy Land next, or Lei Holy Land." Ahead is the border between the Wind Holy Land and the Thunder Holy Land, and Hu Fian, who had left earlier, was heading for the Wind Holy Land. Duan Lingun rolled his eyes and said, "Go to Thunder Holy Land." If you go to the Holy Land of Wind, you will still follow Hu Fian's footsteps, but if you go to the Holy Land of Thunder, the two will get farther and farther away. In the current situation, the latter is obviously better. After all, the distance from Hu Fian is too close, and the target will be bigger. The artifact spaceship is replaced with one. Duan Lingtian greeted Tan Xiaoding and asked Tan Xiaoding to replace the artifact spaceship with another one. After all, the previous artifact spaceship had two obvious goals. Pingxiong Realm. Close to the border between the Holy Land of Wind and the Holy Land of Thunder, it looks like a deserted mountain, but every once in a while, a few figures can still be seen flying through the air, flying straight into the depths of the mountains. But their destination was a building complex deep in the mountains. Here, it is also the location of a supreme power. Of course, whether it is compared with the Tailing Zhong clan or the Bingdi Lung clan, this power is far inferior. Because in this force, there is only one supreme power. Moreover, it is still in existence that has only entered the Xian for a few thousand years, and its strength is also at the bottom of the Xian. This force, called the Mountain Pavilion, is a very low-key hidden world force. But today, in the depths of this Mountain Pavilion, far away from the building complex, inside a cave dwelling, there is a middle-aged man in a fiery red robe, who suddenly opened his eyes. 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings, 9 Blissflower Kings? And near me? While the middle-aged red-robed man muttered to himself, the vicissitudes of his eyes, at this moment, could not help but show a bit of greed. If I can get these things, I'm a disciple of the Mountain Pavilion, maybe you'll be able to produce a few more good seedlings with the most powerful resources. However, since the other party has these treasures in their hands, I want to come, they are not ordinary people. It's still a long-term plan. Well, I'll go to the Lin family first and tell Brother Lin Yu about it. Chapter 4483. In the Pingxiong realm, the clan standing at the top is the first-class existence of the Tianmen Murong family, and the number is very small. Looking at the entire Pingxiong realm, there are very few. Below, there are existences such as the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdilung clan. There are more than a dozen existences at this level in the Pingxiong realm. There are even more Xian clans below, no less than dozens or hundreds. And the Lin clan is one of them. The Lin family's clan residence is adjacent to the border between the Wind Holy Land and the Thunder Holy Land. The distance from the Mountain Pavilion is not close, but it is definitely not far. As the only strong middle-aged red-robed middle-aged man in the Mountain Pavilion, Feng Su Yufeng went alone, and the whole person seemed to have turned into a flame, and it was like a fiery red meteor in the daytime piercing the sky, but it only took a quarter of an hour it was already outside the clan station of the Lin clan. Although as a superpower, looking at the entire Lin family, only one superpower in the Lin family can compare, but he is still very polite to say hello outside the Lin family. The supreme powerhouse of the Lin family is not much stronger than him, but he and the other party have known each other for a long time. The two have known each other when they were not supreme powerhouses. They saved each other's life and forged a deep friendship during those years. Even if they have become superpowers now and rarely get together, it still does not affect the Tsing-yi between them. Brother Lin Yu. The middle-aged Hong Pao heard a message and entered the Lin family's residence. In the Lin family's residence, a figure Feng Su rushed out of the wind and greeted him directly. Yi Fun, you and I haven't seen you for many years. I was thinking about going to the mountains recently. I met you in the pavilion, but I didn't expect you to come first. The person who came was a middle-aged man in a cyan robe with an elegant temperament. He was the ancestor of the Lin family, the pillar of the Lin family, Lin Yu. This time, since you are here, I must have a few drinks with you. Lin Yu smiled and said to the middle-aged man in red robe in front of him, that is, Lu Yifan, the supreme pavilion master of the Shanjian pavilion. And Lu Yifan, when he heard Lin Ye's words, shook his head and smiled. Brother Lin Yu, don't worry about drinking. I came to find you this time because I have an important matter. As soon as the words fell, while Lin Ye's smile subsided and his face was serious, Lu Yifan also told Lin Yu the news he had obtained in that void space. In his opinion, those things, if you want to eat them alone, you need to take too many risks. If we can join forces with Lin Yu, we can reduce many risks. Moreover, if he succeeds, it will also be a big favor for him to sell Lin Yu. 9 Blissflower Kings, 3 Northern Netherfrost Fish Kings? Hearing Lu Yifan's words, Lin Ye's eyes flickered. As far as I know, there are not many cow bliss in Pingxiong. There are only a few forces that breed cow bliss, and they are all stronger than our 2. Power. As for the Beiming Handfish Emperor, it is even rarer. In the territory of Pingxiong, only the 2 major clans, including the Bingdi Lung clan, exist. Speaking of this, Lin Yu looked at Lu Yifan and said with a look of fear, Yifan, the person who carries these treasures is definitely not an ordinary person. First of all, being able to get those things is enough to show that he is unusual. Lu Yifan agreed with Lin Ye's analysis. I think so too. However, the person who spread the news obviously didn't want that person to feel better. According to his original words, behind the other party, there seems to be a near half-sacred existence, and it is uncertain whether the other party has such a spirit in his hand. Accumulate essence and blood, but there is a high probability of not having it. Speaking of this, Lu Yifan paused for a moment, and then said with his eyes shining, Brother Lin Yu, wealth and wealth are in danger. As long as you and I join forces, even if the other party is a deity who is close to a semi-sage, we will have great confidence to escape. Birthday. At that time, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu traveled together. They used the rules that each other was good at, and cooperated with each other to develop a set of secret escape skills. You must know that at that time, one of them was the upper emperor, and the other was only the middle emperor. The other party is the median god. Since you and I stepped into Xion, we haven't teamed up to perform the space-time escape. The space-time escape method is the secret escape technique that the 2 of them jointly developed back then. The 2 matched the laws of time and space they were good at, and vibrated the frequency to generate a special resonance of the laws, thus opening the way to escape. Speaking of which, being able to master this secret skill back then was more due to luck. Because, let alone 2 different laws, even if it is the same law, it is almost impossible to synchronize the frequency vibration. And they, just by chance, mastered the perfect frequency of joining forces. Although I don't know how strong you and I are now with the time-space escape method. But I think, let alone the existence of the semi-sacred, even in front of the semi-sage, you and I may not be able to retreat. The most important thing is, the time and space escape method, we have used it a few times in total, and they are all used when the cultivation base is low. No one knows that it is our method. So, we don't have to worry about being targeted afterward. Lu Yifan said. Obviously, he had already thought about many things. Lin Yu heard this. Even though he was still cautious in the depths of his eyes, there was obviously some movement between his face changes. Your plan is not bad. However, if you really want to make a move before you set off, you and I had better familiarize yourself with it first to see if you can still grasp the frequency of the time-space escape method. Time and space escape is a secret escape technique created by the 2 of them together. The name is also taken by the 2 of them. Thinking of joining hands to perform it again, even Lin Ye's eyes have a little more anticipation. That's natural. Lu Yifan said with a smile. If you really want to drop the chain at a critical moment, and the other party has the spirit essence blood close to the semi-sacred existence to summon the other party's deity, you and I will both worry about our lives. At this moment, Duan Lingtian does not know. As the news spread in the void space, more and more supreme powers were staring at him. To be precise, he was eyeing the Blissflower King and Beiminghan Fish King in his hands. There was a gust of wind in the nearby area. Pingxiong realm? It's near our Thunder Holy Land. Moreover, it's still coming to the border between our Wind Holy Land and Thunder Holy Land. The treasures that come to your door, don't be free. There seems to be a near half-sacred existence behind me. So what? There are even semi-sage powerhouses behind me. 9 Blissflower Kings, 3 Beiminghan Fish Kings. I want them all. Wealth and wealth are in danger. Since the person who carries the treasure is nearby, if I don't take it, I'm afraid I won't be able to deal with God's arrangement. Chapter 4484. An artifact spaceship is getting closer and closer to the Thunder Holy Land. In fact, at this time, there are not dozens of spaceships close to the Thunder Holy Land, but there are 10 or 8. Put away the spaceship, and let's travel across mountains and rivers. Inside the artifact spaceship, Duan Lingtian, who changed his appearance and wore a loose black robe, suddenly opened his eyes and said to Tan Xiuding, who was controlling the artifact spaceship. At this time, Tan Xiuding looked like an old man, wearing a gray robe. When he opened his mouth to answer, his voice also seemed extremely old. Are you being too careful, young master? Although Tan Xiuding thought so in his heart, he didn't say it. In his opinion, the reason why Zhongyu, the young patriarch of the Zhong clan in Tailing, bowed his head, not only because he was not as strong as his young master, but also because he was afraid of the background behind his young master. Even him, he also felt that behind his young master, there are more than half saints in 9 out of 10. Even the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdileng clan bowed their heads. Looking at the territory of Pingxiong, those who dared to provoke their young masters were probably the few top-notch elites with semi-sage powers, including the Tianmen Murong family. Strong power. However, even those few forces will not risk offending a semi-sacred powerhouse for no reason or because of some small profits. Duan Lingtian didn't know the doubt in Tan Xiateng's heart. If he knew, he would definitely smile bitterly in his heart. If there is a semi-sacred powerhouse behind him, he is naturally full of confidence. But the problem is? No. Now, the most powerful means of life-saving in his hands is the Lingyun essence blood given by the heavenly Cheng sword Situ Lei, which can summon Situ Lei himself. However, even if Situ Lei was really called, so what? Situ Lei's strength, placed in the Sand Realm that day, was considered a top-notch powerhouse. It can be placed in the Pingxiong realm, but it can only rank in the 3rd echelon at most. Not to mention the top forces in the Pingxiong realm like the Murong family of Tianmen, it is the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdileng clan that are no weaker than Situ Lei, and definitely no less than 3 or 5 people. Stronger than Situ Lei, there are also. If the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdileng clan react and send strong people to test, I will definitely reveal my secret. Even if they don't come to test, I have taken so many good things from them, and they will definitely not give up. Duan Lingtian has come all the way to this day, relying not only on the luck and chance against the sky, but also on a cautious attitude. This mentality has kept him away from the crisis several times. Whoosh! Whoosh! Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiuding, and after putting away the spaceship, Yukong fell into a deep mountain and jungle and quickly shuttled through it. Along the way, there were also some big monsters who didn't have long eyes, and they were all caught by Tan Xiuding one by one. Unhindered all the way. A few days after Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuding were on their way, 2 figures suddenly appeared near the place where they had put away the artifact spaceship. There are 2 breaths that disappeared here. It should have disappeared for 3 or 2 days. Wearing a red robe, the Mountain Pavilion's supreme powerhouse, Lu Yifan, said to the middle-aged Qingpao beside him, "Brother Linyu, are you sure you can go back to this place and see what happened 3 or 2 days ago?" The middle-aged Qingpao is the most powerful person in the Lin family, Linyu. The 2 of them, for the sake of the 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings and the 9 Blissflower Kings, came out of the Lin family and followed them all the way to this point. During this period, Linyu also found some clues by virtue of his ability to backtrack the law of time. Of course, not all the strongest who are good at the law of time are as good at retracing time as Linyu. The reason why Linyu is good at it is because of an adventure in the past. Back then, before he broke through to become a superpower, he was fortunate enough to step into a place of return to the ruins, where he met the opportunity left by a saint powerhouse, and thus realized the secret method of retracing time. You must know that generally a superpower like him who has not yet comprehended the law of time to the realm of great perfection has no way to go back in time to people who are not of his own blood. Only the strong have this method. The reason why you can stick to me in advance is because of the chance in the past. Let me try. Although Lin Yu can perform the time retracing secret method when the time law has only reached the realm of small perfection, but compared with those who are strong in the great perfection, his time retracing secret method is greatly lacking. Although it can't be regarded as timely and sometimes not, it is extremely difficult to obtain a complete picture as long as the retrospective time is more than 1 day. In many cases, only some incomplete picture fragments can be captured. If there are too many fragments of the picture, it would be better if you piece it together, you can still see clearly. But if the painting is full of fragments and the pieces are incomplete, and it is not clear at all, it is useless. Whoa! Lin Yu stood in midair, his eyes suddenly condensed, his hands were spread out in front of him, and then the rolling divine power rose up like a giant wave, sweeping the world in a blink of an eye. In this terrifying divine power, mysterious auras swept out, and then a huge portrait appeared. After a closer look, the portrait actually moved. It is a floating shadow mirror. The mirror image of the floating shadow was turbulent. First, 2 figures appeared. It was Lin Yu and Lu Yiming, and then the 2 figures retreated and soon disappeared from the picture. In the picture, the scenery is still the same, it is still the sky above this mountain, and the wind and waves are calm. Occasionally, a few birds roared past, but no one was seen. In about a quarter of an hour, the mirror image of Fast Forward began to turbulently distort it, and at the same time, Lin Ye's face, which was calm at the beginning, became a little ugly. Go back in time to a day ago. Seeing this scene, Lu Yifan on the side was staring at the mirror image in front of him, watching the time inside and going backwards, not letting go of any details. And the original complete mirror image, as time went back, began to become more violently turbulent and distorted. After another period of time, fragmented cracks appeared on the mirror image, and the cracks continued to spread, and the speed was getting faster and faster. It was 2 days ago. Lin Yu spoke now, and his voice became hoarse and labored, as if he was under great pressure. Broken. At the same time, under the eyes of Lu Yifan, when the time in the mirror image went back to 2 days ago, the fragmented image began to crack, and many fragments turned into powder. Just hold on. Lu Yifan suddenly spoke in a deep voice, just because he saw that there were 2 more figures in the originally empty mirror image. A black-robed youth. An old man in a gray robe. It's them. And that Lin Ye's voice also became high at this time, and at the same time, as soon as he closed his hand, the scene of the retrospective time disappeared instantly, as if it had never existed. The 2 of them fell down here and walked. They should want to walk to the direction of Thunder Holy Land. Next, from here, we can search in a carpet-like manner in the direction of Thunder Holy Land. They should be found soon. Lu Yifan's face was a little excited. So many people were looking for it, but they were still the first to land. Don't be too happy. I don't know yet whether the other party has any powerful concealment methods in his hands, and he might be able to escape our tracking. If the semi-sacred powerhouse behind him values him very much, he probably has that means. Lin Yu said in a deep voice. Let's go. Follow it. While Lu Yifan nodded, he couldn't wait to entertain Lin Yu and set off. The 2 of them followed Duan Lingshan's direction all the way. The distance is getting closer. After only about half a day, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu locked on 2 figures. It's them. It's the 2 people who appeared in the floating image just now. Brother Lin Yu, your worries are unnecessary. They don't have the semi-sacred means you said. Lu Yifan laughed. Chapter 4485. Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiuting. Although he was wearing a disguise, he still did not dare to be careless. Master, are we entering the Thunder Holy Land like this? Tan Xiuting asked. Although it was not stressful for him to travel like this, it was a world of difference compared to enjoying in the artifact spaceship, and even he felt that his young master was a little unfounded. Since the 2 major clans guessed that there was an unprovocable existence behind their young master, they would definitely not come looking for trouble. Okay. Suddenly, Duan Lingtian felt an inexplicable heart palpitation. This feeling comes from the tree of life in the small world within the body, but the tree of life is currently sleeping and cultivating, so that he didn't say anything to him. As for the pure world divine water, he did not speak. It should be psychological pressure that made me feel this way. Duan Lingtian comforted himself in his heart. After all, this time, when he scoured the wool of the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdilung clan, he was fake the tiger's might, making the other party mistakenly believe that there was a semi-sacred existence behind him. In fact, behind him, how can there be any semi-sacred powerhouse? Duan Lingtian continued to move forward with Tan Xioding, and the speed also accelerated a lot. However, just after crossing a precipitous mountain peak, the two extra figures in the void ahead made Duan Lingshan's complexion change drastically. He knew that his previous feeling was right. The vigilance derived from the Tree of Life has not gone wrong. The strongest. It's the strongest. Although the two figures in front of them are standing in the void in front of them, their whole body is covered with black robes. They can't see their true face, can't see their figure clearly. They are similar to the clothes on his body. Obviously they are covering up identity. However, the pressure vaguely transmitted from the two of them still made him feel suffocated. The strongest. Here are the two supreme beings. Although the pressure on him is not as good as King Han, Sidolei and others, but it is not far behind. They cover up their identities, and they are probably afraid of the semi-sacred powerhouses that may exist behind me. Duan Lingtian thought to himself. Of course, there is one thing that he can't understand. Since he is afraid of the semi-sacred powerhouse behind me, why do you dare to stop me so unscrupulously? Since the other party dares to do so, there must be some recourse. After thinking about it, Duan Lingtian also guessed this in his heart. Tan Xioding, who was behind Duan Lingtian, also found two figures blocking the road when Duan Lingtian came back to his senses. After he came back to his senses, his face changed greatly. Of course, I have to say that Tan Xiateng's current dress is very realistic, and he can't see the slightest camouflage. Sound transmission greeted Tan Xioding. Duan Lingtian just glanced at the two figures in the air in front of him with a little dread, then took Tan Xioding and walked forward on his own. However, just after they traveled not far, they found that an invisible giant attacked and pushed them back to their original places. For a while, Duan Lingnan also looked up at the two people in the air and slightly cupped his hands. Two seniors, stopped our master and servant like this, but what should we do for you? Duan Lingshan's tone was polite, with a somewhat natural arrogance that seemed to come from his bones. He knows that in front of the strongest, it is too humble, and it is not necessarily a good thing. Maybe when someone else rises up, he will be trampled to death as an ant. Sometimes, it is necessary to be appropriately strong, and there is a high probability that the opponent will be able to throw the rat. Of course, Duan Lingtian knew in his heart that these two people had a high probability of coming for himself. To be precise, he came for the Jade Emperor of the North Netherfrost and the Flower King of Bliss in his hands. I don't know if it's the Zhong family or the Lung family. The action is so fast. In just a few days, the supreme powerhouse has come over. Of course, Duan Lingtian also knew in his heart that even if the other party appeared here and even stared at him, he might not be able to confirm his identity. You are calm enough. The one on the left of the two men in black robes said in a calm tone, with a bit of intimidation, "In front of me, you don't have to pretend. Abandon the artifact spaceship and walk here on foot. This is not what normal people do. Hand over your things and I can let you live." The black-robed man seemed to confirm that Duan Lingtian was the one he was looking for. "Senior, I don't understand what you mean." Duan Lingtian frowned. The reason why we, the master and the servant, didn't walk in an artifact spaceship was entirely because I wanted to walk down to Earth, deeply sense the Earth, and understand the laws of the Earth system. The voice fell, and Duan Lingshan's body radiated gray light, which was the law of the Earth. Laugh. As Duan Lingtian showed the laws of the Earth element, another black-robed man sneered. "You are also a high-ranking after all, so the laws you master are only in this realm? You think we are so fooled?" As the black-robed man fell, Duan Lingtan looked indifferent. "The law of the Earth is naturally not a law that I am good at. What I am good at is the law of life." The voice fell. Duan Lingshan's body suddenly changed, and the majestic vitality spread out. covering a large area around. Suddenly there were a lot of dead trees and grass, all of which were still turbulent, and many plants broke out of the ground, showing a vibrant scene is especially conspicuous in this barren mountain. Although Duan Lingshan's law of life is not as good as the law of space, it is not far from the law of time. No matter what, he also has a complete tree of life in his body. According to the divine tree of life, in the past, the person who gave birth to it once mastered the plane of the gods in the anti-god realm. In the anti-god realm, those who can control the plane of the gods are placed in the anti-god realm. Among the most powerful people in the god realm, he is also the leader in the forefront. How can such a divine tree of life in the body be ordinary? In addition, according to Duan Lingshan's body, the tree of life, it was not born from the supreme power, but from another supreme power. But its upper-level master. His last master also got it by chance and achieved the Xian realm with it. What? And as Duan Lingtian revealed the law of life, the bodies of the two men in black robes were obviously shaking slightly, and one of them was even more shocked. Is it wrong? This is also the inner thoughts of Lin Yu and Lu Yifan at this moment. According to the information they know, their target this time is a high-ranking who is good at the laws of space, close to the existence of an invincible high-ranking god, and his strength is said to be no weaker than that of the Tianmen Linghu family, who is known as the invincible high-ranking in the Pingxiong realm. Linghu Yundi, the first person under the honor. Humph. Lu Yifan snorted coldly, "You're not the person we're looking for, but you're wasting our time. I'll take you on the road myself, and it's not a waste of your life in this world." When the voice fell, Lu Yifan shot. In an instant, the surrounding air suddenly stagnated, and then the surrounding space trembled and collapsed, and a terrifying force attacked Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiaoting overwhelmingly. In an instant, the ground beneath the two of them was shattered and turned into ashes, forcing the two of them to rise into the air. Master, Tan Xiatang's pupils shrank. The imminent approach of death made him exclaim subconsciously, his eyes filled with panic and despair. On the other hand, Duan Lingshan's expression changed drastically at this time. He never expected that even if he concealed his identity, the other party would still kill him. However, after thinking about it, he also guessed what the other party was thinking. Rather kill the wrong, don't let it go. Among them, there is a high probability that there are still some temptations. Of course, even if it is a test, even if the other party is not quick to shoot now, he can feel that the other party really wants to kill him if he intends to give him time to react. Not to scare him. I didn't expect. So soon, I will use the Lingyun blood essence given by the senior Situ. Duan Lingtian smiled bitterly in his heart. At the same time, a drop of blood emitting a terrifying aura appeared in his hand, which was then evaporated by his divine power. In an instant, the wind and thunder were turbulent, and a terrifying and powerful aura appeared. Boom! With the appearance of this terrifying aura, the power from Lu Yifan's oppression was also defeated in an instant. The long-lost figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian again. It was the Qingtian sword Situ Lei that had not been seen for a long time after leaving the Xianxia realm in the past. The current Situ Lei gave Duan Lingtian the feeling that he had obviously changed a lot compared to when he was separated in the past. Although his appearance had not changed, his whole body gave off an aggressive feeling. Duan Lingtian knew that this was Situ Lei's swordsmanship improved again. Chapter 4486. Situ Lei, as immortal in the past, stood there, with the sword energy all over his body, like in a sword. As soon as he appeared, the pressure from Lu Yifan was completely shattered. Xian deity! Regardless of whether it was Lu Yifan or Lin Yu, when Duan Lingtian took out the blood essence of Lingyun, his face changed, and he subconsciously thought that the other party called out a semi-sacred powerhouse. Especially after Situ Lei appeared, the display of the fierce swordsmanship made their hearts tremble even more. Really semi-sacred powerhouse? Li. Little friend, I didn't expect you and I to meet again. It's actually like this. After Chengxianjian Situ Lei appeared, he was just about to greet Duan Lingtian and called out Duan Lingshan's name Li Feng, but was interrupted by Duan Lingshan's voice transmission. Senior Situ, please don't reveal my identity. For a time, Sidulei also spoke directly, without naming Duan Lingtian. And neither Lu Yifan nor Lin Yu actually knew Duan Lingshan's real name and pseudonym, so he didn't feel anything when he heard Sidulei call out the wordly, "Senior, I can't help it either." Duan Lingtian looked at Sidulei and said helplessly, "If these two seniors didn't want to kill me, I wouldn't waste the spirit and blood of the seniors. This time, I will trouble the seniors." Duan Lingtian greeted Sidulei here, while Tan Xiaoding, who was following him next to him, saw Sidulei's pupils shrink sharply, and his eyes were full of incredulity. Steward. It turned out to be Sidulei. In the Pingxiong realm, even if it is an existence close to the semi-sage, standing in front of Tan Xiaoding, if Tan Xiaoding does not know it, he will not be so rude. However, Sidulei, in the Xianxia territory where Tan Xiaoding is active all the year round, is a top figure, even Tan Xiaoding, who only met Sidulei from a distance in the past. Cheng Tian Sword Sidulei is one of the strongest Xians in Tiansha realm. Master, there is actually the spirit and blood of Senior Sidulei's Lingyun? Senior Sidulei, you actually value him so much? Tan Xiaoding was shocked. You must know that, as far as he knew, this young master of his family came from Wuxia, not someone from a certain force who was born and raised in a place outside the realm. And he also heard his young master say that it was the first time to Tiansha realm, and before that, there was no one he knew. This also shows that the young master of his family knew this Senior Sidulei when he was in the Wang family in Langxiaking. At that time, he heard that Sidulei was present at the Chungtian sword. Of course, although he accompanied Meng Yuzheng of the Meng family in Kanglan City, with his strength and identity, he was not qualified to take the initiative to seek a meeting with a big man like Cheng Tianjian. In Tiansha realm, Cheng Xianjian is a top-notch figure. 2. At this time, Sidulei's eyes also fell on Lu Yifan and Lin Yu. In the past, I also stayed in Pingxiong territory for a while. Even if I don't know or have seen the most powerful people in Pingxiong territory, basically have heard a lot. But I don't know, who are the two? Just now, Sidulei also learned from Duan Lingtian that the place where he is now is the Pingxiong realm. He is no stranger to the Pingxiong realm. Although, with his former strength in the Pingxiong realm, he can only rank in the 3rd echelon. But, even so, among the top powerhouses in the Pingxiong realm, he is considered a powerhouse. But now, his swordsmanship has been refined again. Although he has not achieved a qualitative change, he has also improved a lot. In the 3rd echelon of the Pingxiong realm, he doesn't think there are many people who can be his opponents. Who are you? And Lu Yifan also spoke at this time, and asked in a slightly hoarse tone. It was a completely different voice from when he spoke before, and it was obvious that he deliberately concealed his own voice. Because he could see that the person in front of him was obviously not easy to mess with. The opponent, now his eyes are full of fierce fighting intent. Below Tiansha realm, Cheng Tian Sword Sidulei. Unlike Lu Yifan and Lin Yu, who hide their heads and hide their tails, in front of the two of them, Sidulei told his origin and identity in an open and honest way. Hearing Sidulei's self-introduction, Lu Yifan and Lin Yu glanced at it, and they were relieved to see each other on each other's faces. Cheng Xianjian Sidulei, although he is a top figure in the Tiansha realm, is actually average in the realm of Pingxiong. Although he is still stronger than any of them, the two of them joining forces are truly worthy of each other. It turned out to be the Chungtian sword. When Lu Yifan spoke again, his tone was obviously a little more polite. As for the identities of the two of us, it is insignificant, because we are both newly promoted to the strongest. The voice fell, and before Sidulei could speak, Lu Yifan asked curiously, I dare to ask Cheng Xianjian, who is the person who called you? Now, both Lu Yifan and Lin Yu feel that they have found the wrong person. The person they are eyeing this time is probably not the person they are looking for. Because, as far as they know, the person they are looking for has a semi-sacred powerhouse behind him. Even if there is no semi-sage, no matter how bad it is, there is an existence close to the semi-sacred. And Sidulei, although stronger than any of them, still has a long way to go to be close to the existence of the semi-sage. Naturally, it is the younger generation that I value, otherwise I will give him my Lingyun essence and blood. Situ Lei's words were reminded by Duan Lingtian. If he were to say it himself, he would definitely say that Duan Lingtian is his little friend who is also a teacher and a friend, not a junior. He is from the Xianxia realm? Lu Yifan asked again, wanting to confirm further. Yes. Situ Lei nodded. This is what Duan Lingtian asked him to say. Misunderstandings are all misunderstandings. After Lu Yifan was confirmed, he kept saying, misunderstanding, we recognize the wrong person. Little friend, if I offended you just now, please forgive me. If you had said earlier that you were Cheng Xianjian's junior, we wouldn't have misunderstood that you were the one we were looking for. What Lu Yifan said behind was exactly what he said to Duan Lingtian. However, before Duan Lingtian could speak, Situ Lei snorted coldly, my junior, I almost died in your hands. This is something you can take with you in one sentence? Today, if you don't give an explanation, I don't want to compete with you. In Situ Lei's eyes, the fighting spirit rose, and the vast divine power on his body, like a galaxy, also oscillated. The fierce and unparalleled swordsmanship caused the surrounding space to oscillate and collapse, countless gravels flew, the wind swept the clouds, and the sky and the earth changed color, just like the end of the day. But after Lu Yifan and Lin Yu looked at each other again, they didn't speak. However, in the next moment, the strength of the two turbulently rose together, and then they were skillfully merged together. And then, just as Situ Lei reacted, his face changed greatly, and the moment he got up, the figures of the two disappeared with the rapidly folded space, like a teleportation. Not teleportation. However, Situ Lei could clearly feel that it was not teleportation, because it was impossible to teleport within a certain range of the space he had just poised to influence. That's the means by which their powers are combined and combined. There are laws of space and laws of time. Their strength is definitely not as simple as just entering the Xion. There is definitely a second-order strength, not as good as an ordinary second order. Said, it is the second-order Xion. Entering the Xion for the first time is the first-order Xion. At this time, the strength is at the bottom of the Xion. And further, it is the second-order Xion. Situ Lei could see that the two people who escaped in a flash were both the existences of the second-order Xion, and they were the strong ones in the second-order Xion, especially the means of escape between the two, which made him unable to react at all, even if the gods when I swept it out immediately, I couldn't find any traces, so I couldn't confirm the whereabouts of the other party at all. It's a good move. Even if it is the fourth-level Xion, the existence that is close to the semi-sacred, it is impossible to disappear in front of my eyes without a trace. The escape method of these two people is not weaker than that of ordinary semi-sacred. Situ Lei was secretly shocked. After confirming that the two had left without a trace, Situ Lei looked at Duan Lingtian and asked in surprise, Li Feng Xiaoyu, how did you get into such two existences? Hearing this, Duan Lingtian suddenly smiled wryly, Senior, I don't know about this matter. I was on my way here, and they appeared directly and intercepted me. They obviously recognized the wrong person. However, they planned to make the mistake and obliterate me. At this time, I can only ask you for help. Senior's life-saving grace today, I will never forget it. In front of Situ Lei, Duan Lingtian didn't tell the truth. After all, wealth and silk move people's hearts. Who knows if Situ Lei can still keep calm after knowing that he has those good things in his hands, and he is not tempted by the things in his hands. From what you said, the two of them are a little overbearing. Situ Lei frowned, but he didn't doubt Duan Lingtian's words. After all, even the other two had said that they were mistaken. Moreover, he did not think that Duan Lingtian would take the initiative to provoke such two existences. That is the existence of the second-order Xion. Li Feng Xiaoyu, where are you going? I'll give you a ride? Now that the deity is here, Situ Lei didn't plan to return to Xianxia realm immediately. Thinking that he still had some doubts in the swordsmanship during this time, he couldn't help asking, will it be too troublesome, Senior? Although Duan Lingtian wished that Situ Lei would give him a ride in person, he was still polite. No trouble. Situ Lei shook his head, and then his old face turned slightly red. I have encountered some minor obstacles in Kendo recently. This time I will see you again, Xiaoyu Lifeng, and I would like to hear Xiaoyu Lifeng's opinion. After all, the rest of the way we have to take the initiative to ask, so Situ Lei also took the initiative to say it at this time. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, he secretly smiled and smiled. I would like to serve the seniors. This junior is planning to go to the Thunder Holy Land, one of the 3 holy places. The senior will send me to the Thunder Holy Land and send me to the nearest holy city. At the same time, Tan Xiaoding, who was beside Duan Lingtian, suddenly lit up, unable to hide his surprise. With characters like Xianxia and Situ Lei escorting him all the way, you can sit back and relax. Chapter 4487. The strongest person in the mountain pavilion Lu Yifan, and the strongest person in the Lin clan Lin Yu, after jointly performing the time-space escape method, completely ignored the interference of the Chengtian sword Situ Lei on the surrounding space and escaped thousands of miles away. During this process, they could also be sure that Situ Lei would never be able to lock in which direction they went. That Situ Lei, who is just entering the 3rd tier, really wants to fight you, and I may not be afraid of him. But, after all, today's matter, after all, is not on the table, and it is not appropriate to reveal his identity, otherwise there will be people who bully the younger generation. Suspect. Lu Yifan said angrily. However, Lin Yu nodded non-committally. He knew that Lu Yifan was trying to save face and suffer, and was looking for a step for himself to make himself feel more comfortable. How could he not know the real reason for not revealing his identity? It is nothing more than worrying that the other party will spread this matter out, causing the genius high-ranking who is suspected to have come out of the semi-sacred power to stare at the 2 of them. After all, neither of them wanted the other to know their identities. Otherwise, even if you really get the thing, the other party will know their identities when you look back, not to mention the 5th-order powerhouses such as the Bansheng, or the 4th-order powerhouses close to the half-sacred, and only one person is needed. Enough to easily destroy the forces behind them. If the 2 of them happen not to be together, and there is no way to escape by means of time and space, I am afraid that they will also be buried with the forces behind them. You and I join hands to cast the time and space escape method, and the semi-sacred powerhouse will not be able to leave us. Lin Yu said lightly. Between words, he was very confident about their joint means of escape. However, it's a pity. Previously, you spent so much time looking back in time, but you were looking back at an irrelevant person. It was a waste of time, energy, and divine power. Lu Yifan said with a sigh. That can't be helped. Lin Yu shook his head and was a little helpless. Although there were some sources, it was not easy to find the genius and high-ranking who was carrying a lot of treasures. As I said, we just need to focus on the active superpowers around. When that time comes, when we see which superpowers take action on that little guy, we will have another aureole behind. Lu Yifan's eyes shone brightly and said, with the time-space escape method that you and I have jointly used, as long as you don't reveal your identity, you won't be a half-sacred person in the territory of Pingxiong, so you don't need to have any concerns at all. Time and space escape is also Lu Yifan and Lin Ye's greatest resource. That's what I said. But the most important thing at the moment is to find out the whereabouts of that genius and high-ranking god. Lin Yu said. An artifact spaceship rose from the vast land and headed towards the Thunder Holy Land all the way. The speed of this divine artifact spaceship is not comparable to any divine artifact spaceship that Duan Lingtian had previously sat on, because this divine artifact spaceship belonged to Chengtian sword Situ Lei. This artifact spaceship, usually in his spare time, uses the supernatural power to conceive, although it cannot be regarded as a complete super-strong artifact, but it can also be said to be half a super-strong artifact. Moreover, it was Stuart Lei who let the tree of life in the small world in his body control the current artifact spaceship, and because of this, he didn't need to spend any effort to control the spaceship. In addition, this kind of artifact spacecraft, generally no one dares to intercept it. Ordinary people do not have that speed to intercept. The speed of this artifact spaceship is so fast now that if it is not the superior who is good at the law, even if the strength is close to the invincible superior god, it will be difficult to catch up. As it rushes through the void, it announces to its surroundings. This artifact spaceship is a means of transportation for the strongest. It is precisely because of this that although the large area bordering Pingxingjing and Leixingjing has been raided by some superpowers from time to time, they have not been eyeing the artifact spaceship that Duan Lingtian is currently sitting on. And these people actually came to Duan Lingtian, intending to seize the Beiminghan Fish King and the Bliss Flower King in his hands. It seems that something has happened in this area recently. There are so many supreme powers active. At first, Sidu Lei didn't feel anything, but later, when he heard the reminder of the tree of life in the small world inside his body, he found something abnormal again. When things go wrong, there must be demons. If there is an abnormality, Sidu Lei will naturally not ignore it easily. What if it is an opportunity that is also useful to him to make the superpower take such a long time? So, in order to know the reason, Situ Lei went out to inquire. In the end, he also vaguely learned the ins and outs of the matter. With Situ Lei's third-order strength, those with weaker strengths are still relatively face-saving, and told him the matter. It is suspected that there is a semi-sacred powerhouse as a young powerhouse backing the mountain, knocking on the bamboo poles of the Tailing Zhong clan and the Bingdi Lung clan, and getting 3 Beiminghan Fish Kings and 9 Bliss Flower Kings? Even Sidu Lei was shocked by the other party's harvest. If it wasn't for him being a loose cultivator, and there are no juniors and descendants, he has no worries, otherwise he will be tempted by these things. These temptations are of no direct use to the strongest themselves. If it is useful, it is nothing more than using it to exchange some rare treasures that are directly useful to oneself with other supreme powers. Someone is being targeted by those superpowers. Situ Lei, who came back from inquiring about the news, didn't hide anything from Duan Lingtian, and told Duan Lingtian what he had inquired: 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings, 9 Bliss Flower Kings. It's no wonder they spend so much time. However, those things are not so easy to capture. After speaking, Situ Lei shook his head. Duan Lingtian heard the words, and his eyes flashed. So, the 2 people who stopped me last time should also be the most powerful people who have their eyes on that person? The reason why you don't dare to reveal your identity is because you are worried about your identity being exposed, being targeted by the other party, or even revenge? After all, it is very likely that there is a semi-sacred powerhouse behind the opponent. Hearing Duan Lingshan's words, Situ Lei nodded. If you don't tell me, I will forget about it. It should be right. They should regard you as that genius. Situ Lei laughed. Situ Lei, from the beginning to the end, did not think about Duan Lingtian to that genius powerhouse, just because according to the information he inquired, that genius powerhouse has the strength to be infinitely close to the invincible superior god, not weaker than the Tianmen Linghu family. Linghu Yundi. Tianmen Linghu family, Linghu Yundi, is the first person under the generally recognized invincible superior in the territory of Pingxiong. What is this concept? In the territory of Pingxiong, she is the strongest existence if the Xian does not exist, and the invincible superior does not exist. Senior is also interested in those things? If Senior is interested, there is no need to send me, I can just continue on my way. Duan Lingtian tentatively asked Situ Lei. But Situ Lei shook his head when he heard the words, those things don't have any direct effect on me as a lonely person, and I can only exchange other things with others when I get them, and it's easy to be targeted by others, and the risk is huge. Risk-benefit trade-off, I don't want to be in this muddy water. Situ Lei expressed his attitude. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, although he didn't say anything on the surface, he was still slightly relieved. In particular, Tan Xiaoting on the side was shocked into a cold sweat. On the next road, Situ Lei continued to discuss kendo with Duan Lingtian, and Duan Lingtian did not hide his secrets, and did his best to share some of his insights. It wasn't until Situ Lei's artifact spaceship entered the Thunder Holy Land and arrived at the nearest Thunder Holy Land holy city called Tourmaline Holy City that the discussion stopped. Li Feng Xiaoyu. At the time of parting, Situ Lei sighed, Lingyun essence and blood, I don't have it in my hands for the time being. I can give you a few jade slips, but am afraid I can only deter some newcomers. In the end, Duan Lingtian couldn't evade, and took 3 deity projection jade slips from Situlei, and he could call out Situlei's deity projection each time. However, the strength of the deity's projection is far inferior to the real deity. At most, it is only close to the strength of the invincible upper deity, and there is no follow-up power. The stronger upper deity can consume it and wipe it out. The biggest use of the deity projection is deterrence. However, if you encounter a superpower who deliberately concealed his identity like last time, such a deity projection jade slip is useless because the other party is not afraid at all. Li Feng Xiaoyu, after you enter the Tourmaline Holy City. Before leaving, Sidlei also briefly reminded Duan Lingtian of some things, so that Duan Lingtian would not take too many detours after entering the Thunder Holy Land. As for the details, he didn't say much, because many things, personal contact is far more useful than his explanation. After about a quarter of an hour, Sidlei left. Senior Sidlei is a straightforward person. After Sidlei left, Duan Lingtian couldn't help sighing with emotion. Hearing this, Tan Xiaoting nodded in agreement. Senior Sidlei, among the strongest Xians in the Tiansha realm, has the best reputation. I have never heard anyone speak ill of him. Those who mention him, almost all praise him. You said, if he knew that I was the one the strongest were looking for, would he shoot at me? Duan Lingshan's eyes flashed, and he asked Tan Xiaoting. Hearing this, Tan Xiaoting was stunned at first, then smiled bitterly. It stands to reason that it shouldn't be. However, even if it is possible, it is best not to try it. Once you gamble wrong, you will be like a nest egg. Tan Xiaoting said. Humanity is the hardest thing to figure out. Situlei's reputation is really good, but who knows if it's just an appearance. It's just because Situlei has wiped out those who know his bad side, so no one knows he's bad at all? Yeah, that's why I didn't tell him the truth. This kind of gamble is too risky. Duan Lingtan nodded, then turned to look at the holy city of Thunder Holy Land in front of him. Let's stay in this holy city of Tourmaline for the next period of time. Chapter 4488. Chapter 4488. The Sage Power Bibo Tianfu Tourmaline Holy City. It is one of the many holy cities in Leixing, controlled by a sage force named Bibo Tianfu, and under the Bibo Tianfu, there are 5 holy cities. Tourmaline Holy City is only one of the 5 holy cities under the command of Bibo Tianfu. In the 5 holy cities, there are also many forces stationed in it, which is also the default of Bibo Tianfu. Some of these forces surrender to Bibo Tianfu, and some forces have no relationship with Bibo Tianfu, only cooperative relations. The latter forces are basically semi-holy forces. Only the semi-holy forces can let Bibo Tianfu put down the air and cooperate with it. After all, although there are saints in Bibo Tianfu, they are only one saint. Under the saints, there are only a few semi-sages. Master, this Tourmaline Holy City. After finding an inn in the Tourmaline Holy City, in the courtyard of the guest room, Tan Xiaoting, who had also been to the Thunder Holy Land in the past, also began to tell Duan Lingtian everything he knew about the Tourmaline Holy City. For example, in the Tourmaline Holy City, there are 3 major semi-holy forces. For example, the inn where they live now is the inn under the command of the Duan clan among the 3 major semi-holy forces. Tan Xiaoting also understands this because he has stayed here in the past. If you don't already know that you are from the 10,000 realms, you are not a native of the outside world. Otherwise, I am afraid that I have to doubt whether you are from the Duan clan in this Tourmaline Holy City. Tan Xiaoting said. Duan Lingshan's identity can be concealed after he arrives outside the world, so not many people know his true identity. Tan Xiaoting, who once made a blood oath in the sky, is one of the few people who know his true identity. In fact, Duan Lingtian couldn't help being a little surprised when he learned that the inn where he was now, and that the semi-sacred forces behind him were actually the Duan clan. This is too coincidental, right? In the past, it was not that he had never encountered a family or clan with the surname Duan, but they were basically of moderate strength, and the Duan clan in this Tourmaline Holy City was a powerful semi-holy power. This is definitely the most powerful Duan clan force that Duan Lingtian has come into contact with so far. As for the rest, I don't know very well. After all, my strength, placed in this tourmaline holy city, is only a trivial figure, and the information that can be known is also the information that anyone can inquire about. Tan Xiaoting said everything he knew in one breath, and Duan Lingtian nodded. But now he has another consideration in his heart. On the top of this tourmaline holy city is a huge sage power Bibo Tianfu, and within that Bibo Tianfu, there are strong saints sitting in town. The so-called sage is actually a strong person in the realm of the world. It is said that there are only a few dozen top people in the world, and even beyond the world. If the sage makes a move and wants to resolve the imprisoned soul of the soul-bound clan on Kir's body, there should be great hope. The strength of the sage is much stronger than that of the average superpower. If it was a semi-holy, Duan Lingtian would not dare to say it. However, the saint, although it is said to be the strongest, is said to have undergone a preliminary qualitative change in power, and it can be said to be an existence above the strongest. For such an existence, it is not an exaggeration to say that the realm is beyond the strongest. In this way, Yun Qingyan, who is integrated with the supreme powerhouse Soul Clan, imprisoned the soul of Kir. The saint powerhouse may not be able to directly erase it. After all, the confinement of the souls of the people of the God Emperor's Soul Clan, God Venerable, can easily erase them. The confinement of the souls of the people of the divine respected Soul Clan can be easily wiped out by the strongest. Even the weakest can do it. That is the gap between the cultivation base and the realm, and it is the leap of qualitative change. If I can let the sages of Bibo Tianfu take action, Kir will be saved. Thinking of this, Duan Lingshan's heart burst into flames. But soon he couldn't help but feel helpless and lost in his heart. It's easier said than done if you want to let the saints and strong men take action. If he is an invincible high-ranking god, running for the sage strongman, to get some benefits of returning to the secret realm of the ruins, the other party may be willing to take a shot for him. But he is not an invincible upper god. Although the current strength is very close to the invincible upper god Venerable, it is either or not. Even the weakest invincible upper god Venerable can easily defeat the current Duan Lingtian. If you want to seek a breakthrough in the power of law, it is difficult to climb to the sky. Kendo is not easy. Duan Lingtian is very clear in his heart that his current strength has reached a bottleneck, and he still has a long way to go if he wants to go further and become an invincible high-ranking god. And his wife Kir might not be able to last that long. And why I haven't felt any signs of becoming a superpower until now. Ordinary people, who understand the four ways of heaven and earth to a certain extent, are not even as good as me now, and can't sense the superpower realm. At this time, as long as you respond, you can directly become Xion. If you refuse to respond, it is equivalent to giving up the road to becoming Xion. In the future, only after you have achieved the invincible High God Venerable will you have the opportunity to attack Xion again. Territory. This is also the rule of heaven and earth. In the Xion realm, people who meet the requirements are only called once. If you cherish this opportunity, I will let you step into. If it is not rare, it will give an incomparable test, achieve the invincible superior god, and then seek the path of supreme power from the invincible superior god. Or join one of the semi-sacred forces in the tourmaline holy city first? Find a way to get the semi-sacred to try? But half-sage. It's very likely that it can't be done. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but have some headaches. He wanted to do it, but he was worried that he had put in the effort and wasted time. In the end, the half-sage was powerless. It's nothing to waste his time and efforts. I'm afraid that Kir's time is wasted. It doesn't matter. Now I have no other choice. Even if there is little hope, I still have to try. Otherwise, it's a waste of Kir's time to sit and wait. Thinking of this, Duan Lingshan's eyes gradually became firmer. The tourmaline holy city, the Duan clan. It is also a destiny to be able to come here. I will first find a way to join it, and then seek the opportunity of the Duan family's semi-holy summons. As long as there is a chance, I will ask the half-sage to go to the anti-god realm and let him try it to see if he can release the imprisoned soul on Kir. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian looked at Tan Xiaoding and said in a deep voice, I plan to join the Duan clan and become a worshipper. What do you think is the right way for me to wait for the opportunity to join? Tan Xiaoding, although his strength is not as good as him, he has lived longer than him after all. He has spent a long time in the outside world, and many things can provide him with advice and inspiration. Chapter 4489. Hearing Duan Lingtian's words, Tan Xiaoding was stunned at first, surprised by his young master's thought, but soon recovered, shook his head and smiled. Master, this is a trivial matter. Although the Duan clan is a semi-sacred force, the strongest among them may not be as powerful as you. If you are willing to join the Duan clan, it is a great deal for the Duan clan. Good thing. And with your strength, it is absolutely impossible for you to be the opponent of the Duan clan or a lurker sent by other strengths to plant in the Duan clan. Even if it is a semi-sacred force, it is impossible to let a person of strength like you be willing to enter the hostile forces to lurk. So, as long as you show your strength, Master, the Duan clan will definitely welcome you to join, Master. Tan Xiaoding said very confidently. Although his strength is average, he is very clear about these principles. The young master of his family, although not yet the invincible high-ranking god, is definitely a group of people who are the closest to the invincible high-ranking in a place outside the world, and even in all realms. Previously, the young master of his family took action against the existences of those who were close to the invincible superior gods. Although he was in the magical space, he could see it clearly. The strength of his young master is probably not weaker than Linghu Yundi, who is recognized as the first person under the invincible superior in Pingxiong territory. There are not many such characters, even in the holy realm outside the world like Thunder Holy Land. Although they are not unique, they will definitely not be too many. At least, among the semi-sacred forces in the Thunder Holy Land, there are absolutely a handful of such existences. Even if there are, most of them are in the power of saints. After Tan Xiaotang's remarks, Duan Lingtian's confusion suddenly became clear. On second thought, this is indeed the truth. He just broke through not long ago, and he has only experienced one battle after breaking through, but he has not yet deeply realized that he is now strength. What does it mean? With my current strength, even if my identity is exposed, even if I know that I have a heavy treasure in my hand, and relying on the semi-sacred power, I may not have the power to protect myself. And my biggest trump card is not the strength I have now. Long live less than. This is my greatest advantage. Now, after being reminded by Tan Xiaotang's words, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized the value of joining a semi-holy force. Tomorrow, I will go to the residence of the Duan family and join it. Duan Lingtian made a decision in a deep voice. Master. Tan Xiaoding shook his head and smiled. Actually, it doesn't need to be that troublesome. Although the residence of the Duan clan is not in the Tourmaline Holy City, it is in the Tourmaline Holy City, but there is a stronghold for recruiting talents. You just need to go there. With your strength, young master, if you intend to join the Duan clan, I am afraid that the Duan clan will send more than one elder-level person to welcome you over there. Tan Xiaotang's words brightened Duan Lingtian's eyes. If that's the case, then I will go to the stronghold of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City tomorrow. Thinking of tomorrow, you will be able to join the Duan clan, become the worship of the Duan clan, and even hope to ask the semi-sage of the Duan clan to take action to save Kir. Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. Although, in the past, Chengtian Sword Situ Lei told him, I am afraid that only the existence of Jiezuanjing, that is, the existence of saints and above, can expel the imprisoned souls of the most powerful soul clan for his wife Kir. However, Duan Lingtian still had a glimmer of hope in his heart. Perhaps a semi-holy, close to a saint, can do the same? After all, the strength of the Soul Clan people who are the same as Yun Qingyan has definitely not recovered to its heyday. With the soul imprisonment in his weak state at that time, it may not be as good as the soul imprisonment under the control of the normal Supreme Power Soul Clan people. In Duan Lingtian's heart, there was too much luck. What if it was really useful? If he didn't try it, Duan Lingtian would not be reconciled. The Duan clan, as one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, is not located in the Tourmaline Holy City, but it is not far away. It is common for a lower ranking to travel between the Tourmaline Holy City and the Duan clan. It takes a quarter of an hour at most. If it is the middle race and the upper gods, it will be faster. If it is the strongest, it only takes a few breaths to span this short distance. Today's Duan clan has a special guest. The reason why this guest is special is because he is not an ordinary guest that the Duan clan usually receives. He comes from the power of saints, Bibo Tianfu. Duanbing, welcome the envoy. Although the messenger who came from Bibo Tianfu this time was not a superpower, the Duan family did not dare to show any slights. Greeted with hands and gave a very high courtesy. Duanbing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, is a middle-aged man who looks gentle, but his eyes are firm and dignified. After a long look, he can perceive a bit of sternness and majesty. Patriarch Duan. The visitor from Bibo Tianfu was an elderly man. Seeing the Duan clan's patriarch treated him so politely, he also smiled. I came this time under the order from above. Our Bibo Tianfu has recently discovered a new return market. According to some clues, there are several treasures in it, which are the treasures that our Bibo Tianfu has been collecting for many years. So, this time, our Bibo Tianfu intends to unite most of you. Holy forces, jointly explore the return to the ruins. As the old man's voice fell, Duanbing's eyes couldn't help but light up. He guessed right away that the entrance to the ruins should meet some specific conditions. Otherwise, it would be impossible for them to get a share of the semi-holy forces from Bibo Tianfu. This kind of thing has never happened before. Normally, there are no restrictions on returning to the market, and Bibo Tianfu is basically not open to the outside world. They are all responsible for exploring and collecting all kinds of treasure opportunities inside. As in the past, if your people find what we need in Bibo Tianfu, our Bibo Tianfu will exchange other treasures, so you won't suffer any losses. As for other things, if your people find them, they will belong to you. The old man continued. Envoy. Duanbing asked bluntly, I don't know, what conditions must be met for those who enter the market this time? In the past, in the return market shared by Bibo Tianfu, there were those who needed to meet the conditions for cultivation, those that could not surpass the realm of cultivation, and those that needed to meet the 4 conditions of heaven and earth, as well as those who met the age group. There are various conditions, and he can't guess what conditions need to be met this time. For those who are not the strongest, master Kendo and reach the 4th level of Kendo. And the old man, under the question of Duanbing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, did not sell too much, and responded bluntly to his words. As the old man's voice fell, Duanbing took a deep breath. Not the strongest? 4th rank of Kendo? Isn't the way of other weapons okay? Duanbing asked one more question. The old man shook his head. It must be the way of Kendo. The way of other weapons will not work. This time, what we at Bibo Tianfu means is that you can also search for people who meet these conditions and ask them to help you. On our side of Bibo Tianfu, this time, we also have an extra gift for the forces that can help us find the most treasures we need, which will be presented by the saint of our Bibo Tianfu in person. Holy! While Duanbing trembled in his heart, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. He naturally knew that the holy venerable in the mouth in front of him was the sage of Bibo Tianfu, one of the several overlords of the Thunder Holy Land. The land of return to the ruins will be opened in 10 years. You have the time to collect such characters. Before the land of return to the ruins is opened, we, Bibo Tianfu, will send someone to pick up the people you arranged to go to the entrance of the land of return to the ruins and enter the land of return to the ruins. Chapter 4490. It was not until the envoy of Bibo Tianfu left that Duanbing, the patriarch of the Duan clan in the Tourmaline Holy City, gradually recovered. Non-powerful, master the 4th rank of Kendo? Duanbing only frowned. High-ranking gods, generally mastering some kind of heaven and earth to the 4th order level, they can almost feel the call of the realm of the strongest, and as long as they respond to the call, they can directly become the strongest. As for the general high-ranking gods at this stage, There is a layer of window paper away from the most powerful person. Few people will choose not to pierce the window paper to become the strong one. The vast majority of people will never give up the opportunity to become the strongest. Because of this, it is difficult to find a high ranking who has mastered the 4th rank of the world, let alone the 4th rank of Kendo. Generally, the upper gods who have mastered the 4th order of the 4 worlds and the 4 worlds have achieved greatness by virtue of the 4 worlds. The rest either did not feel the call of the supreme realm, or decided to attack the invincible upper god, and generally the latter is far less than the former, because the invincible upper is too ethereal, looking at the world and beyond the world. The total number is not even as much as 10% of the total number of the strongest. In our Duan clan, there are 2 people who have mastered the 4th order heaven and earth, and they are not the strongest. However, the 4 worlds they master are not swordsmanship. Although it's all the way of weapons. But it doesn't meet the conditions for entering that place of return to the ruins. The Duan clan's contemporary, non-powerful, 2 people who have comprehended the 4 ways of heaven and earth to the 4th rank, mastered the spear way and knife way, both of them are in the Duan clan, close to the invincible upper gods the presence. And the strongest among them. They are the mainstay of the Duan family. It seems that we can only seek foreign aid outside for the next 10 years. Duan Bing secretly said. At noon the next day, Duan Lingtian left the inn with Tan Xioding, ate at a nearby restaurant, and after listening to the conversations of some drinkers, he found out where the Duan family's recruitment stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City is located. The Duan clan, as one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, even if it is just a stronghold for recruiting talents, it occupies a very large area, just like a family residence. In fact, the non-semi-saint family forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, the family resident in the Tourmaline Holy City, are at most as large as this. Your Excellency, are you looking for someone? At the gate, one of the guards at the gate looked at Duan Lingtian, who was headed by him, and asked politely. After all, they are members of a big family such as the Duan family. I know that many people seem to be ordinary, but in fact have a strong background and cannot be provoked, so they are a little polite when they meet. In doing so, you can ensure that you will not inadvertently offend anyone. No. Duan Lingtian shook his head, looked at the person in front of him, and said with a slight smile, I heard that the Duan family's stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City is to recruit talents. I came here to join the Duan family. Hearing Duan Lingshan's intention to come, the people of the Duan clan at the gate suddenly became a lot more polite. So you are here for this. Your Excellency, please come in, and I will take you to the assessment site set up by our Duan clan for worship. As long as you can pass the assessment, you can join our Duan clan. Although the person in front of him looked young, he did not dare to underestimate it. Who knows if this young skin is an old antique that has lived for tens of thousands of years. Under the leadership of the other party, Duan Lingtian took Tan Xioding into this stronghold of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City. After entering the door, you can see the layout inside. It is like a small family residence, with many rockeries and lush greenery. The corridors along the way are also antique, full of low-key luxury. Seemingly seeing Duan Lingshan's surprise, the members of the Duan clan who led the way in front of them smiled slightly and said, This stronghold of our Duan clan used to be the clan residence of a big family. After that clan was wiped out, this place was idle for a while, and was finally asked by our patriarch to serve as a stronghold. The people of the Duan clan put it lightly, but Duan Lingtian knew that such a good place must have many people's eyes, and the Duan clan's ability to win it is enough to show its strong strength and deterrence. Your mightiness. Suddenly, the people of the Duan clan slowed down a bit. The person in charge of this stronghold of our Duan clan is an elder of the law enforcement hall of our Duan clan, and he has a bad temper. You met him, but don't be polite, he is the most powerful person who doesn't know how high the sky is. He is a Xian. Under normal circumstances, he would not take the initiative to remind people who want to join the Duan clan. The reason why he took the initiative to remind him was that he felt that the other party seemed easygoing and unassuming, and not to mention the specific strength, just this easygoing, it was worth reminding him a thing or two. Thank you for reminding. Duan Lingtian repeatedly thanked him. "My name is Duan Xiao, what is your name?" asked the guide. "Duan Lingtian." And Duan Lingtian didn't hide his identity this time. With his current strength, if he joins the Duan clan, even if all the treasures in his hands are exposed, there will be very few people who dare to attack him. Unless the Duan clan attacked him. However, this is unlikely. After all, even if the Duan clan is tough, he has a self-destruction ring. As long as he is not willing, he would rather die. No one can get those treasures in his hands. Moreover, the Duan clan is a semi-sacred force after all, and it is definitely impossible to worship the difficult clan because of that little treasure, and it is also a worshipping close to the invincible superior god. Through Tan Xiateng's mouth, Duan Lingtian has realized that if he joins the Duan clan, he will be greatly respected and valued. Now, Duan Lingtian not only did not hide his real name, but even his face was restored to its original state, no longer covering up in the slightest, and completely showing his true face. Hiding in the past was entirely because of lack of strength. And now, there is no need to do that. Your surname is also Duan? Duan Xiao was stunned for a moment, then laughed. It seems that your excellency has a fate with our Duan clan. Or is it because your surname is Duan that you chose our Duan clan? There's a reason for that. Duan Lingtian nodded. In fact, this did account for a large part of the reason. Under the leadership of Duan Xiao, Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiaoding came to the backyard, and after Duan Xiao said hello, Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiaoding followed another person and walked into a vast mansion in the backyard. "Brother Lingen, I hope to see you in the clan in the future." Before parting, Duan Xiao said to Duan Lingtian with a smile. Although he guards the gate at the Duan family's stronghold in the Tourmaline Holy City, his own strength is not bad. He is also a high-ranking god. In the Duan family, the weaker worshippers are not much stronger than him. Therefore, in the face of a character who may become a new worship, he does not feel that there is any identity gap between himself and the other party. Must. Duan Lingtian also responded through voice transmission, and he also had a good impression of this enthusiastic disciple of the Duan clan. The person who took over and led the way in the back seemed a lot indifferent, without any unnecessary nonsense, and took Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiaoding directly into the mansion in front of him. Inside the Fuzhong mansion, in the spacious courtyard, an old man who was over a decade old was sitting at a stone table drinking tea. "Elder, someone brought it." The person leading the way said respectfully to the old man. As for the old man, as early as the moment Duan Lingtian stepped into the stronghold, he actually passed Duan Xiao's communication and knew that such a person was going to participate in the Duan clan's recruitment assessment. At this point, it didn't seem surprising. The old man stood up, his body that seemed a little thin, but at this moment, it gave people a sense of strength, as if there were thousands of majestic momentum swept out of him. That is, in this moment, Duan Lingtian can confirm that the other party is a supreme power. The strong momentum swept in, Tan Xiateng's complexion changed greatly, his body trembled slightly, and the corners of his mouth bleed. On the other hand, Duan Lingtian stood there as if nothing had happened, as if he had not been affected in any way. Even as a fierce aura rose from his body, Tan Xiateng's complexion also recovered a lot. Obviously the pressure was caused by Duan Lingtian resolved. What a powerful swordsmanship! The old man, at this time, also put away his aura, staring at Duan Lingtian with shining eyes. His heart trembled. "What's the situation?" "Yesterday, I just received a message from the Patriarch, asking him to help collect non-Xians who have mastered the 4th rank of Kendo. Today, I took the initiative to send one to my door. His swordsmanship is definitely above the 4th rank. As for the specific order, we will have to let him try it before we know." Chapter 4491. Don't resist, follow me into my artifact space. In the Tourmaline Holy City, within the Duan clan's recruitment stronghold, the person in charge of the stronghold is also the elder of the Duan clan's law enforcement hall. Before he spoke loudly, he also took out a space artifact. Then, he took Duan Lingtian into the artifact space. During this process, Duan Lingtian had no intention of resisting, nor did he intend to resist. Don't say it's just the artifact space, he can come out at any time. It is the small world inside the opponent's body, and he is not afraid to enter. After all, with the strength of the opponent's supreme power, if you really want to be detrimental to him, you don't need to be so troublesome at all, you can obliterate him face to face. Outside. Seeing that his young master disappeared in front of the Duan clan elders, leaving a gourd-shaped artifact alone on the table not far away, Tan Xiaoting waited calmly. It is not difficult for him to guess the next result. The Duan clan will be very happy to accept his young master as the offering of the Duan clan. After all, although the Duan clan has the existence of an invincible superior god, but the Duan clan may not have the strength like his young master. Within the artifact space, the elders of the Duan clan did not say a word, and shot directly at Duan Lingtian. A majestic force swept out and rushed towards Duan Lingtian, like 1,000 troops. You do your best to resist my offensive and let me see your true strength. Just from the test outside, he had already seen that the young man in purple clothed in front of him had the strength close to the invincible upper god, but at what level, he was not sure. After all, the existences that are close to the invincible upper gods are also divided into 3, 6 and 9. As for Duan Lingtian, when he heard the other party's words, he didn't hold back any longer. As soon as he made a move, it was full force. The space law of the small perfection realm was displayed, and the divine power was turbulent. With the swordsmanship of the full force shot, it broke the opponent's offensive like a destructive force. Even completely suppressed the opponent's offensive. Of course, the reason why this step can be achieved is entirely because the other party is far from doing his best. As early as when the opponent shot, Duan Lingtian saw that the opponent controlled the power of his shot to a level that was comparable to the existence of an invincible superior god. This level of strength is far inferior to him. This kind of existence that is close to the invincible upper god, in his hands, he can't even make 10 moves. If there is no special means of escape, he is sure to kill it. Call out. Duan Lingshan's power converged into a sword beam and swept out. His mighty power made the Duan clan elders look horrified, and the depths of their eyes were filled with disbelief. Obviously, he never imagined that the youth in purple clothes in front of him had such a powerful strength. This strength, I am afraid that it can be compared with the top figures under the Bibo Tianfu Xianxia and the invincible superior god Venerable. He was shocked. In their Duan clan, there have been such powerful figures in history, but not many. Only a few people have appeared in the history of millions of years. In modern times, there has never been such a genius. And now, such a genius is standing in front of him, and he is conducting the assessment of their Duan clan recruiting talents. His swordsmanship has reached the 6th level. Moreover, it is definitely the 6th order peak. At the same time, in addition to being shocked by the strength of the opponent, the elders of this clan were also very horrified by Duan Lingshan's swordsmanship. The 6th stage of Kendo. It is all the worlds and the 4 realms of the 6th stage. Looking at the places beyond the realm, and even the 10,000 realms as far as he knows, there are not more than 100 people. In the land outside the world, and even in the contemporary world, under the strongest, he has not heard that anyone has mastered the 4 realms of heaven and earth and has reached the 6th stage. The 6th stage of Kendo. Looking at the contemporary era, including the most powerful, there are probably no more than 5 people who have mastered it. At least, I haven't heard of any existence under the saint who mastered it. The 6th stage of Kendo. Saints, without exception, all have the cultivation of the strongest, and have mastered a certain law to the realm of great perfection. If there are no other special means, at least one of the 4 ways of heaven and earth has been mastered to the 6th stage. And these thoughts of the elders of the Duan clan actually happened in a flash. When he noticed that Duan Lingshan's offensive had suppressed his own offensive, and when the pavement hit, the power in his body suddenly swept over his body without reservation, easily blocking Duan Lingshan's offensive. Although Duan Lingshan's offensive was strong, it fell on the elders of the Duan clan without causing any waves, as if it were completely insignificant. At the same time, the elders of the Duan clan also completely recovered. When he looked at Duan Lingtian again, His originally stiff and serious face revealed a smile that was uglier than crying. "Little brother, I am the second elder of the Duan family law enforcement hall Duan Tianhong, but I don't know what you call it." It was also because there were no other members of the Duan clan at the scene. Otherwise, seeing this dignified appearance of Tianhong, he would definitely be shocked to drop his jaw. Because Duan Tianhong, who is usually in front of the Duan clan's patriarch, rarely does this, let alone in front of other people. Among the Duan clan, I am afraid that only the semi-sage ancestor appeared. It is possible to make Duan Tianhong so enthusiastic. Duan Lingtian, I have seen Elder Tianhong. As for Duan Lingtian, he was not surprised by the sudden change in Duan Tianhong's attitude, because in his opinion, it was expected. His current strength, let alone the semi-sacred power, is the power of the saints, and he will also receive a lot of attention, and even attention. Your surname is Duan too? Immediately, the smile on Duan Tianhong's face became brighter. Of course, in Duan Lingtian's eyes, it was even more ugly. Then you really have a fate with our Duan clan. With your strength, it is more than enough to join our Duan clan as an offering. If it becomes a big worship directly, no one will have a second opinion. Before Duan Lingtian came, he had also heard about the big offering of the Duan clan. It was the most powerful being in the offering, and it was an honor that could only be obtained. As for the strongest people entering the Duan clan, they do not become worshippers, but become protectors. Only outsiders under Xian who entered the Duan clan are enshrined. Go. They'll take you back to our Duan clan to see the patriarch. Duan Tianhong seemed a little impatient, as if he was afraid that Duan Lingtian would suddenly regret it and did not intend to join their Duan clan again. Then I will trouble Elder Tianhong. Duan Lingtian continued speaking. No trouble, just a small matter. Duan Tianhong waved his hand. Let's not mention your surname Duan, you are related to our Duan clan. If you say that your name contains the word, then it is also related to me, Duan Tianhong. Since we are so predestined, we don't need to do it again. Such a courtesy. If you don't dislike it, you can just call me brother in private. Although he is not sure of the specific age of the person in front of him, he can still faintly perceive that the other party is definitely not old. It should not exceed 30,000 years old. Moreover, the people who can reach this stage are basically geniuses, and there are very few underachievers who are over 30,000 years old. The person outside, since he is by your side, come with us to see the patriarch. After leaving the artifact space, Duan Tianhong, who didn't even look at Tan Xiaoting in the first place, also rarely nodded and smiled at Tan Xiaoting. Although it was only a short smile, it still made the person who brought Duan Lingtian and the two here look horrified. Who can tell him what's going on? Elder Duan Tianhong, who has always had a coffin face, turned out to be. Laughed. Chapter 4492. Duan Lingtian took Tan Xiaoting, followed behind Duan Tianhong, and went to the Duan family's residence outside the Tourmaline Holy City. Along the way, Duan Tianhong enthusiastically introduced the Tourmaline Holy City to Duan Lingtian, as well as the various industries of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City, and bluntly said that after Duan Lingtian became the enshrined of the Duan family, after the Duan family's industry consumption in the Tourmaline Holy City, there will be huge discounts just by showing the identity token. At the same time, he also speculated on the origin of Duan Lingtian, and after learning that Duan Lingtian came from Wuxia, he became more enthusiastic. 10,000 Worlds Monk. Such a character is like water without a source and rootless grass in the outside world. Under the same conditions, any force in the outside world is more inclined to the monks of the world. Wuxia Cultivator, since he chose to leave Wuxia and went to a place outside the realm to find a place for power, and no longer act as a loose cultivator, it means that he has no worries in Wuxia. Such people are more stable. And through Duan Tianhong's mouth, Duan Lingtian also has a further understanding of the Duan clan, knowing that within the Duan clan, under the semi-sage powerhouse, there are more than a dozen Xians. And among the dozen or so Xians, there are several who are close to the semi-sacred existence. It is the contemporary patriarch of the Duan clan, and that is also a very powerful superpower. Half-saint, that is, a half-step world-respected powerhouse. There is also a realm title, the 5th level superpower, also called the 5th stage superpower. It was also through Duan Tianhong's mouth that Duan Lingtian knew for the first time that among the supreme powers, there were also distinct power classes, and for a while he had a further in-depth understanding of the supreme powers. You must know that although he also knew that the strongest were strong and weak, he didn't know how to distinguish them. Of course, in front of Duan Tianhong, he did not explicitly say that he did not know these power classes of the strongest, but just quietly listened to Duan Tianhong's introduction. My strength, among the top powerhouses in the Duan clan, can only be considered average, and it's not long after I entered the second-tier powerhouse. Our patriarch is at the 3rd rank of Xian, just like the elders of our law enforcement hall. In the introduction, Duan Tianhong also brought Duan Lingtian to the residence of the Duan family outside the Tourmaline Holy City, which is like a paradise. Found here, the entire station of the Duan clan was surrounded by a maze. As for the reason, Duan Lingtian is not difficult to guess. It must be because he does not want to be easily disturbed by outsiders. Powerful existences, even if they are just passing by, can find the Duan clan's residence, while the average strength is difficult to find. A non-powerful person like Duan Lingtian is simply unable to see through the numerous confusions outside the Duan clan. Although the Duan family is not afraid of outsiders, it is naturally annoying after being disturbed for a long time. These were all learned by Duan Lingtian from Duan Tianhong. Elder Tianhong. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuting into the residence of the Duan clan, and wherever they went, everyone from the Duan clan who saw Duan Tianhong respectfully saluted Duan Tianhong. There were also some young-looking members of the Duan clan who looked at Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiuting curiously, but did not speak clearly. However, in the dark, voice transmission is constantly communicating. The tone of communication with bursts of surprise. Who are these two people? Judging from the appearance of Elder Tianhong, he seems to be very polite to them. Didn't Elder Tianhong be on duty recently at the Tourmaline Holy City recruiting stronghold? He's bringing people back now, presumably to join our Duan clan. If he can bring people over in person, it shows that the opponent's strength is not bad. I really can't see how powerful those two people are. However, if Elder Tianhong can personally lead the way, and he is so enthusiastic, at least it is close to the existence of the invincible superior god. In the past, it's not that there were no existences close to the invincible superior god venerable into our Duan clan. But those people, I have never heard that Elder Tianhong brought them here in person when he was on duty. Could it be that they are the strongest? Or one of them is the strongest? The discussions of the Duan clan were conducted by voice transmission, so Duan Lingtian naturally couldn't hear them. The current Duan Lingtian is taking Tan Xiuting, led by Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, to the reception hall of the Duan clan, where he meets the patriarch of the Duan clan. Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, had been waiting in the hall for a long time. Patriarch. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian outside the gate of the reception hall, stopped and greeted respectfully inside. Come in. A loud voice came from the hall. Immediately following, Duan Tianhong smiled and greeted Duan Lingtian to enter together, followed by Tan Xiuting. In the reception hall, Duan Lingtian saw Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, and he had already learned about the name of Duan Bing on the way. After entering, he took Tan Xiuting and bowed slightly to Duan Bing. I have seen Patriarch Duan. Duan Bing, on the other hand, looked at Duan Lingtian with a bright smile on his face. Are you Duan Lingtian? Elder Tianhong has already sent a message to me, saying that you are an existence close to the invincible superior god, and you have mastered the 6th stage of Kendo. I will naturally not question the vision of Elder Tianhong. However, this is the first time I heard that there are non-Xians who have mastered the 6th stage of Kendo. But I don't know. Will Brother Lingtian give me a lot of insight? Although he was inquiring, at the same time as the voice fell, Duan Bing, a heavy and majestic aura, had spread out and swept the entire reception hall in a flash, and a force rushed out, protecting the entire reception hall. Duan Lingtian heard Duan Bing's words, and felt these changes again, and his heart was suddenly speechless. You are all like this. Can I still refuse? Of course, Duan Lingtian didn't plan to refuse at first, because he knew that only when you showed enough value would you be valued. And this time he entered the Duan clan with a purpose, and naturally he would not hide his strengths and bide his time. Without any hesitation, the next moment, Duan Lingtian's body will rise with divine power, cooperate with the power of space law in the realm of small perfection, and show the swordsmanship without reservation. Call out. An astonishing sword beam shot out from Duan Lingtian, as if it could penetrate the heavens and the earth, but before approaching the pillars above the reception hall, it was suppressed by the power of Zhong Bing, the patriarch of the Zhong clan. Although Zhong Bing did this very easily, his gaze towards Duan Lingtian was full of excitement. It's really the sixth stage of Kendo. And it seems that it is not as simple as entering the sixth stage. Or Wanjie monk? This time, our Duan clan has found a treasure. Duan Bing was extremely surprised. Chapter 4493. Although it was only a brief test, Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, has completely confirmed the strength of the person in front of him. It is definitely the kind of existence that is closest to the invincible upper god. Even the monsters of Bibo Tianfu, fighting alone, may not be able to defeat the people in front of them. I'm curious. After testing Duan Lingtian, in addition to his surprise, Duan Bing also expressed his doubts. With your strength, let alone our Duan clan, even if you enter Bibo Tianfu, you will be greatly valued. Why did you choose our Duan clan? Duan Bing asked bluntly. As for Duan Lingtian, when he heard Duan Bing's words, he smiled faintly. For me, it is naturally better to be able to enter the Bibo Tianfu. However, when I first arrived in the Thunder Holy Land, I am not familiar with many things. That is, there is no way to enter the Bibo Tianfu. On the contrary, the three semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City can enter in the Tourmaline Holy City. In addition, my surname is Duan, so I chose the Duan family. In the future, if there is a chance to enter the Bibo Tianfu, as long as the Bibo Tianfu can give me something that surpasses what I was in the Duan clan, I will also enter the Bibo Tianfu. This point, before joining the Duan clan, I want to make it clear to you, Clan Chief Duan. Duan Lingtian said something frankly. Duan Tianhong, who was on the side, showed a wry smile on his face. In addition to the wry smile, he looked at Duan Lingtian again, with a little more appreciation. Not everyone can say this kind of thing bluntly, even if most people stand in the other's position, they will think so. But when they say it, it doesn't always sound so nice. Brother Lingtian is quite honest. And Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, didn't feel angry when he heard Duan Lingtian's words, because in his opinion, it was understandable. Say nothing else. Even some of the geniuses of his Duan clan are now in Bibo Tianfu, because what they can get when they enter Bibo Tianfu is better than staying in the Duan clan. Semi-holy power, saint power, although it sounds like there is only one class difference. But, in fact, in many ways, it can be said to be worlds apart. It's a coincidence. Our Duan clan, 10 years later, will have a chance. If we can make a figure in it, Bibo Tianfu will take the initiative to throw an olive branch to you, Brother Lingtian. Duan Bing looked at Duan Lingtian and said with a smile. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, his eyes were naturally bright. Entering Bibo Tianfu? For him, of course, it is a good thing. The owner is magnanimous. Duan Lingtian slightly cupped his hands and said solemnly, even if I, Duan Lingtian, only stay in the Duan family for 10 years, I will definitely not forget this relationship with the Duan family. He, Duan Lingtian, has never been an ungrateful person. Even if the Duan clan did not pay anything for him in the next 10 years, the chance and recommendation in 10 years will be worthy of his heart. If there is an opportunity in the future, it will be rewarded. After chatting a few words with Duan Lingtian, Duan Bing asked Duan Tianhong to take Duan Lingtian to go through the formalities of enshrining into the Duan clan. In fact, it was mainly to receive an identity token. Brother Lingtian, after taking Duan Lingtian to receive the enshrined identity token, Duan Tianhong took him to the place where the Duan clan worshipped and cultivated. With your strength, after becoming the enshrined of our Duan clan, it is enough to directly challenge the great worship and become a new member of our Duan clan. Great offering. Our Duan clan's current great worship is good at the law of life, and the law of life has comprehended the realm of small perfection. In addition, we have also mastered the way of devouring in the third stage. The way of swallowing is also one of the 4 ways of heaven and earth. Even when Duan Lingtian was weak in the past, when he was still in the mundane plane, he also mastered the method of swallowing. It was a method from a certain heavenly emperor of the all heavens plane, but later with the improvement of strength, the help to Duan Lingtian became less and less, and it fell. Elder Tianhong, what is the difference between being a big worshipper of the Duan clan and ordinary worshipping? Duan Lingtian asked curiously. There is naturally a difference, and the difference is not small. Duan Tianhong said with a smile, if you don't say anything else, just talk about the place of cultivation, it will be different. The place where our Duan clan worships and cultivates is located in one of the 9 great spiritual springs of our Duan clan, and the place of cultivation that is enshrined in great worship the ground is right within the eye of Lingquan. Lingquan. Duan Lingtian naturally knew that it was the liquid condensed by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth that escaped after the accumulation and transformation of the divine crystals to a certain extent. Wherever the spiritual spring is located, the cultivation environment is impeccable. As for a spiritual spring, the most exciting thing is the spring eye. The spiritual energy of the heaven and earth where the spring is located is not only liquefied, but also very viscous. For practitioners under the strongest, cultivating in it can achieve twice the result with half the effort. In addition, Duan Tianhong continued, our Duan clan, every time period, will allocate some cultivation resources to the worshippers. Among them, there are many things that make all worshippers jealous. At this time, the big offering has the right to choose, and you can choose 3 of the treasures. As for other offerings, not only can you choose after the big offering, but you can only choose 1 treasure each. In addition, Duan Tianhong also talked about some of the benefits of being a big worship, such as increased salary, different status in the Duan clan. Only one thing, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a little excited. The Duan clan makes great sacrifices. Every year, there is an opportunity to follow the semi-sacred powerhouse of the Duan clan for 3 days. During those 3 days, the semi-sacred powerhouse will do everything possible to satisfy his needs within a certain range. Some requirements. This benefit made Duan Lingshan's heart skip a beat. This place of worship. I am determined to win it. Duan Lingshan's eyes shone brightly. Soon, under the leadership of Duan Tianhong, Duan Lingtian came to the training place arranged by the Duan clan for offering sacrifices, a place where a spiritual spring is located, and from a distance, you can see that the spiritual spring is filled with a rich mist of heaven and earth aura. Elder Tianhong, the floating hut within the eyes of Lingquan should be the place where the great worship and cultivation is now, right? Duan Lingshan's eyes were quickly attracted by Lingquan's spring eyes. What attracted him together was the floating hut in the spiritual spring. The hut stood on a small floating island and was completely filled with the thick and viscous spiritual spring in the spring. The spiritual spring also looked beautiful in the light. Fabulous. Yes. Duan Tianhong nodded. Brother Lingtian, do you plan to challenge now or wait for a while? There are opportunities to challenge big offerings, although every offering has it, but once it is used up, if it fails, you can only do it again. Wait 30 years before the challenge can be launched. The reason for this regulation is to prevent the great worship from being disturbed too much during cultivation. Chapter 4494. As a semi-sacred force, the Duan clan has 9 spiritual springs, and every spiritual spring is an excellent place for cultivation. And the spring eye of Lingquan is the place with the most aura of heaven and earth. Of course, although Duan Lingtian is also full of yearning for the special spiritual spring dedicated to this clan, but compared with the other benefits of being a big sacrifice, the attractiveness of this spiritual spring is only average. Now, he has accumulated a certain amount of divine crystals in his hand. He opens up the small world in his body and absorbs the power of divine crystals to cultivate with the help of the divine tree of life. The effect is not necessarily worse than this spiritual spring. What he valued most was the opportunity for the Duan clan to enshrine and learn from the half-sage ancestors of the Duan clan. Moreover, Duan Tianhong also made it clear that while studying with the semi-sage ancestor of the Duan clan, he could even make 1 or 2 requests that the semi-sage ancestor could do. Once I become a big worshipper of the Duan clan, it also means that I can use this opportunity to let the half-sage ancestor of the Duan clan take action and try to see if I can lift Kier's soul imprisonment. If you can successfully lift Kier's soul imprisonment, it is naturally the best. No matter how bad it is also an unexpected joy to be able to allow that strong man to delay the progress of the soul imprisonment and erosion of the soul for Kier. In fact, although he is not quite sure, Duan Lingtian is still not very sure about the fact that the semi-sage can lift the soul imprisonment for his wife Kier. But now he has no other way to go. He wants to let the saint take action. But easier said than done? Now, even if he wants to meet a saint, it is difficult. Saint, that is the realm powerhouse. Even in his hometown anti-god realm, it is said that there is only one such powerhouse. Of course, this is what Duan Lingtian has learned since he came to the outer worlds. At the same time, he has also gained a better understanding of many aspects of the anti-god realm that were previously unreachable. Anti-god realm, one of the myriad realms. Beneath the upper 3 realms, the strongest of the 10,000 realms, were the 18 middle realms, and the anti-god realm was one of them. In the 18th realm, most of them have realm powerhouses. Even if there are no real-world powerhouses, it is said that there are many powerful semi-sages sitting in town, joining forces in their own realms, with special realm power bonuses, and are not afraid of ordinary foreign realm powerhouses. Elder Tianhong, I think I will challenge this great worshipper now. Duan Lingtian looked at Duan Tianhong and said bluntly. When Duan Tianhong heard the words, he nodded. The invitation to the war will disturb his cultivation, and even if he is in seclusion, he will be disturbed. Therefore, according to the rules of our Duan clan, if someone wakes up from a closed-door seclusion, an invitational battle will no longer be a discussion. As long as the big offering is needed, it can directly turn into a life-and-death battle. I want to make it clear to you in advance. Duan Tianhong did not doubt Duan Lingshan's strength between his words. The reason why he said this was that he hoped that Duan Lingtian would be merciful. Brother Lington, if this person wants to turn the discussion into a life-and-death battle, please be merciful. He can actually remind the other party through voice transmission, so that even if the other party is angry, he cannot turn a discussion into a life-and-death battle. But I am afraid that the other party will not believe it. Geniuses are proud. Elder Tianhong, don't worry, I know it. Duan Lingtian smiled lightly. If he was disturbed at the death stage, any normal person would be furious, even he would hate the disturbed person. So, in this case, he is angry and even wants to kill, he can understand it completely. Okay. Duan Tianhong nodded, and then informed Duan Lingtian of the process of inviting the opponent to fight. As soon as Duan Tianhong's voice fell, Duan Lingtian moved his hand, took off the identity token directly, and poured a divine power into it, pulling the hidden power aura in the token, and swept the spiritual spring. In the next moment, the spring's eyes shook, and the liquefied spiritual energy of the sky and the earth in the floating hut was also turbulent, and then collapsed everywhere, causing the floating hut to completely lose the shroud of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After the disintegration of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, after disintegrating, there are signs of gathering again. However, at this moment, an angry roar could be heard from the floating hut. Whoever challenges me when I am in seclusion, I will kill you. This challenge is no longer a competition, but a life-and-death battle. At the same time as the voice fell, a sturdy young man with thunder and lightning all over his body walked out of the floating hut. His resolute and square face was full of anger. He is closing in. Although, this time of death, his strength may not be greatly improved. However, being disturbed at a critical moment undoubtedly made him extremely annoyed. In the midst of the thunder and lightning turmoil, the sturdy young man who walked out of the floating hut rose from the sky, and in a blink of an eye, he arrived in the void on the same height as Duan Lingtian and Duan Tianhong. Elder Tianhong. The sturdy young man looked at Duan Tianhong for the first time, bowed his hands slightly, and clearly tried to suppress his anger in his tone. Is this person new? Qin worships. Duan Tianhong looked at the sturdy young man, sighed, and then said with a voice transmission, "You are not the opponent of this new enshrinement. His strength, under the invincible superior god, there should be almost no one who can defeat him. At least, in the Leixing territory, even the strongest people under the so-called invincible superior god venerable. The strength is at most comparable to him." Duan Tianhong's words can be said to be very straightforward. However, when the sturdy young man heard the words, he sneered, didn't believe it at all, and even spoke out bluntly, without a vague response to Duan Tianhong. "Elder Tianhong, even if you want to speak for him, you don't need to be so exaggerated. If there is such a strength, I don't think he will come to the Duan clan." Obviously, this surname Qin worshipped and did not believe Duan Tianhong's words. At the same time, one after another silhouettes rose up from the floating cabins on the islands in the sky where Lingquan was located. They were the other enshrines of the Duan clan. Someone challenged to worship Qin Yuni? New here? It must be a newcomer. Among us, even the Yuan Zong whose strength is the closest to the great worship, even if there is a breakthrough, I am afraid that it is at most comparable to Qin Zong, and it is almost impossible to beat him. Moreover, Yuan Zong to worship, I will definitely not challenge Qin Zong when he is in seclusion, and even if he wants to challenge him, he will definitely choose a time when Qin Zong is not in retreat. Listen to Qin Feng's words. Elder Tianhong, the voice transmission told him that the newcomer is very strong? If Qin Feng doesn't think the other party really has that strength, will he still come to the Duan family? Elder Tianhong, won't tell Qin worship that this person's strength is comparable to those of us who are invincible under the invincible superior gods in the Thunder Saint realm? If so, it's too outrageous. It's impossible for such an existence to come to our Duan clan, right? A group of Duan clan worshippers talked a lot, and they were all guessing how Duan Tianhong described the strength of the new worshipper when he transmitted his voice to Qin Yuni. At the same time, all eyes fell on Duan Lingtian. Qin worships. After Duan Tianhong was speechless for a while, he sighed, then stepped aside, looked at Duan Lingtian and said, "Brother Lingnan, please be merciful." In a word, not only did a group of Duan clan worship in disbelief, but Qin Yunyi's face turned slightly red, feeling that he was being looked down upon. What made him almost vomit blood from anger was that the new worshipper, the young man dressed in purple, after hearing Duan Tianhong's words, nodded solemnly, "Elder Tianhong, don't worry, I don't. We'll kill him." Tan Xiaoding also stepped aside at this time, looking at the eyes of the Duan clan's great worship, with a vague sense of pity. In the existence close to the invincible superior god, his young master is definitely an existence that can be called invincible. The strength of this clan's big offering may be all right, even surpassing the existence of the invincible upper gods. But in front of his young master, it is definitely not enough to see. Insanity! Qin Yuni was furious and took a step forward abruptly. Thunder and lightning rose from his body, the surrounding space oscillated, and tiny cracks in the space were looming. A powerful momentum also swept out of him, spreading out, with a mighty momentum. "Today, as long as your strength is not as good as mine, you will die." Qin Yuni stared at Duan Lingshan's eyes, full of icy killing intent, choosing someone to devour. The surrounding group of the Duan clan worshipped, and they all took a breath of air at this time. They know that this great worshipper is really angry. They have worked with this great worshipper for many years, and this is the first time they have seen each other so angry. Chapter 4495. Seeing the aggressive Duan clan worshipping Qin Yuni in front of him, Duan Lingshan's expression was extremely calm. Although, the strength of this Qin Yuni is obviously stronger than that of any other existence that is close to the invincible high-ranking gods except Linghu Yundi. However, for him now, it is no different from an existence that is generally close to an invincible upper god. His current strength has reached another level. Although it still hasn't gotten rid of the category of close to the invincible upper gods, it is not on the same level as other people in this category. Duan Lingshan's calm face and indifferent eyes all fell into the eyes of Qin Yuni, the great worshipper of the Duan clan, making his complexion even more gloomy. The terrifying anger was also completely vented in an instant. Die! Qin Yuni let out a loud roar, and then the whole person, like an angry tiger, rushed towards Duan Lingtian. A terrifying thunder and lightning storm wrapped around him, and he also had a 9-foot-long spear in his hand, and the whole body was surrounded by thunder and lightning. Whoosh! Qin Yuni shook the spear in his hand, and his body was wrapped in blood, and even the power of blood was used by him at this moment, without any reservation. Moreover, his spear stabbed out so powerfully that it even caused the space to collapse, and a hideous space crack appeared, which also contained a hint of illegality. The way to control? At this moment, Duan Lingtian can also confirm that the Duan clan in front of him, who worships Qin Yuni, has not only mastered the thunder law of the small perfection realm, the power of the bloodline is tyrannical, but also has mastered a good way of control. With one shot, the thunder and lightning followed. At this moment, Qin Yuni seemed to have transformed into a majestic god of war, invincible and irresistible. As soon as he made a move, it was all his strength, as if he wanted to meet Duan Lingtian, an outsider who challenged his position of great worship, face to face. The strength of the big offering is still as strong as ever. It's the first time I've seen a great worshipper use such a powerful force. Even when he challenged the last great worshipper in the past, it was far worse than it is now. This is the true strength of the big offering, isn't it? Qin Yuni's action caused an uproar among the surrounding members of the Duan clan. Some of them had never even seen Qin Yuni's action. This was the first time. And some people, although they have seen Qin Yuni take action, but the strength that Qin Yuni showed in the past is far less than now. This Qin Yuni, even Duan Tianhong, who was standing beside him, was a little surprised. Did he hide something in the past, or has he made great progress recently? He actually doesn't know much about Qin Yuni. As for Qin Yuni's strength in the past, he only knew it from other people, and he had never seen it with his own eyes, but the strength of Qin Yuni that he heard about was definitely not as strong as it is now. In our Duan clan, if you don't count this Lingtian brother who just joined our Duan clan, under the supreme power, there are probably only 2 people who can compete with Qin Yuni at most. Duan Tianhong was quiet in his heart. In the Duan clan, although there is no invincible high-ranking god venerable, nor Duan Lingshan's existence close to the invincible high-ranking god venerable, there are still 2 heaven's chosen ones. Their strength is also top-notch among the existences that are close to the invincible upper gods. If Duan Lingshan's level is considered the first echelon, then the 2 of them are definitely the best in the second echelon. In the past, in his eyes, although the big worship Qin Yuni was strong, he barely entered the second echelon. But today, after seeing Qin Yuni's strength, he realized that Qin Yuni's strength is no better than that of the 2 gods in the Duan clan. The pride is weak. This Qin Yuni's strength is really good. Facing the menacing Qin Yuni, who was like a of war, Duan Lingtian sighed inwardly. If it had been some time ago, before the breakthrough, I might not have been his opponent. However, now, it can only be counted as unlucky for him. Qin Yuni's strength is the most powerful being close to the invincible superior among the people he has contacted so far who have shown strength in front of him. As for the Linghu Yundi of the Linghu family of the heavenly sect in the Pingxiong realm, although he was recognized as the first person under the invincible superior in the Pingxiong realm, he had never seen the opponent make a move, and he did not know how strong the opponent was. However, judging from what he knew, Linghu Yundi's strength was definitely stronger than Qin Yuni in front of him, and even compared with him now, it was highly likely that he was on par with him. Call out. In the face of the menacing Qin Yuni, Duan Lingshan's divine power that was ready to go, also swept out in an instant like a violent storm, and the colorful sword lights shot out from the palm of his hand, and then turned into a huge 7-color lightsaber, carrying the raging and violent space force directly attacked Qin Yuni. Without too many bells and whistles, Duan Lingtian stood on the spot, his divine power swept through, the power of space law surged, and with his swordsmanship he directly met Qin Yuni. At this moment he didn't even have the thought of summoning the space law clone. In his opinion, Qin Yuni is not qualified to let him summon the space law clone. You must know that for him now, the avatar of the law corresponding to the law that has not yet entered the realm of small perfection may not be helpful in actual combat, but the avatar of the space law corresponding to the law of space entering the realm of small perfection, even if he does not have 10 into strength and at least 80%. After all, the space law clone can also use his kendo power. Today, even if my deity didn't make a move, but the space law clone made a move, it's not difficult to win this Qin Yuni. But I'm new here, and I don't plan to hide anymore. Now, naturally, the stronger the strength, the better. In this way, the Duan clan can further see my value. My Duan Lingshan's worth, call out. The colorful swords flashed out, and with a clean sword, they met the menacing Qin Yuni. In the next moment, as the colorful sword beams and Qin Yuni's offensive collided, a loud bang was also spread out at the right time, and the terrifying power was raging in all directions. If Duan Tianhong on the side hadn't acted in time to isolate the remaining power, the Duan family's spiritual spring would never have been preserved. Because Lingquan is a place of practice, and the arrangement of defensive formations will interfere with the flow of spiritual energy in the world, so in any place where the Duan clan is located, there is no defensive formation to protect the spiritual spring alone. Boom! Boom! In the space isolated by Duan Tianhong, the forces were constantly colliding, and the figures of Duan Lingtian and Qin Yuni were also shrouded in the rays of light from the colliding forces. However, the beginning of the collision was a little louder. After the mighty momentum passed, it quickly calmed down, and the light in the space isolated by Duan Tianhong was also getting dimmer. Soon, 2 figures appeared in front of everyone. The young man dressed in purple stood there unscathed, and even his robes did not even have the slightest wrinkle, as if he was not the one who experienced the violent force just now. Look at the other side. This? A group of worshippers from the Duan clan were all dumbfounded, their eyes filled with astonishment and disbelief. Under their eyes, Qin Yuni was in a state of embarrassment, his robe was torn all over, blood was dripping, his flesh was blurred, and even no one could make a sound. Space below. I do not know life and death. Congratulations on the big offering. It wasn't until Duan Tianhong's voice came, and the worship of the Duan clan, that he came back to his senses and looked at the purple figure again, becoming more and more awe-inspiring. I have seen a big offering. Everyone bowed and saluted. The person in front of him is the new worship of their Duan clan. A more powerful worshipper. With just one sword, the former great worship was defeated. Chapter 4496. Duan Lingtian just joined the new worship of the Duan clan. On the first day of joining the Duan clan, he defeated the Duan clan to worship Qin Yuni and became the new worship of the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian, a high-ranking who comprehended the laws of space to the realm of small perfection, defeated Qin Yuni face to face with his amazing swordsmanship. Duan Lingshan's swordsmanship is suspected to be above the 5th rank. The second day after coming to the Duan clan, the name Duan Lingtian spread not only among the Duan clan, but even in the Tourmaline holy city. Moreover, the more and more outrageous. Have you heard? The Duan clan's newly promoted consecration, named Duan Lingtian, just arrived in the Duan clan, and defeated the Duan clan with a sword before the consecration Qin Yuni. It is said that he realized the law of space to the great perfection realm, is an invincible upper god. Really or not? How did I hear that his space law was just entering the realm of small perfection, but it was swordsmanship, and he realized the realm of myth of the 7th order, so he has the strength of the invincible superior god. What you said is not right. What I heard is, he is a strong man who has comprehended the swordsmanship to the 8th order legendary realm, and the law of space has also comprehended the realm of great perfection. Among the invincible superior gods is also an invincible existence. In the Tourmaline Holy City, the rumors about Duan Lingtian became more and more outrageous. Later, some people said that the newly promoted Duan clan worshipped Duan Lingtian and looked beyond the world, and even the world. They were called the strongest under the strongest and invincible under the strong. Duan Lingtian returned to the Tourmaline Holy City to hang out on the second day when he arrived at the Duan family's residence. When he heard these rumors, he was speechless. This person from the Tourmaline Holy City is really able to pass on it, dare to pass it on. While Duan Lingtian was speechless, he couldn't help shaking his head. The current Duan Lingtian is walking with Tan Xioding on the streets of the Tourmaline Holy City. Before entering the Duan clan, he had not visited the Tourmaline Holy City well. In the Duan family's residence, there are many elders of the Duan family. When they learned that their family had come to worship such a powerful person, they all came to the door and wanted to get acquainted with Duan Lingtian. However, because Duan Lingtian went out early in the morning, they all fluttered. When rumors were flying in the Tourmaline Holy City, the other two semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City also received news from the Duan family. Of course, the version they know is the real version. On the Duan clan, the action is really fast. How long has it been since the envoys from Bibo Tianfu came, and they found such a genius who is good at swordsmanship? The Yuan clan, as one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, is not weaker than the Duan clan. Some time ago, the Yuan clan also received an invitation from the Bibo Tianfu, inviting the Yuan clan to send them to comprehend the 4th rank of Kendo. The existence under the strong Xian, go to the return to the ruins found in the Bibo Tianfu. However, because there is a person in the Yuan clan who has comprehended the 4th rank of Kendo and is close to the existence of an invincible superior god, so he is not in a hurry. There is an advantage over there. Unexpectedly, within 2 days, the Duan clan recruited a genius who mastered the 5th order swordsmanship and comprehended the space law, one of the 4 supreme laws, to the realm of small perfection. This time, the Yuan clan not only had no advantages, but even fell into a disadvantage. 2nd elder, 3rd elder. The 2 of you leave the Tourmaline Holy City immediately and look around for strong people who meet the requirements, and strive to find a few more within 10 years, representing our Yuan clan who went to Bibo Tianfu to find the one. A place of return. The patriarch of the Yuan clan, while feeling the pressure, also gave orders. Wanshenglu, the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, along with the Duan family and the Yuan family, was also not calm at this time. However, unlike the wrath of the patriarch of the Yuan clan, the head of the Wanshang building, the owner of the Wanshang building, issued orders in a calm tone, urging the Wanshang building to branch out and do everything there to excavate the Bibo Tianfu after 10 years. The powerhouse that was found in the place of return to the ruins. This time, the Yuan clan and the Duan clan walked ahead of us. However, they are clans after all, and they are deeply ingrained in the Tourmaline Holy City. In terms of external power, they are far inferior to our Wanshenglu. And this is also the confidence of the owner of Wanshang building. Wanshenglu is not a clan power, but a sect-like power mainly engaged in business. The ranks are strict. If you want to get ahead in it, you not only need to have talent and strength, but also have enough business talent. And Wanshenglu's industries outside are also blooming everywhere. In terms of wealth, even the Yuan clan and the Duan clan combined are not as good as Wanshenglu. In addition, immediately investigate the newly promoted worshipper of the Duan clan to see if he really has no blood relationship with the Duan clan. If it's really not related by blood, 9 times out of 10, it's because the Duan clan also has the surname Duan, and he is given priority to join the Duan clan. He may not yet understand the strength of our Wanshang building. In this case, you can send someone to contact him to see if he can be dug into our Wanshang building. On the Wanshenglu side, not only have the external actions quickened, but many people have begun to comprehensively investigate Duan Lingtian, the newest worshipper of the Duan clan. With the in-depth investigation of Wanshanglu, they also have a further understanding of Duan Lingshan's origin. Could it be really him? Duan Lingtian, who had been wandering in the Tourmaline Holy City for a long time, was just about to take Tan Xiaoting to leave the Tourmaline Holy City and return to the Duan family, but just before they left the city, someone stopped them. The person who stopped them was an elderly man with a medium stature and ordinary appearance, but his eyes were extraordinarily sharp. The old man was wearing a light blue robe, standing there, giving people a feeling of indescribable, invisibly revealed momentum, making Tan Xiaoting short of breath. Even Duan Lingshan's pupils also suddenly shrank. The strongest. In this instant, Duan Lingtian concluded that the person in front of him was a superpower. As for who was coming, he didn't know. However, this does not mean that he is afraid of each other. Now he is not alone. Behind him, there is the Duan clan. Even though most of the Duan clan's powerhouses are far away from the clan's residence outside the Tourmaline Holy City, there are still a few supreme powerhouses in the Tourmaline Holy City. Among them, the second elder of the law enforcement hall, Duan Tianhong, who brought him back to the Duan clan yesterday. Little friend Ling Tian, the old man's Wanshang building Lu Yen, there is no malicious intent here. When Duan Lingtian was preparing to send a message to Duan Tianhong, the old man in front of him smiled slightly and spoke very politely. At the same time, the momentum surrounding Duan Lingtian and Tan Xiaoting disappeared at this moment. Wanshang building? Hearing the other party's words, Duan Lingtian raised his brows. He knew that Wanshanglu was one of the 3 semi-sacred forces in the Tourmaline Holy City and was as famous as the Duan clan. It's just that the people from Wanshanglu, what do they want him to do? Moreover, listening to the other party calling him little friend Lingtian, he obviously knew who he was. Unlike most people in the Tourmaline Holy City, although they heard his name, they still couldn't recognize him face to face. Chapter 4497. It turned out to be Senior Lu Yen of Wanshang Building. Duan Lingtian took a few more glances at the old man in front of him. Yesterday, after defeating Qin Yuni and officially becoming the great worshipper of the Duan clan, Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the law enforcement hall of the Duan clan, did not leave in a hurry, but stayed and chatted with him for a while. It was at that time that Duan Tianhong introduced him to the other 2 semi-holy forces in the Tourmaline Holy City, Yuan family. Wanshang Building. He also introduced some important figures in these 2 semi-holy forces. Among them, Lu Yen, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building. According to Duan Tianhong, Lu Yen, the deputy owner of the Wanshang Building, is a 3rd-tier Xian. You must know that even Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan Family Law Enforcement Hall, is only a 2nd-tier Xian. As for the existence of the 3rd-order Xian, it is not that Duan Lingtian has never come into contact with him. For example, Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan family, is the existence of the 3rd-order Xian. In addition, the Chiming Demon Venerable of Chiming Mountain and Chengtian Sword Citadel he met in Tiansha realm should also be 3rd-order Xians according to his estimation. Little friend Ling Tian. Lu Yen looked at Duan Ling Tian with a smile on his face, a smile that made people feel like a spring breeze. This old man is here on orders. Our landlord of Wanshang Building wants to see little friend Ling Tian. But I don't know, Ling Tian little, are you willing to admire your face? As soon as Lu Yen said these words, Duan Ling Tian was shocked again. Wanshang Building owner? Yesterday, when Duan Tianhong introduced Wanshang Building to him, it was naturally impossible not to introduce the owner of Wanshang Building. The owner of Wanshang Building, named Chen Rufei, is a strong 4th-order Xian, and is also second only to the old landlord in Wanshang Building, and is recognized as the 2nd strongest in Wanshang Building. Senior Lu Yen, I have joined the Duan clan. Duan Lingtian frowned slightly. It is not difficult for him to guess the purpose of the invitation of the landlord of Wanshang Building. It is very likely that he is also here for the return to the ruins, which will be opened 10 years later by Bibo Tianfu, and wants to let himself act on behalf of Wanshang Building. However, now that he has joined the Duan clan, it is naturally impossible for him to have anything to do with Wanshanglu. Next, even if he wants to join any forces, he must give priority to the saints. Elder Tianhong. At the same time, without any hesitation, Duan Lingtian directly sent a summons to Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the Duan Family Law Enforcement Hall, informing him of his current experience. Now, what he is facing is also the existence of the Third Order Xian. If he really wants to be detrimental to him, he may have to die in a blink of an eye. Of course, this possibility is very small. After all, killing oneself for the other party has only disadvantages and no benefits. However, Duan Lingtian still did not dare to take risks. In this world, there is no shortage of people who are not good for oneself, so there is no need to risk his own life. I'm not malicious. Lu Yen also found out Duan Lingshan's message, and shook his head with his face unchanged. We at Wanshanglu already know that little friend Ling Tian has joined the Duan clan. Little friend, you don't need to be so wary of me. Beware of one commercial building. At the same time, Duan Tianhong, who received Duan Lingshan's message, was drinking tea quietly there. After receiving the message, he suddenly stood up and disappeared directly in place. One after another he passed it on, and it spread to the various industries of the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City. These industries, without exception, all have the most powerful people of the Duan clan in charge. Soon, Duan Tianhong brought the other four supreme powers of the Duan clan to the scene, stood in front of Duan Lingtian, and protected Duan Lingtian behind him. At the same time, he stared at Lu Yen eagerly. Lu Deputy Landlord, Lingtian's offering is already a big offering of our Duan clan. You Wanshang building, do you still want to dig a wall? Duan Tianhong stared at Lu Yen and asked in a bad tone. Lu Yen went to Duan Lingtian. He didn't have to guess what the purpose was. It must be Wanshanglu who wanted to win over their Duan clan, a newcomer to worship. After all, the upper-level gods who mastered the Sixth Order Kendo and the space law of the small perfection, such an existence, any semi-holy force can break the head. This time, their Duan clan took advantage of the surname, and the other party took the initiative to find their Duan clan. Otherwise, in terms of conditions and treatment, their Duan clan really can't compare to the power of Wanshanglu. Duan Tianhong. Lu Yen glanced at Duan Tianhong lightly, obviously knowing Duan Tianhong, good birds choose wood to live in. This sentence has been the supreme truth since ancient times. Little friend Ling Tian just joined your Duan clan yesterday, and what you have enjoyed so far is just a false title for a big offering. Haven't you taken the real benefits of your Duan clan yet? Even if we take it, our Wanshanglu can represent little friend Ling Tian and return the double gift from your Duan family. After Lu Yan's remarks, he had the demeanor of, "I'm not bad for money," but in fact, the Wanshang building behind him is indeed not bad for this extraneous thing. If they can pay for something in exchange for the participation of the youth in purple, they will make a lot of money in Wanshanglu. Lu Yan's remarks also made Duan Tianhong's faces change with anger. They never thought that Lu Yen directly admitted that he was digging the corner of their Duan clan. This is tantamount to hitting their Duan clan in the face. Lu Yen, do you think our Duan clan is easy to deceive? Beside Duan Tianhong, another Xian from the Duan clan, with a gloomy expression and cold eyes like a sword, fell on Lu Yen, the deputy owner of the Wanshang building. However, Lu Yen ignored him at all, and looked at Duan Lingtian for himself, with a smile like a spring breeze on his face again. Little friend Lincoln, if you enter our Wanshang building, we can do whatever you need in Wanshang building. Do your best. Lu Yen. Duan Tianhong was furious, his aura soared, and terrifying power fluctuations spread and swept across, instantly swept away the onlookers who were gradually hiding by the roadside, and the terrifying power fluctuations oscillated, and even made the buildings on both sides of the road start to crumble. On the road, countless sand and stones rose up, and the ground began to vibrate. One after another terrifying cracks continued to spread out from the feet of Duan Tianhong, like a huge spider web. As for the other four Duan clan Xians beside Duan Tianhong, the power in their bodies was also ready to go, and they stared at Lu Yen. Lu Yen showed disdain. You don't think that the five of you are my opponents, right? A Xian Tier 2. 4 Xian Tier 1s. It is not his opponent of the Xian Tier 3 at all. Seeing that the war was about to break out, Duan Lingtian knew that at this time, it was time for him to speak up, and he couldn't help but take a step forward and stood side by side with Duan Tianhong. However, just when Duan Lingtian was about to speak, an indifferent voice came from outside the Tourmaline Holy City. "They are not your Lu Yan's opponents. What about me?" Duan Tianhong's aura instantly subsided a lot, and at the same time, his face showed surprise. The other 4 Xians of the Duan clan also breathed a sigh of relief at this time. This one is here, and they have nothing to do with them. As if a gust of wind blew, a figure, Feng Su Yufeng, appeared in front of everyone, standing in front of Duan Lingtian and others, and stood facing Lu Yan. Chapter 4498. The person who came was a middle-aged man with a medium build, wearing a light blue robe. After he appeared, he stared indifferently at Lu Yan, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building. "Elder Wuyang. Elder Wuyang." And with the appearance of the middle-aged man, the Xians of the Duan clan that Duan Tianhong brought also bowed respectfully to each other. Looking at their appearance, it was obvious that they were in awe of each other from the bottom of their hearts. "Elder Wuyang?" Hearing the names of several Xians of the Duan clan to the people who came, Duan Lingtian suddenly realized that this is the chief elder of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, who controls the existence of the Duan clan law enforcement hall, Duan Wuyang. The strength is not weaker than the existence of Duan Bing, the contemporary patriarch of the Duan clan, a strong third-order Xian. Hiss, tear. At the same time, the growing crowd of onlookers, many of whom had heard of Qin Wuyang, also took a deep breath. "All the elders of the law enforcement hall of the Duan clan are here? This is one of the pillars of the Duan clan." "What? You don't know the person across from their Duan clan, right? This one?" But Lu Yan, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building, is not weaker than Duan Wuyang's existence. The Duan family and Wanshanglu. Is this going to work? "I just came, who can tell me what they did?" It seems to be because of that young man. I remembered it. This young man is Duan Lington, the arrogant powerhouse who has been famous in the Tourmaline Holy City for the past 2 days. Duan Lingtian? That newcomer from the Duan clan? The eyes of the onlookers quickly fell on Duan Lingtian, making Duan Lingtian the center of attention. In the field, Duan Wuyang and Lu Yan stood facing each other, and the eyes of the two looked at each other. At this moment, sparks seemed to collide. At the same time, the momentum of the two also soared. Duan Wuyang. Lu Yan looked at the middle-aged man in front of him, and his eyes were full of jealousy. Although he was also a third-tier Xian, he knew that this person's strength was only stronger than his own. Even if the other party is the third-level Xian who was promoted after him. However, this one, but once relying on the realm of the second-order peak of Xian, and a third-order Xian battle became a tie. What the other party understands is the law of thunder that originates from the law of the 5 elements, but is separated from the law of the 5 elements, and even surpasses the law of the 5 elements. In addition, the opponent's attainments in the 4 realms of heaven and earth are not low. Just as Lu Yan and Duan Wuyang stood facing each other, their momentum collided, and they were about to explode. Humph! A cold snort seemed to come from all directions, and even alarmed the entire Tourmaline Holy City. "You Wanshanglu and the Duan clan are going to fight. Go out of the city to fight. The Tourmaline Holy City is not your arena." After the cold snort, a majestic and loud voice followed and continued to spread throughout the Tourmaline Holy City. For a time, the entire Tourmaline Holy City was a sensation again. This voice seems to come from the City Lord's mansion? It's the City Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City, the head of the 7 holy sons of Bibo Tianfu in the past. I've heard of this City Lord for a long time, but he has always been a dragon without seeing the end. Usually, let alone seeing others, it is difficult to hear his voice. But I didn't expect that I heard his voice today. This former head of the 7 holy sons of Bibo Tianfu is said to be infinitely close to the semi-sacred, and only half a step away, can step into the existence of the semi-sacred realm? 3 of the 7 saints of Bibo Tianfu's generation are now semi-sacred powerhouses. If this one hadn't been accidentally injured in the return to the ruins, I'm afraid he would have been a semi-sacred. After all, he is the former Bibo, the head of the 7 holy sons of Tianfu. When the majestic and loud voice of the Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City spread throughout the Tourmaline Holy City, an old and powerful voice followed from the city. City Lord, calm down. We, Wanshenglu, have no intention of fighting with the Duan clan. Lu Yan, come back. After the voice spread and entered Lu Yan's ears, Lu Yan just took a deep look at Duan Wuyang, then turned around silently without saying anything. Since the landlords of the Wanshang building have asked him to go back, it is naturally impossible for him to stay here. In fact, when the Lord of the Tourmaline Holy City opened his mouth, he already had the intention of retreating. That one, but rarely heard any news. If that one really cares about what happened today, even Wanshenglu can't keep him. That one is not an ordinary disciple of Bibo Tianfu. The current saint of Bibo Tianfu is his master. That one is the saint disciple. And Duan Wuyang, at the same time as Lu Yan left, looked at Duan Ling Tian with a stiff smile on his old-fashioned face. Ling Tian worships. Do you want to go back to the clan with me? Trouble, Elder Wuyang. Duan Ling Tian didn't plan to stay in the Tourmaline Holy City. He never imagined that because of his lack of thought, such a series of chain reactions would be triggered. Even the city owner of Tourmaline Holy City was shocked. However, even if he was given another chance to start over, he would still summon Duan Tianhong. After all, no one knows what Wanshenglu wants to do. If he really ignores the disadvantage of the Duan clan to him, his ending can be said to be dead and alive. The damage to the houses on the street here, you repair it. Before leaving with Duan Ling Tianlin, Duan Wuyang said hello to a Duan clan Xian who was beside Duan Tianhong, and the latter also immediately activated his divine power and cooperated with the unfathomable laws of the Earth system, instantly turning the ground and the scene on the spot. The collapse of the house was restored, and it looked brand new in a blink of an eye. It seems that one person is enough to catch up with 1,000 engineering teams. Duan Lingtan also further saw the means of the strongest. It's not just the profound meaning of the law. The most important thing is the supreme divine power of the supreme power. A high-ranking god venerable with strength like me and good at earth-based laws may be able to repair these traces, but it will never be so perfect. And it will definitely take a lot of time. At the same time, Duan Lingtian also remembered the Xian beside Duan Tianhong, a Xian who was good at the law of the earth system and should be a first-order Xian. Of course, even if it is the first-tier Xian, Duan Lingtian can't catch up with the horse now. If he really wants to be detrimental to Duan Lingtian, a casual slap is enough to kill Duan Lingtian. Under the Xian, only the invincible superior god venerable has the opportunity to save his life under the hands of the first-order Xian. Before leaving with Duan Wuyang, Duan Lingtan also said hello to Duan Tianhong and at the same time apologized. Elder Tianhong, this time dragged you down. That city lord, shouldn't he be angry with you afterwards? Rest assured. Duan Tianhong replied through a voice transmission, that city lord wants to live in a seclusion. Just now, we didn't really do anything. At most, he was just a warning and he wouldn't really do anything to us. Although Duan Tianhong said this, when he mentioned the city lord of the Tourmaline Holy City, Duan Lingtian could obviously notice that his tone was slightly unnatural. Duan Lingtian took Tan Xioding and followed Duan Wuyang out of the Tourmaline Holy City, heading towards the direction of the Duan family's residence. The group of onlookers also dispersed one after another after Duan Tianhong and the others left. When he left, he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. It seems that this newcomer from the Duan family is really not an ordinary Tianjiao. Otherwise, Wanshenglu wouldn't be so blatantly poaching. Even if he's not an invincible high-ranking god, I'm afraid it's not much different. Otherwise, Wanshenglu would never be like this. The Duan family, this time it's a treasure. What Duan Lingtian didn't expect was when he followed Duan Wuyang back to the Duan family's residence. In the Tourmaline Holy City, another brand new news spread widely. The Duan family's newly promoted worship is suspected to be the Tianjiao powerhouse who obtained a large number of Bliss Flower King and Beiminghan Fish King from the Tailing Zhong family and the Bingdi Leng family in the Pingxiong realm. After the news spread, the entire Tourmaline holy city was a sensation. There are also many people, their eyes are shining with extreme greed, as if they have seen some peerless treasure. Chapter 4499. 10 years later, 9 Bliss Flower Kings, 3 Beiminghan Fish Kings. Oh my god! That person is the one who worshipped the Duan clan. I didn't expect it. Now, he joined the Duan clan, and it is not so easy to move him. Unless, he wants to confront the Duan clan head-on. For the sake of the 9 Bliss Flower Kings and the 3 North Netherfrost Fish Kings, they are going head-to-head with the Duan clan who are semi-sacred forces? Whoever intends to do this will definitely have a sick mind. Although I guess that this person's background is not ordinary, but after all, I am not sure which power it is. Now, everyone knows that he has entered the Duan clan and has a backer. If you move him again, you need to consider the anger of the Duan clan. Up and down the Tourmaline holy city, similar remarks were staged everywhere. As long as anyone with background, it is naturally impossible to take risks against Duan Lingtian, because behind them, there are also forces. If they can run away from the temple, the monks can't run away from the temple. If the Duan family can't find them, they will inevitably vent their anger to the forces behind them. Body. As for those with no background, how many people can be Duan Lingtian's opponents under those loose cultivators and the strongest? As for the cultivators of the strongest, if they dare to take action in the Tourmaline holy city, or even around the Tourmaline holy city, it will definitely be a mortal situation. The Duan clan has semi-sacred powerhouses. The strength of the semi-sage powerhouse is not only due to his own strength, but even to the person he is concerned about. Within a certain distance, he can sense whether the other party is in danger. This kind of induction relies on the identity token of the Duan clan. Of course, in the offerings of the Duan clan, there is only the identity token of the big offering, which can bring a trace of spiritual sense from the semi-sacred powerhouse of the Duan clan. This news is likely to be spread by Wanshenglu. In the Duan clan, it has been a few days since the last time they went out to the Tourmaline holy city. Duan Tianhong, the second elder of the law enforcement hall, was on vacation. The first thing he did when he returned to the Duan clan was to come to Duan Lingtian and inform Duan Lingtian. Recently, there has been a lot of news about the Tourmaline holy city. Brother Lingtian, are you really the one who plundered the Bliss Flower King and Beiminghan Fish King from the Pingxingjing Zhong clan and the Leng clan? Although the news spread around the world, Duan Tianhong had to doubt it, but before he heard Duan Lingtian's admission, he didn't dare to think that it was 100% correct. However, Duan Lingtian's appearance was too coincidence. Moreover, what Duan Lingtian is good at is the same as the one in the rumors, also the laws of space and swordsmanship. It's me. At this time, Duan Lingtian did not deny it, but admitted it directly. For this matter, he was already mentally prepared, so he was not surprised. However, as he had expected, this matter must have been discovered by the Duan clan first. After all, after he became a big worshipper of the Duan clan would definitely be able to suspect him through the clues he exposed. Body. Unexpectedly, the Duan family hadn't discovered his identity, but the people outside discovered it first. Wanshang Building. As for Wanshang Building, when Duan Lingtian returned with Duan Wuyang, the chief elder of the law enforcement hall, he also learned a lot from Duan Wuyang. He knew that it was a force with a profound background and an amazing intelligence network. According to what Duan Wuyang said, it must be Wanshenglu who saw his value, so he wanted to dig a wall. Therefore, Lu Yen, the deputy owner of Wanshang Building, appeared in front of him. It should be the Wanshang Building. Although Duan Lingtian doesn't care about his identity being exposed, the behavior of Wanshenglu still angered him to a certain extent. After all, he has no grievances with Wanshenglu. It is obvious that Wanshenglu has spread the news like this, just targeting him. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but flash a cold light in his eyes. Wanshang Building? Duan Lingtan took this account down. It's really you, Brother Lingnan. Seeing Duan Lingtian admit that, although Duan Tianhong was not too surprised, he couldn't help but sigh, and at the same time comforted, Brother Lingnan, don't worry, you are now a big worship of our Duan clan, and our Duan clan wants to make you represent our Duan clan to win benefits in the return trip to Bibo Tianfu 10 years later, and it is absolutely impossible for our Duan clan to target you. Of course, even if you stay in the Duan clan afterwards, the Duan clan will not target you. This is not only my guarantee to you, but also the Patriarch's guarantee to you. Before I came here this time, I have met the Patriarch and he asked me to tell you. As long as you are a member of the Duan clan, and as long as you don't take the initiative to provoke the sage forces like Bibo Tianfu, the Duan clan will protect you. Speaking of which, Duan Tianhong's face became straight and he said very seriously. Duan Lingtian heard the words. Even if he had guessed that the Duan clan would not target him, he couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. After chatting with Duan Lingtian for a while, Duan Tianhong decided to leave. If there is nothing else, I will not disturb you, Brother Ling. Next, I will take a break and stay in the family for a while. If Brother Lingtan has anything to do, as long as I help you if you are busy, come to me anytime. I live in the law enforcement hall area. When Brother Ling Tian arrives there, you can find out where I practice by asking someone directly. Duan Tianhong's voice fell, and he said goodbye and left. After seeing Duan Tianhong leave, Duan Ling Tian returned to the floating hut at the eye of Lingquan Spring. His eyes narrowed slightly. There are still 10 years. In these 10 years, let's further understand and improve the swordsmanship. Compared to the slow progress of Kendo, the space law has no progress. It's like entering a bottleneck period. This bottleneck is not broken, and it is completely delusional to want to sprint to the realm of great perfection. Although the bottleneck will be broken sooner or later. However, the current Duan Lingtian is not in a hurry to break it. 10 years later, it will be the day when Bibo Tianfu will open the land of return to the ruins. At that time, he will represent the Duan clan to enter the land of return to the ruins and demand the treasures they need for Bibo Tianfu. Entering the land of return to the ruins, it is entirely based on strength to speak. Although his strength is good now, but as far as he knows, there is an existence that is not weaker than him in Bibo Tianfu to enter the place of return to the ruins. Even, there may be an invincible upper to enter the return to the market together. Of course, according to Duan Tianhong's words, in Bibo Tianfu, there is no invincible upper on the bright side. However, the sage of Bibo Tianfu is very likely to have an invincible superior to serve him. Of course, that invincible high-ranking god Venerable may not have comprehended the swordsmanship above the 4th rank. However, there is a connection between the invincible superior gods, and the other party may not be able to invite another invincible superior who is good at kendo to enter on behalf of Bibo Tianfu. Moreover, given the status and network of the saint of Bibo Tianfu in Lei Xingjing, it is not impossible to really want to seek an invincible high-ranking who is good at the 4th order swordsmanship for Bibo Tianfu. Thinking of the possibility of encountering the invincible superior in that place of return to the ruins, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel a lot of pressure in his heart. The invincible superior god. Now, he is far from an adversary, even if he is very close to the invincible upper god. However, if you cannot become an invincible superior in one day, you are not an invincible superior after all. Duan Lingtian retreated and cultivated, ignoring things outside the window, only showing up occasionally when the Duan clan was giving out salaries to the worshippers, and never left the Duan clan for half a step. With the passage of time, not only the Tourmaline Holy City, but also the Duan family, few people mentioned him. And those who originally spied on the treasures in Duan Lingshan's hands, saw that Duan Lingtian would not leave the Duan clan, no longer appear in the Tourmaline Holy City, and they all retreated one after another. These people are all lucky and powerful. Among them, it also includes the 2 supreme powers from the Pingxiong realm that Duan Lingtian has encountered. Lu Yifan of Shanjian Pavilion, Lin Yu of the Lin family. Forget it, let's go back. There is a high probability that this matter is over. Even if we continue to wait, it will be useless. Lin Yu sighed and said, now he has the protection of the Duan family, it is very difficult for us to succeed. Even if we can really find an opportunity to target him, put him on the line between life and death, and threaten him, he may not really be honest. Call those treasures out. As long as he delays a little, 9 out of 10 the semi-sacred powerhouses of the Duan clan will arrive. At that time, even if we don't get the things, we can only escape. In fact, Lin Yu wanted to leave as soon as he learned that the other party had entered the Duan family in the Tourmaline Holy City and became a big worshipper of the Duan family. However, Lu Yifan was not reconciled, so he stayed with Lu Yifan. A year later, he couldn't take it anymore and decided to leave. It's pointless to keep waiting. Although Lu Yifan was still unwilling, seeing that Lin Yu had made up his mind, he could only follow. Lin Yu left and it would be meaningless for him to stay. Even if he succeeded, without Lin Yu, he would not be able to perform the secret method of escape in time and space. If the half-sage makes a move under such circumstances, he will surely die. At this moment, the two people who were about to leave the Thunder Saint realm and return to the Pingxiong realm, but it was impossible for them to dream. The target they wanted to find had already met them before they came to the Tourmaline Holy City, and was even protected by another Xion under their noses. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, another 9 years passed. At this time, it was also the 10th year that Duan Lingtian came to the Duan clan. On this day, Duan Lingtian was still comprehending the way of swordsmanship. Suddenly, a voice came from outside, and it was a voice he was familiar with. Brother Lingan, someone from Bibo Tianfu has come, and now they live in our Duan clan. 3 days later, we will set off with them to the place of return to the ruins. The voice belongs to Duan Tianhong. Duan Tianhong, the law enforcement elder, was originally not arranged by the Duan clan to accompany him. However, considering that since Duan Lingtian came to the Duan clan, he has been involved in cultivation, and has not been in contact with other people, only familiar with Duan Tianhong, so he asked Duan Tianhong to accompany Duan Lingtian as a companion. Chapter 4500. Duan Yu. Besides, one more thing. Duan Tianhong continued, Old Ancestor left the customs yesterday. After learning of your existence, Brother Ling Tian, he wanted to see you. In addition, the Patriarch also told Old Ancestor that if you have something to ask him for help, Old Ancestor said, when you meet him, you can tell him what to do to help him. In the past 10 years, Duan Lingtian has approached Duan Bing, the Patriarch of the Duan clan more than once, explaining that he wants to see the half-sage ancestor of the Duan clan and wants him to do him a favor. As for how to help, he also told Duan Bing. According to Duan Bing, this matter is a bit tricky. It is not that the ancestors of the Duan clan are unwilling to help, but that the soul is imprisoned by the Soul clan. Once the power of the soul of the strongest is involved, their ancestors can't really help. However, he still assured Duan Lingtian that their ancestors of the Duan clan would still be willing to go with Duan Lingtian once they leave the customs. Perhaps, before you set off, you will have time to go to your hometown with your ancestors. Duan Tianhong laughed. And Duan Lingtun, after hearing Duan Tianhong's words, his eyes suddenly lit up. Elder Tianhong, please take me to see the ancestor. Originally, he had temporarily put this matter aside. I even thought that after the trip to return to the ruins in Bibo Tianfu, I would enter Bibo Tianfu and seek help from the sages of Bibo Tianfu. A saint's shot is more reliable than a half-sage's shot. Unexpectedly, before leaving for the return to the ruins of the Bibo Tianfu, the ancestors of the Duan clan left the customs. Although there are only 3 days left. However, it was enough for him to travel back and forth to the anti-god realm. Because in Leishing realm, there are teleportation formations that go to more than 20 realms, including the anti-god realm. Of course, you must first go to the transfer teleportation formations in the major realms to transfer. Going back to the god-defying realm? Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but feel excited. In the past, when he left the anti-god realm, it could be said that he sneaked out. At that time, because he had a large number of divine springs in his hands, it was enough to attract the coveted of the most powerful, So he tried every means to leave the anti-god realm and pass through other realms to the outer lands. Accidentally teleported to the Xianxia realm, one of the outer areas of the outer lands. Then, walking all the way from Xianxia realm to the lay sacred realm of these three holy realms, it can be said that it is walking on thin ice, cautious, and even dare not reveal his identity. Now, when he thinks of going back to the god realm, he has a feeling of being separated from the world. I came to me the first time because I knew you were in a hurry. Duan Tianhong laughed. Although the young man in front of him has only been with the Duan family for 10 years, in the past 10 years, he and the other party have formed a deep friendship because of similar temperaments. Although he is the strongest, he does not dare to be big in front of the other party, because he knows that the potential of the other party is far greater than his. Perhaps, now he is enough to easily overwhelm the opponent. But in the future, not necessarily. I have sent the message to the ancestor, and I will take you to see him. Duan Tianhong said again. Hearing this, Duan Lingshan's eyes that had already lit up became more and more bright, and then he followed Duan Tianhong to the place where the half-sage ancestor of the Duan family was cultivating. As the existence with the highest status in the Duan clan, the place where this semi-sage ancestor of the Duan clan is located is also a spiritual spring. Moreover, he was the only one in the entire Lingquan. Ancestor, the big offering is here. Duan Tianhong brought Duan Lingtian to the canyon where the Lingquan like a paradise is located, stood in the sky, and saluted the floating hut above the canyon in front of him. A slightly lazy voice came from inside. And it was this voice that caused Duan Lingshan's pupils to shrink sharply, and the depths of his eyes were full of horror. This half-sage ancestor of the Duan family turned out to be a strong female? And just as Duan Lingtian was horrified, the door of the floating hut in front opened, and a graceful figure appeared in front of Duan Lingtian at the right time. This is a woman wearing a light cyan dress. She looks to be in her 20s at most. The most important thing is that she was lazy at this time, as if she was not interested in anything. However, Duan Lingtian only glanced at her pair of agile eyes, and he had a feeling of seeing the endless abyss, as if there was no end, like a bottomless abyss. Duan Ling, I have seen my ancestor. Although the person in front of him seemed to be about the same age as himself, Duan Lingtian knew that under this young face, there was a long period of precipitation. After all, this one is the most senior figure in the Duan clan. Full 10 living fossils. You are the worship of our Duan clan, so you don't need to call me old ancestor like them. The woman smiled lightly and looked at Duan Lingshan's eyes, which suddenly became deeper. At this moment, Duan Lingtian also had a feeling of being invisible. It's amazing. The next moment, the woman's pupils contracted violently, imperceptibly. As soon as she said these words, she looked at Duan Tianhong and said lightly, I have something to say to the big offering, so please step back. Yes, old man. When Duan Tianhong heard the words, he hurriedly stepped back respectfully, and at the same time reminded Duan Lingtian through a voice transmission, Brother Lingan, what our ancestor was good at was one of the 4 supreme laws of life, and he also mastered the control of one of the 4 laws of heaven and earth. After reminding Duan Lingtian, he disappeared in front of Duan Lingtian and the ancestors of the Duan clan. For a time, within the huge canyon, only Duan Lingtian and the ancestors of the Duan clan were left. My name is Duan Yue, you little guy, you don't need to call me ancestors like them in the future, just call me Sister Wei. After Duan Tianhong withdrew, Duan Yue stared at Duan Lingtian with interest, and at the same time took a few steps forward. In front of Duan Lingtian, her slender hand stretched out, hooked Duan Lingshan's chin, and looked at Duan Lingtian. As for Duan Lingtian, in the process, although he wanted to dodge, he found that an invisible force seemed to imprison him in place, making him unable to move at all. For a time, while being shocked by the opponent's strength, Duan Lingtian felt bitter in his heart. Why does this ancestor of the Duan clan feel abnormal? What is she trying to do? It's amazing. Just when Duan Lingtian was inexplicable, Duan Yue spoke again, with such strength, it is less than 3,000 years old. Looking beyond the world, and even the history of the world, I have never heard of anyone at your age with your strength. And Duan Lingtian, after hearing Duan Yuwei's words, his face changed drastically. He never imagined that Duan Yuwei, the ancestor of the Duan clan, could see that he was less than 3,000 years old just by looking at him. You must know that in the past, although there were people of similar age who could see his age, they could only see that he was not long live. And now, this paragraph of Yuwei actually saw that he was less than 3,000 years old. You know, this is not a good thing. As long as the other party has a bit of bad intentions, he will definitely die. Don't be nervous. I have no ill will towards you. I really want to be malicious to you. Do you think you can still stand here well now? And Duan Yuwei, at this time, seemed to see Duan Lingshan's current nervousness from Duan Lingshan's eyes, smiled lightly, and then stood up, and at the same time removed the invisible force that enveloped Duan Lingtian. At this moment, Duan Lingtian regained his freedom, and quickly took a few steps back, looking vigilantly at the teasing ancestor of the Duan clan in front of him. Taking a deep breath, Duan Lingun said, "Ancestor." As soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Duan Yuwei frowning. "I said, you can just call me Sister Wei. From today, I will call you Xiaotian. You can go to the Duan clan. It means that you have a relationship with the Duan clan, and it has something to do with me. From now on, you and I will be sisters and brothers." Chapter 4501. Return to the hometown against the gods. As the ancestor of the Duan clan, the semi-saint Duan Yuwei naturally cannot be that kind of mindless and kind person. Now, she is polite to Duan Lingtian, and even bluntly said that she wants to be commensurate with Duan Lingshan's sister and brother, because she sees through Duan Lingshan's age of less than 3,000 years old. Ordinary semi-sacred naturally do not have this method. But the problem is, she is a semi-sacred powerhouse who is good at the law of life. The law of life, it is only one step away, the kind that can step into the realm of great perfection. At less than 3,000 years old, he has the strength close to the invincible superior god. Duan Yuwei has never even heard of such a monster. At least, in the place beyond the world that she knew, and even in the history of the world, there has never been such a person against the sky. And now, such a person is standing in front of his eyes. Most importantly, it hasn't really grown up yet. In her opinion, isn't this a chance to befriend the future powerhouse ahead of time? Maybe, not long after, there will be a strong Jiazun realm, calling him Sister Wei, and at that time, their Duan clan will no longer need to be attached to Bibo Tianfu. Even those who are in the realm of the world today, there is no one who can achieve his achievements at his age. Maybe his future achievements can surpass those of the world's most powerful people. Duan Yuwei said secretly. Because of this, she did not treat the young man in front of her as a junior. Ancestor. Facing Duan Yuwei's friendliness, Duan Lingtian was a little flattered, but also a little restless. However, as soon as he opened his mouth, he was interrupted by Duan Yuwei before he could continue talking, only to see Duan Yuwei frowning and saying unhappily, "I said it all, you and I are good siblings? Could it be, do you think that Duan Yuwei is not qualified to be your sister?" Speaking of this, Duan Yuwei's eyes on Duan Lingtian changed, and she became a little teasing. "I heard that you have something to ask me for help. If you and I have a brother and sister relationship, about your brother, I will be my sister. Yes, of course, it is my duty and I must go all out to help." Hearing Duan Yuwei's words, Duan Lingtian was speechless for a while, and he could only call out, "Sister Wei." And when Duan Yuwei heard Duan Lingshan's "Sister Wei," she immediately lifted it up and handed the 2 floating shadow beads to Duan Lincoln. "Since you called me Sister Wei, then I, the elder sister, will also give you a meeting gift. With your current strength, I can help you, and that's all." In these 2 floating shadow beads, there are respectively recorded mirror images of 2 invincible upper gods who are good at space laws. It should be of some help to you. Originally, Duan Lingtian was also guessing that this floating shadow bead should be the floating shadow bead that recorded the powerful shot, but when he heard Duan Yuwei's words, he was shocked again. Another 2 floating shadow beads that recorded the shots of the invincible upper gods who were good at space laws? The next moment, Duan Lingtian, who came back to his senses, involuntarily showed a look of surprise on his face. Although he already had such a floating shadow bead in his hand, who would dislike too much of this kind of thing? Although they are all invincible superior gods who comprehend the laws of space to the realm of great perfection, the direction of each person's comprehension is completely different. He got these floating shadow beads, and he can find different inspirations from them. Thank you, Miss Wei. If Duan Lingtian was forced to be helpless in the previous sister, now this sister, Duan Lingtian, came from the heart. The person in front of him, he is not difficult to guess the reason for his enthusiasm for him. It is nothing more than seeing his potential and wanting to befriend him in advance. This is tantamount to an investment. He is not disgusted by this. After all, the other party's investment is also risky. Who can guarantee that Duan Lingtian will be able to stand outside the realm in the future, or even the peak of the world? The reason why I say this is also because the only strong people who can help Duan Yue are those who stand outside the realm, or even the realm powerhouses at the peak of the world. Okay, now, let's go to your hometown. Duan Yue said, no more unnecessary nonsense. When Duan Lingtian heard the words, his eyes suddenly lit up. After all, this was his biggest purpose, to find the person in front of him. He wanted to bring the other party back to his hometown against God Realm to see Kier and see if the other party had the means to wake him up. Let's talk about it first. I don't have much confidence. Duan Yue continued. Regarding the ins and outs of the matter, she had heard Duan Bing, the patriarch of the Duan clan, and knew what she was going to do on this trip, so she reminded Duan Lingtian before leaving. However, although I don't have much confidence, but with my strength, I can delay the erosion of her soul, I still have a certain degree of confidence. Duan Yue added. Duan Lingtian was stunned for a moment, and then showed a happy expression. It can also delay the erosion of the soul. Duan Lingtian did not expect this unexpected joy. In this way, it is not in vain for him to enter the Duan clan and seek the help of this person. Let's go. Follow me to the Thunder Saint realm, to the teleportation formation that leads to your hometown, the anti-god realm. Duan Yue greeted Duan Lingtian, then lifted it up without reminding Duan Lingtian, took Duan Lingtian directly, and left the Duan clan at a ridiculously fast speed. How outrageous! Although Duan Lingtian was completely awake, but now Duan Yue was leading him on the road, his eyes were so vast that he couldn't see anything clearly. This shows how fast Duan Yue is. As expected of a semi-sacred powerhouse. Duan Lingtian was shocked. Duan Yue can be said to be the first semi-sacred powerhouse he has ever come into contact with, even if it was Kumu, a powerhouse with the same level of strength as the Cold King in the past. He knew that Kumu's father was a semi-sacred powerhouse, but after all, he did not. Meet Deadwood's father. Half-holy powerhouses. In Verse God Realm, it seems that there are also. After coming to the land beyond the realm, Duan Lingtian is no longer the stunned young man he used to know nothing about. He knows that in the 10,000 realms, in addition to the upper 3 realms, there are more than one realm powerhouse, and the middle 18 realms below, most of them have a strong Jezun in charge. Even if there is no Jezun strong, there are many powerful half-step Jezun in charge. A half-step world honor is a half-sage. Moreover, he also heard in the land outside the realm that the realm of the gods is the most powerful realm in the 18th realm, and there is a powerful realm of the realm. Thinking of this, Duan Lingtian couldn't help but think that when he had gone through hardships in the past, passed the many tests, and obtained the Xin Yunquan, the existence that was honored as adult by a supreme power, another supreme power. I don't know, that one, what level of superpower? Half-step Jesuin? Or an existence that is close to the half-step Jezun, that you're tuning in to the Wandering Hero YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.